Chapter 1 The Winding River. Splash. The sound of was cutting through to water record from the middle lift however. Ershao puts a memory 14 to it, just a bit Marie and well bit Chen Ershao set in a bamboo raft, grinning as watched Ershao struggling to push the raft. Aseo, you're so heavy, you're almost sinking my raft by yourself. After pushing it this far, I my legs are able to give out. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Harewards instant lies packed around the floater from those around them. Chen Ershao was pushing the bamboo raft towards the river bank using his shoulder to bear the weight of several bamboo sections. On the raft sat a plump woman weighing over 200 pounds. The raft was nearly submerged, and the clothes were soaked and clinging to her body. But shaded symptom Harris were fixed in Chen Ershao was sweating guns straining to push the raft, sparks of determination flying. On the bank, a group of young women were washing clothes, but they had little interest in their task, laughing uproariously at the antics of Ershao. Splash, the raft finally reached the shore and Chen Ershao pushed it against the bank, calling out to Aseo, you can get off now. Aseo reluctantly stood up, holding a piece of clothing in her hand. However, as she stood, her wet clothes clantered, revealing her quivering rolls of flesh. Indeed, her rump figure was quite a sight to behold. As Aseo stepped onto the shore, Chen Ershao suddenly stood up from the water. The river was deep, just over his knees. As stood, several gazes turned towards him, their eyes wide in disbelief. Chen Ershao was bare-chested, with broad shoulders, a strong back, and a trim waist. His body well defined with muscles that looked like those of a bodybuilder. Particularly impressive were his six-pack abs, which left the nibby women in awe. Wasn't Ershao just full? When did he become so fit and manly? Chen Ershao had been found with the village old bachelor, Chendaji, when he was 3 years old. Chendaji found the abandoned child, who was mentally challenged, and raised the Meshaison. The villagers teased Chendaji, saying he should call the child Chen Er, so that she got his name over time as they realized the child had a mental disability, thickly dementia. Last year, Chendaji passed away, leaving Ershao at Little Marathene dilapidated house, tokres of poor farmland and this bamboo raft. However, what the villagers didn't know was that during one of his fishing trips, Chen Ershao had discovered a beautiful jadstone at the bottom of the river. He was so captivated by its beauty that he couldn't better part with it. After Chendaji's death, while living alone, he accidentally cut his finger and this blood dripped onto the jade, awakening its hidden powers. Not only did it cure his mental disability, but it also granted him martial arts skills and medical knowledge. Most excitingly, he gained a remarkable ability at Heavenly Eye. The Heavenly Eye is a technique that allows to see through things, open dimensional spaces, and perceive ghosts and spirits. The villagers were unaware that Chen Ershao was no longer mentally challenged. Every day he would take his bamboo raft to fish, and women Hakamatosh close by ever enjoyed teasing him for a laugh. Sometimes they would buy the fish he caught for a meager price. Chen Ershao knew Vrion was just having fun at his expense, but I didn't mind. He also wanted to exchange the fish he caught for some pocket money. Suddenly, Chen Ershao spotted a thick longe allowil at the bottom of the river, which head over into the water. Having fished with his rickety bamboo raft for over a decade, his old fishing netted long since he rotted away. However, Chen Ershao's diving skills were unmatched in the village. Catching fish was a breeze for him. When Harry surfaced, he was holding a large, thick yellow eel. The eel flailed in his grasp but couldn't escape. Wow! Ershao actually caught such a big yellow eel, Tuman bit ever exclaimed in surprise. Ershao. Come here, give a tiltom and I'll give you a toy one, okay? Ershao, give a tiltom, my husband just got back from working outside and he needs something to go with the drinks. Immediately, a crowd of women began clamoring for Thil, all wanting to take it. The reason was simple, it was that the yellow eel shared aphrodisiac properties, and the bigger Thil, the better the effect. Ershao, I want any too. Danny, what do I want to allow eel for, you big girl? You make this well just as for Ershao himself. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Another round of laughter erupted. I thought he went till for my brother-in-law, Danny suddenly said. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. More laughter followed, everyone laughing until they were a double-dover. Chen Ershao placed the allowil into a bamboo tube on the raft and paddled back to the bank. In the end, he sold it to Aseo 49 amidst the competition of women. Aseo was overjoyed to receive a till. She tossed her clothes and happily headed home, planning to make his staff read the allowil with onions for her husband, Aj, and eagerly anticipating his reaction that night. Chen Ershao paddled back at the center of the river at the deepest part where the fish were plentiful. This was his favorite fishing spot. Sure enough, it was long before he caught 2 old carp, each weighing over 6 pounds. Ershao, sell me that big one. Ershao, sell it home, my husband just got back from working outside and he need a dish to go with the drinks. Suddenly a group of women began shouting. Chapter 2 Aunt Juxiang, 20 yuan for one, I'll keep one to take home, Chen Ershao remarked while hauling 2 fish ashore. Alright, I'll take it for 20 yuan, but you'll have to wait until my sister-in-law has some money to pay you, came the response. Don't be ridiculous. If you don't have money, why are you buying fish? I want 20 yuan, cash. With a smile playing on his lips, Chen Ershao accepted the money and handed over the larger fish. He then gleefully made his way home with the other fish in hand. In the presence of others, Chen Ershao seldom spoke, not out of fear that they might discover he was no longer foolish, but rather because he had cultivated this habit over the years. He was not one to engage in conversation, regardless of the setting. The villagers were well aware that Ershao sold fish at a remarkably low price, and he himself acknowledged this fact. However, it did not concern him. The villagers were not particularly affluent. Earning 30 to 50 yuan a day from fishing brought him considerable joy. Upon returning home, Chen Ershao began preparing dinner. The modest 3-room dwelling comprised 2 bedrooms and a kitchen, with scant furnishings that did not bother him, for he had lived this way for over a decade. Ershao. Just as Chen Ershao finished cleaning the fish, a melodious voice called from the front door. He hurried outside to find a woman of enchanting figure and striking beauty entering the courtyard. "Aunt Juxiang, is there something you need?" Chen Ershao stammered, taken aback by the appearance of the village chief's wife at his home. The village chief, Li Chongwei, was the most influential man in the village, wealthy and commanding respect as the village head. His home boasted a 2-story structure, and he indulged in lavish feasts. In modern parlance, one might even call him a local tycoon. Moreover, he was married to the most beautiful woman in the vicinity, who was 5 years his junior, yet, despite 5 years of marriage, they remained childless for reasons unbeknownst to anyone. "Ershao, I need your help with something," Juxiang said, glancing around to ensure they were alone. She stepped closer, grasping Chen Ershao's arm. "Come, let us talk inside." Chen Ershao felt a jolt as if electrified, wondering if this could be considered intimacy. Usually, he merely feigned foolishness while observing women bathe, but the sensation of physical contact with a woman was unexpectedly thrilling. And he attempted to speak but found himself at a loss for words. As Juxiang pulled him into the house, she too seemed unsure of what to say, her cheeks alternating between crimson and pale. Words lingered on her lips, yet she hesitated to articulate them. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ershao appeared quite handsome. They say that women undergo significant transformations as they mature. It was surprising how much he had changed in just half a year. Finally, summoning her courage, Juxiang spoke. "Ershao, today I need you to assist me with something. You must do exactly as I say, but you must never tell anyone about it, understood? If you help me today, I promise to find you a beautiful wife in return." "How does that sound?" Juxiang appeared visibly anxious, her hands fidgeting about. Chen Ershao was momentarily bewildered. What could Aunt Juxiang possibly need his help with? Juxiang, suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the courtyard, startling both Chen Ershao and Juxiang, causing them to leap apart, as if distance could prove their innocence. Footsteps approached, and Juxiang, trembling, quickly tossed a 50-yuan note onto the ground before dashing into the kitchen. She swiftly grabbed the large cup she had just prepped. At that moment, Li Chongwei entered, and upon seeing Juxiang, he erupted in anger. "Juxiang, what brings you to Ershao's home?" "Chongwei, I heard that Ershao caught a large carp, and I wanted to buy it to cook for dinner tonight. Look at this fish, it's quite sizable. Ershao has already cleaned it for me. By the way, what is the rush to find me?" Juxiang replied nonchalantly, holding up the fish. "Where's Ershao?" Chongwei cast a skeptical glance at Juxiang before storming toward the inner room. Juxiang was taken aback and hurried after him, only to find Chen Ershao crouching on the floor, picking up the 50-yuan note. "You gave him 50 yuan?" Li Chongwei bellowed in fury. "This fish weighs 6 or 7 jin and has been cleaned thoroughly." "I simply gave a bit extra," Juxiang hastily explained. Li Chongwei rushed forward, snatching the 50 yuan from Chen Ershao's hand. "How dare I, the village chief, consider it an honor to pay for his fish?" With that, he stormed out, money in hand, seething with indignation. Juxiang cast a helpless glance at Ershao before following after her husband, still clutching the fish. Damn it, why should I feel honored to have my fish taken from me?" Chen Ershao muttered under his breath as he watched them leave. Alas, dinner was lost. He refrained from pursuing them, for Li Chongwei was the village chief. However, that scoundrel had stolen his fish, and tomorrow, he would make a move on your wife, Juxiang. Speaking of which, Aunt Juxiang was truly stunning. As night fell, the banks of the river at the village entrance echoed with the croaking of frogs. Chen Ershao stood by the river, holding a flashlight, his eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. A croak sounded, and he swiftly directed the beam of light toward it. A frog, considerably larger than his fist, lay motionless. Chen Ershao reached out and captured the frog, placing it into a tattered bag hanging at his waist. Catching frogs had always been his forte. Despite his past foolishness, fishing and frog catching were his favorite pastimes. These catches would provide his adoptive father with snacks to accompany his drinks, which always brought joy. But now that his adoptive father was long gone, he was left to fend for himself. Suddenly, footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Chen Ershao's heart raced. Who could be at the riverbank at this hour? After a moment of contemplation, he extinguished his flashlight and crouched low to the ground. The footsteps grew closer, and Chen Ershao soon recognized 2 familiar figures: village chief Li Chongwei and the young widow, Xiao Tsuya. "Village chief, What brings you out here for such a trivial task? Zhao Tsuya began, her expression tinged with melancholy, but she swallowed her words. Chapter 3, A brief performance. Chen Ershao lay by the riverbank, and upon hearing Zhao Chui's words, he immediately grasped the situation. The two were engaging in an illicit affair. It seemed that the village head, Li Chongwei, was aware of the risks associated with such dalliances and had therefore fled the village to this riverside, believing it to be a safe haven. Damn it, that scoundrel had just snatched away one of my fish. Of course, a single fish was hardly significant, yet I, being the vengeful person I am, could not let it slide. Moreover, Li Chongwei was no paragon of virtue himself. He wielded considerable influence in the village, ruling with an iron fist. Despite his years as village head, the village remained impoverished, while his family basked in wealth. Aunt Juxiong. A sudden indignation stirred within Chen Ershao, feeling unjust on behalf of Aunt Juxiong. She was so beautiful, yet this rascal dared to indulge in betrayal. Should I inform Aunt Juxiong? As Chen Ershao pondered his next move, he unexpectedly noticed Li Chongwei and Zhao Chui approaching him. He instinctively held his breath and remained perfectly still on the ground. The two stopped less than 5 meters away, initiating a series of actions that left Chen Ershao utterly transfixed. Having cultivated the heavenly eye technique, his night vision was unimpaired, allowing him to observe their disgraceful antics with crystal clarity. Watching their debauchery ignited a fiery rage within Chen Ershao, stirring a primal urge to explode. However, just as the spectacle seemed to reach its climax, it abruptly concluded. TCH, including the time spent traveling back and forth, you were gone for less than 20 minutes. Don't bother calling me out next time, Zhao Chui remarked with a displeased glance at Li Chongwei. Chui, once I find a pretext, I will divorce Juxiong and marry you. At that time, you can bear me a son, Li Chongwei immediately replied. Are you not trying to deceive me? Would you truly part with Juxiong? She is the most beautiful woman across 10 villages, Zhao Chui questioned him with a sudden look of skepticism. What use is beauty when after years of marriage, there are no children? I, Li Chongwei, am wealthy and prosperous. How can I not have heirs to inherit my fortune? I must find a woman capable of bearing children, to provide me with a son and a daughter to continue my lineage, Li Chongwei retorted indignantly. Are you speaking the truth? Zhao Chui's heart leapt with joy. She had a ready-made little son, and she inquired eagerly. Of course it's true. Today, Juxiong went to see Ershao. I intended to catch her in a compromising situation and then cast her out. Yet, unexpectedly, she only brought me a fish, but rest assured, her inability to bear children is reason enough for me to divorce her. Once you bear me a son, I will carry you off in grand style, Li Chongwei declared. She went to see that fool. Ha ha. Zhao Chui laughed heartily. You wretched woman, it appears she truly sought that fool. Just wait until I return, I shall teach her a lesson, Li Chongwei fumed, suddenly seeing the situation in a different light. You are the real fools. Your entire family are fools. Chen Ershao lay on the ground, waiting for the two to depart before rising. This was unacceptable. Li Chongwei would surely return to find fault with Aunt Juxiong. Though this matter did not directly involve him, but knowing this, he could not remain indifferent. Chen Ershao picked up 2 stones from the ground and ran toward the village. Li Chongwei's residence, a modest 2-story building, stood prominently amidst the dilapidated structures, embodying the proverb, a crane standing among chickens. It was unmistakably his home. Upon returning home, Li Chongwei indeed began to interrogate Juxiong. Naturally, she denied any wrongdoing, prompting Li Chongwei to resort to violence. Slap, he struck her twice. Juxiong, unwilling to back down, retaliated, and soon they were embroiled in a scuffle. However, being a woman, she was no match for Li Chongwei, and it wasn't long before he had her pinned to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out as a shard of glass shattered in Li Chongwei's house, the stone having fallen to the ground. Who dares to break my window? Damn it, you must wish to die. Li Chongwei leaped from Juxiong and rushed to the window, cursing furiously. Swish, bang, another stone flew in, shattering yet another pane, nearly striking Li Chongwei's face, causing him to leap back in fright. Damn it, if you have the guts, don't run. I'll make you pay. Li Chongwei roared, grabbing a kitchen knife and storming out of the house. However, when he emerged, there was not a soul in sight. He searched in vain for half an hour, cursing and fuming before finally retreating in frustration. Meanwhile, Chen Ershao had returned home, placing the frogs he had caught into a small bucket, saving them for tomorrow's meal. He then lay down on his bed to enjoy a deep slumber. At midnight, when the world outside was enveloped in darkness, Chen Ershao crawled out of bed to begin his cultivation of the dragon tiger technique, one of the legacies he had acquired from the Jade Stone, a superior method of training that included mental formulas and a comprehensive set of martial arts. Additionally, Chen Ershao had received a medical legacy, the record of 10,000 insects and herbs, along with a technique called the Heavenly Eye. What delighted him most was that since obtaining these legacies, his foolishness had vanished completely. Not only had it dissipated, but he had swiftly learned to read through the knowledge imparted in his mind. In just 6 months, he had self-studied the entire curriculum from elementary to high school. Having practiced for nearly a year, Chen Ershao had developed a physique of formidable strength and had transformed into a handsome young man. The legacy he received was from a figure known as the Jiuhua ancestor, which seemed not to belong to modern society but rather to another era or world. He sensed that this legacy was but a grain of sand in the vast ocean of that time or realm. A sudden thought struck him. He yearned to explore that world. It must be extraordinary. At the stroke of midnight, Chen Ershao sat cross-legged, practicing the Heavenly Eye technique. The dark sky occasionally revealed a few twinkling stars and a slender crescent moon peeking through the clouds. Suddenly, an invisible energy seemed to emanate from the distant horizon, surging into Chen Ershao's eyes. He promptly closed his eyes and sat in meditation for what felt like an eternity, as he absorbed that energy. Upon opening his eyes, they gleamed with newfound brightness. Chen Ershao was uncertain why the Heavenly Eye technique required cultivation at midnight and noon, nor did he understand the source of this extreme yin and yang energy. He simply felt his vision improving, undeterred even in the darkest of nights. Chapter 4. A tinge of doubt. Subsequently, Chen Er resumed his cultivation of the dragon and tiger technique, alongside the formidable dragon and tiger fist. Each movement of this martial art reverberated with explosive power, creating sound waves that echoed through the air. After concluding his practice, Chen Er delved into the study of medicine, poring over the extensive tome known as the Record of Thousands of Insects and 10,000 Herbs. This was an immensely vast inheritance, brimming with information. Despite dedicating himself to his studies daily for an entire year, he had merely managed to read through the first section of this comprehensive work. It detailed an array of substances capable of becoming medicinal, cataloging countless herbs and various animal body parts, elucidating their medicinal properties, methods of application, and the subtle distinctions necessary to differentiate between herbs of similar efficacy. All this knowledge resided in Chen Er's somewhat naive mind. Thus, while he immersed himself in the study of medicine, he often found himself meditating, eyes closed, as he mentally traversed the extensive teachings. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps broke the stillness, light and cautious, intruding upon Chen Er's courtyard. His ears perked up. Who would dare to come to his humble abode to pilfer anything? His family was the poorest in the village, lacking even a proper gate, merely propped up by a rickety piece of wood. It resembled a barrier that had never been lifted, for anyone could effortlessly stride over it. Anyone could enter without hindrance. The wise were obstructed, while the unscrupulous found no barriers. Yet, given his own dire circumstances, who would be foolish enough to attempt to steal from him? Peering through the window, Chen Er's eyes widened in surprise as he discerned a timid and somewhat petite figure stealthily maneuvering within the courtyard. To his astonishment, it was a woman. "Is that Yu Xiaohong?" Chen Er gasped, recognizing her. Why, Yu Xiaohong was the village belle, residing merely 2 households away from his own. She was exceptionally beautiful, a year younger than him, but 17, and reputed to excel in her studies, set to take her university entrance exams in a few days. Why, he pondered, would she be sneaking around his home at such an hour? His curiosity piqued further when he noticed her crawling into the empty doghouse that had been abandoned for years. Where could this child have gone? It isn't even dawn yet. "I hope nothing untoward has happened," a voice of concern pierced the night. It was Yu Xiaohong's mother, Aunt Zuelan. That young girl, wandering about in the pitch-black night, where could she possibly go? She must be hiding nearby. If she dares to run away because I forbade her from attending school, it's all your fault for indulging her in this dreadful habit, came the irate voice of her father, Yu Chenglong. In these times, which child isn't attending school? Perhaps you should allow her to continue her studies. She has promised to get into a good university, Aunt Zuelon replied with a hint of melancholy. To what end? A girl, no matter how well she studies, will ultimately end up in someone else's family. What glory will that bring me? The Chui family in town is wealthy and has promised a bride price of 50,000. You, a foolish woman, fail to see the math, spending thousands to educate her versus receiving a bride price without any expenditure. Which option is more advantageous? Yu Chenglong barked angrily. Aunt Zuelan fell silent, fully aware that the household was ruled by Yu Chenglong, whose temper was notorious, often manifesting in violence. She had come to fear him and refrained from voicing her opinions. Chen Er quietly stepped out of his room, eavesdropping on the couple's conversation with clarity. So this was the situation. Xiao Hong, come out, your parents have left, he called softly as the sound of footsteps faded. Approaching the doghouse, he whispered. Ershao. Yu Xiaohong emerged from the doghouse, her face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Chen Er. She was filled with a desire to express her grievances, but upon remembering that Chen Er was perceived as a simpleton, her tears welled up but never fell. What good would it do to share her troubles with a fool? Ershao, could you possibly take me to school? Yu Xiaohong suddenly implored. She wished to attend school, but the institution lay in the county town, over 20 miles away, and she was too afraid to walk alone in the dark. Should you go to school, your father would surely come seeking you there. Let's head inside first and discuss it further, Chen Er suggested. Ershao, you are not actually simple, are you? Yu Xiaohong exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. Having received an education herself, she recognized that Chen Er's words were too coherent for a fool. You are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. Chen Er retorted playfully, pulling Yu Xiaohong into the house. It was dark within, yet he dared not turn on the lights for fear of attracting Yu Chenglong's attention. Thus, he held her hand as they ventured deeper inside. Ershao. Ergu, how have you changed? When did you become different? Yu Xiaohong stammered, her heart racing as Chen Er held her hand. Xiaohong. Rest here for a while until dawn, then I shall procure a bicycle to take you to the county school. However, be prepared for your father, he will undoubtedly come looking for you. Alternatively, you might inform your teacher that you need a few days, as exams are approaching. For now, it would be wise to hide so your father cannot find you, Chen Er advised, guiding her to sit on the edge of the bed. Hide? How can I hide? Where could I possibly go? My relatives all fear my father. The moment I show my face, they will surely inform him. I merely wish to continue my studies, not to marry. And that Chui Apang, he is a short, stout fellow, resembling a barrel, Yu Xiaohong lamented, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke. Why not hide in my home? Although the conditions here are poor, and there isn't much to eat, Chen Er suggested, glancing around his modest abode with a shrug. Ershao, if my father discovers I'm hiding here, he would surely come to beat you, Yu Xiaohong fretted, concern etched on her face. The thought of bringing harm to Chen Er because of her was unbearable. Fear not, I am not without my means. If others wish to strike me, let them come. Ershao replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 5. I have a temper too. Sigh, where on earth has that child run off to? Aunt Tsuelan's voice echoed once more from outside the door. Don't worry about her, let's go back to sleep. Humph, I don't believe she can hide for long. If she doesn't come out by dawn, we'll see. Yu Chenglong's voice followed suit. Soon after, the sound of their footsteps faded into the distance. Chen Er and Yu Xiaohong exchanged resigned shrugs. Xiaohong, if you don't mind, you can rest on my bed for a bit while I go fetch some food, Chen Er offered before leaving the room. The previous night, he had caught a few frogs, but he was uncertain whether Yu Xiaohong would enjoy them. Thus, he resolved to procure some fish instead. He quickly made his way to the riverbank just outside the village. Discarding his clothing, he donned a pair of shorts and leapt onto the bamboo raft tethered at the river's edge, untying it and paddling out towards the river's center. At that moment, the sky was beginning to brighten, the mountains across the river shrouded in mist, evoking an ethereal, otherworldly ambience reminiscent of a celestial realm. From a distance, Chen Er's bamboo raft appeared to float effortlessly upon the river, creating an atmosphere of seclusion and detachment from the mundane world, though his oversized shorts slightly marred the elegance of the scene. With a splash, Chen Er plunged into the water. The morning river was refreshingly cool, but he paid it no mind. Like a great fish navigating its aquatic realm, he soon emerged with a sizable carp weighing around 6 or 7 pounds. Chen Er marveled at the transformation he had undergone since practicing the dragon tiger technique. His capacity to hold his breath had significantly increased, allowing him to remain submerged for over 10 minutes without discomfort. His swimming speed had also improved remarkably, making fish catching a breeze. Surfacing, he promptly tossed the fish into the bamboo basket resting on the raft, then clambered back aboard, propelling the raft towards the riverbank with a steady push of the bamboo pole. Upon reaching the shore, he wrung out his shorts before dressing again and carrying the fish back home. Ershao, out fishing so early. As he entered the village, he spotted Yu Chenglong stationed at the entrance, likely keeping watch for his daughter, fearful she might have slipped away. There's nothing to eat at home, so I caught a fish for breakfast. Chen Er chuckled as he strode confidently into the village. Let the old man keep his vigil. He found it amusing. Upon returning home, he found Yu Xiaohong, exhausted from her restless night, fast asleep on Chen Er's bed. He chose not to disturb her, proceeding instead to the kitchen to prepare the fish. He also decided to stew the frogs he had caught, along with some white noodles and greens, resulting in a generous pot of fish stew. When Yu Xiaohong awoke, the enticing aroma filled her senses, prompting her to spring from the bed. "Ershao, you made fish stew," she exclaimed, rushing into the kitchen. "Yes. It's ready, just waiting for you to join me for a meal," Chen Er replied promptly. As she noticed Chen Er's well-built physique through his white shirt, Yu Xiaohong was taken aback. This impressive body was truly that of a muscular man. Having mostly lived at school and studying at home during weekends, she had been oblivious to the existence of such a fit individual in her village. Seeing Yu Xiaohong's astonished expression, Chen Er couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. With a swift motion, he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his sculpted six-pack abs. "Wow!" Yu Xiaohong gasped, her mouth forming a knowing sheer astonishment. Tentatively reaching out to touch his abs, she asked incredulously, "Ershao, how did you achieve this?" "Haha, still want to see more? I could take off another piece," Chen Er teased, pretending to unbuckle his shorts. "Stop it. Hurry and let us eat, I'm starving." Yu Xiaohong's cheeks flashed crimson as she hurriedly insisted on having breakfast. Lifting the lid from the pot, Chen Er realized that the platter was far too small to contain such a large amount of food. Hence, he opted for a basin, filling it to the brim with the delicious stew. "Ershao, is this all we are having?" Yu Xiaohong queried, somewhat incredulous. "Yes, you don't like it?" Chen Er asked, equally surprised. I do. But there's no rice." Yu Xiaohong blinked her large eyes in disbelief. No, I haven't bought rice or flour in quite some time," Chen Er admitted sheepishly, shrugging his shoulders. "Oh, no matter, let us eat. There's more than enough here," Yu Xiaohong urged eagerly. The two sat at the table, relishing the hearty pot of fish stew. Although they lacked rice, they thoroughly enjoyed the meal, with Yu Xiaohong appearing happier than she had in ages, laughing and chatting as they ate. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside the courtyard, causing both of them to look up. They saw Yu Chenglong kick aside a wooden post that had been blocking the entrance, storming into the yard in a fit of rage. "Ershao, you little rascal! How dare you hide my daughter away? I'll make you pay for this." Upon catching sight of the two children dining, fury surged through him, prompting him to charge into the courtyard. "Dad! What are you doing? This has nothing to do with Ershao. I was hiding here on my own." Yu Xiaohong rushed forward to intervene. She couldn't allow Ershao to suffer because of her actions. However, she had clearly underestimated her father's strength, as he easily shoved her aside. With a thud, Yu Xiaohong fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. "Hey, you just hurt your daughter!" Chen Er shouted as he rushed out of the room. He had never witnessed such a father. His adoptive father had never laid a hand on him. How could a biological father act in such a manner? "Mind your own business, she's my daughter, and I'll discipline her as I see fit. I'll deal with you too, you little rascal." Yu Chenglong bellowed, swinging a fist at Chen Er's face. "Ha, you think you can hit me? I won't let you get away with that," Chen Er retorted, catching Yu Chenglong's punch with ease and tossing him aside, causing him to spin around uncontrollably. Following up, Chen Er delivered a swift kick to Yu Chenglong's backside. Stumbling, Yu Chenglong nearly fell to the ground, staggering several paces away. "Xiaohong, are you all right?" Chen Er rushed over to help her up. "Ershao, you need to get out of here. My dad has a terrible temper and won't let this go easily," Yu Xiaohong urged, disregarding her own pain. "Ha, I have a temper too," Chen Er smirked, a defiant glint in his eyes. Chapter 6 Transformed. "You little brat, how dare you hit me?" Yu Chenglong turned around and charged at Chen Ershao, hurling insults while delivering a kick. "Get out of my way." Chen Ershao suddenly reached out and seized Yu Chenglong's ankle, then unleashed a powerful punch to the sole of his foot, causing Yu Chenglong to stagger backward several steps. This time, Yu Chenglong was not as fortunate as before, landing flat on his back. As he struggled to rise, he was hesitant to confront Chen Ershao again. What baffled him was how Chen Ershao seemed like a completely different person. Was this truly the same fool he had once known? "Ershao, how dare you strike me? Do you believe I won't take you down?" Yu Chenglong feigned bravado as he shouted. "This is my home. You have no authority here. If you dare to lay a finger on Xiaohong again, I will not hold back," Chen Ershao retorted disdainfully, pointing at Yu Chenglong. You insolent fool, you think you can shout at me? Just wait, I'll make you regret this." Yu Chenglong, though unwilling to retaliate, was far from ready to let the matter rest. He pulled out his phone and made a call. A little over 10 minutes later, a domestic car appeared at the entrance of Chen Ershao's residence. 3 individuals disembarked, one of whom was short and stout, with a slight waddle in his gait. In his 20s, he bore an anxious expression. He was Chen Ershao, exuding an air of self-importance, as if he were truly a wealthy heir. The other 2 were clearly sycophants, scurrying eagerly behind him. In Li Jogo village, the village chief, Li Chonggue, was akin to a local monarch. However, as the saying goes, there's always a bigger fish. Guangfa town was the realm beyond Li Jogo village. Among the many nouveau riches in Guangfa town, the Chui family was one of them. "Who dares to touch my father-in-law? Come out." Chen Ershao's voice boomed even before he stepped inside. Bang, bang, the 2 lackeys behind Chen Ershao kicked open the already dilapidated door of Chen Ershao's home, nearly knocking it off its hinges. "Ershao, you're finally here. Give him a good beating. This fool has been hiding Xiaohong." Upon seeing Chen Ershao, Yu Chenglong instantly regained his bravado, striding forward to point at Chen Ershao. "Chen Ershao, you've hidden my wife. Have you done anything else?" Chen Ershao exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. Xiaohong was to be his future bride. He couldn't possibly be wearing a green hat before their marriage. "Chen Ershao, who said I was your wife? Stop spouting nonsense," Xiaohong shouted indignantly. "Your father agreed to marry you to me. You are my wife. Now tell me, have you done anything else?" Chen Ershao suddenly felt betrayed, pointing at Chen Ershao and backing at his companions. "Beat him up, break his legs." With a rush, the 2 henchmen charged at Chen Ershao. This was not their first encounter with such a situation. They had long since developed a conditioned response. At their master's command, they would immediately spring into action, striking with fists and feet, all while swaggering with bravado. However, it was evident that this time would not follow the expected course. Bang, bang, before the 2 could even take their first step, they suddenly felt as if they had collided with something harder than iron, and then they were hurled out of the room. Their second phase of attack never even materialized. In an instant, Chen Ershao found himself bewildered as he realized his companions had vanished. What was going on? His eyes weren't that blurry, nor had he drunk too much smack. Before Chen Ershao could comprehend the situation, he felt a tight grip on his collar, and suddenly, his feet were lifted off the ground. Whoosh! Chen Ershao was flung outside, landing with a thud that echoed like a water tank hitting the ground. A loud cry followed. "Ouch, you bastard, how dare you hit me, my backside is split in 2, get rid of him." The 2 lackeys exchanged glances, realizing that the lad before them was not the same as those they had previously encountered. This fellow was formidable, yet they dared not challenge Chen Ershao's command. They glanced around and spotted a shovel leaning against the door. Whoosh! One of them dashed over, seizing the shovel. "Hit him. Beat him to death," Chen Ershao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Whoosh! The henchman swung the shovel toward Chen Ershao. "Watch out!" Xiaohong cried out in alarm. That shovel could severely injure Ershao if it struck him. Whoosh! Chen Ershao barely moved, and in an instant, he seized the shovel just as it descended toward him. "Let go of me," the assailant cried, desperately trying to reclaim the shovel. However, after several futile attempts, he realized he couldn't wrest it back. Chen Ershao stood firm, not budging an inch. Seeing the struggle, the other henchman rushed to assist, and together they attempted to reclaim the shovel. Yet, Chen Ershao remained immovable. While Yu Chenglong and the others were left astonished, unable to fathom the immense strength Chen Ershao possessed. "All right, here you go," Chen Ershao said suddenly, loosening his grip. Whoosh! The 2 henchmen, caught off guard, lost their balance and tumbled to the ground, the shovel clattering beside them. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the neighbors, many of whom came to witness the spectacle. They were bewildered as to how a simpleton had managed to offend the likes of Chen Ershao. "You scoundrel, you dare to steal my wife and attack me, I shall fight you to the end." Chen Ershao roared as he sprang to his feet, charging at Chen Ershao. "You come to my home causing trouble. Humph, I was just looking for an excuse to teach you a lesson." Chen Ershao retorted angrily, ready to engage. Bang, 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 Chen Ershao unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Chen Ershao and his companions. Within 10 minutes, the 3 were howling in agony. What in the world? How did the village fool become so powerful? Indeed, this is no fool, he is a true powerhouse. Just look at how skillfully he fights. Wow. Ershao has undergone a complete transformation. I should have taken him under my wing long ago. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, some women even gazing at Chen Ershao with newfound admiration. Chapter 7. Brawling and brawls. Chen Ershao was reveling in the thrill of the fight. He had never imagined that striking someone could be so exhilarating. Chen Ershao, cease at once, do not strike again. Yu Chenglong, recovering from his shock, hurried over to intervene. Chui Apio was a member of the Chui family from the town, and if he were harmed, Yu Chenglong would undoubtedly bear the consequences, especially since this fellow had come to defend him. Chen Ershao halted his assault, recognizing that while the act of fighting was pleasurable, he was also aware that causing serious harm would entail significant responsibility. Chen Ershao, you will pay for this. I swear I will make you suffer. Chui Apio seized the opportunity to rise from the ground and swiftly fled. The other two companions, witnessing this, promptly dashed out of the courtyard and jumped into their vehicle to escape. Xiaohong, return with me. Yu Chenglong, no longer daring to provoke Chen Ershao, turned and shouted at Yu Xiaohong. Dad, I want to go to school, I will not return. Yu Xiaohong, trembling with fear, hastily hid behind Chen Ershao. Humph. If you dare defy me, I will break your legs. Yu Chenglong roared in anger. This is my home, you dare to lay a hand on anyone here, and I will not stand by idly. Chen Ershao retorted, fixing his gaze on Yu Chenglong. You, get lost. I will discipline my own daughter, it is none of your business. Yu Chenglong, though genuinely fearful, stood tall, bolstered by the presence of numerous villagers and his own sense of righteousness. Indeed, it is not my concern how you discipline your daughter. However, this is my home, Xiaohong shall not leave this courtyard against her will, Chen Ershao asserted firmly. Xiaohong, come home with me, Yu Chenglong shouted again. I will not go, I wish to attend school. Yu Xiaohong insisted obstinately. Humph. School, do not dream, I will not give you a single penny for your education. Without money, how do you expect to attend school? Yu Chenglong declared vehemently. Xiaohong, do not worry, I will earn money to support your education. Chen Ershao suddenly interjected. Ershao, do you have feelings for Xiaohong? Do you wish to marry her? Ha ha ha. A bystander outside the courtyard suddenly laughed, breaking the tension. Chen Ershao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had not considered such a notion. However, the idea was certainly worth pondering. After all, Xiaohong was the most beautiful girl in the village. Yu Xiaohong's cheeks flashed crimson. She discreetly cast a glance at Chen Ershao, only to find him gazing back at her. Their eyes met, and it felt as though an electric current had surged between them, prompting both to hastily avert their gaze. Juxiong quietly emerged from the crowd watching the spectacle, her heart racing upon witnessing the scene involving Chen Ershao. The memories of yesterday flooded back to her, and she felt her face heat up. She had foolishly regarded this young man as a simpleton. Ershao, with the meager earnings you make, you can barely sustain yourself. How can you even contemplate marriage? Humph, dream on, Xiaohong, return with me. Yu Chenglong bellowed. I will not go, if you do not give me money, I will work my way through school and earn my own tuition. I will not marry anyone, especially not Chui Apio. Yu Xiaohong shouted defiantly. She had confidence in her academic performance and was determined not to let her aspirations be stifled prematurely. With Yu Xiaohong refusing to return home, Yu Chenglong found himself at a loss. He feared resorting to force, yet his daughter remained obstinate. Yu Xiaohong, I do not believe you will continue to follow this fool around. If I catch you, I will break your legs and send you straight to Chui Apio's house. Humph. Yu Chenglong's furious threat hung in the air as he stormed off. How could I have such a father? Yu Xiaohong lamented, her eyes welling with tears. She had not anticipated her father's harsh words. She understood that she could not linger by Chen Ershao's side indefinitely. Moreover, even if she stayed at Chen Ershao's home, her father would drag her back if he arrived. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. To run away from home, eluding her father. Ershao, can you help me leave the village? I wish to escape my home, Yu Xiaohong suddenly inquired. Run away from home. Chen Ershao was taken aback, surprised that Yu Xiaohong would entertain such a thought. However, considering Yu Chenglong's attitude, it was somewhat understandable. He had indeed pressured her. Just as Yu Chenglong stormed away, he noticed several cars speeding towards him. His eyes lit up, and he immediately turned back. Sure enough, the vehicles came to a halt in front of Chen Ershao's home, and a dozen individuals armed with wooden clubs leaped from the cars. Chui Apio, sporting a few bruises on his face, emerged from the vehicle, his demeanor still brimming with bravado. Attack! Beat this kid to a pulp, retrieve my wife. Chui Apio shouted, pointing at Chen Ershao. The onlookers, taken aback, realized this was no mere scuffle, it had escalated. Ershao, run. What do you intend to do? On what grounds do you assault someone? Chui Apio, assaulting someone is a crime. Several women in the crowd shouted in protest, genuinely concerned for Chen Ershao's safety. However, the men nearby were not pleased. Their wives were showing concern for another man. They shot scornful glares in their direction. Chui Ershao, what do you think you are doing? You shall not harm Ershao. Yu Xiaohong swiftly positioned herself in front of Chen Ershao, shouting defiantly. Xiaohong. This matter no longer concerns you. It is between us now. Chen Ershao coldly declared as he pulled Yu Xiaohong aside. No one would dare intrude upon his home and create turmoil without facing consequences. As the wooden clubs swung towards Chen Ershao, several women in the crowd yearned to rush forward, their hearts aching at the thought of Chen Ershao being struck. It would be akin to striking themselves. Yet, they were forcefully restrained by their own husbands. What a disgrace! When our villagers are bullied, you men stand idly by while dragging us back. How utterly embarrassing. The women chastised. Nevertheless, this did not ignite any sense of duty in the men. Instead, they were inclined to join Chui Ershao in assaulting Chen Ershao, feeling an ominous sense of jealousy. To their surprise, Chen Ershao skillfully evaded the wooden clubs. Thud. His fists landed with precision upon the assailants, eliciting anguished cries as several fell to the ground, rolling in distress. Chapter 8. I will repay for him. Chui Ershao arrived with a dozen men, all armed and ready for trouble. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Ershao remained unfazed, dispatching several of them in mere moments. However, the others, witnessing this, surged forward with reckless abandon, wielding their clubs indiscriminately. In a flash, Chen Ershao's movements quickened. His fists became a flurry of strikes, forceful, precise, and unrelenting. Each blow landed with a resounding impact. Within just a minute, all the assailants lay sprawled on the ground, wooden clubs scattered around them. Chui Ershao. It's your turn now. Chen Ershao approached Chui Ershao with a chilling smirk. Why you, stay away. Chui Ershao stammered, panic seizing him as he turned to flee towards his vehicle. Suddenly, a group of women blocked his path. Chui Ershao. You dare to come here and cause a ruckus, unable to fight back. You still think you can escape? Speak. How do you intend to resolve this matter today? The leader was Ju Xiong, the village chief's wife. Her authority was palpable, outshining the others. The crowd of onlookers seemed to find their courage in her presence, encircling the entrance and obstructing any escape. Though they were reluctant to engage in a fight, they were equally unwilling to offend the Chui family, who were not only affluent but also involved in essential businesses that affected the villagers' lives, such as grain collection, making them the largest grain merchants in the town. With bountiful harvests, many locals would sell their produce to them, ensuring widespread recognition. Additionally, the Chui family owned a sizable supermarket in town, stocked with fruits, vegetables, and a variety of meats, drawing frequent patronage and thus establishing their wealth. How do we resolve this? Chui Ershao stuttered, visibly shaken. Take your men back home and never return to disturb our village. Furthermore, do not bully Yu Xiaohong. She is merely 17 and still a student. Ju Xiang declared after a moment's contemplation. But his father took 5,000 yuan from our family. He promised to marry Xiaohong to me. Chui Ershao retorted, his voice rising in indignation. From a distance, Yu Chenglong, upon hearing this, turned to slip away. He had indeed noticed Chui Ershao's wealth. Despite being 26, 9 years older than Xiaohong, the girl would eventually belong to another family. What did age matter? Besides, Chui Ershao's father had promised a bride price of 50,000 yuan. Yu Chenglong. Ju Xiang's voice rang out, halting him in his tracks. He stood awkwardly, caught in her gaze. Though beautiful, this meddlesome woman was not particularly endearing. Yu Chenglong, you truly have some nerve selling Xiaohong for 5,000 yuan. Ju Xiang chastised, her tone laced with anger. What 5,000? Chui Ershao's father promised me 50,000, Yu Chenglong shot back, irritation flashing across his face. 5,000 to buy his daughter, who was as lovely as a flower. Ridiculous, did he seem such a fool? You think that is something to be proud of? Return the money immediately, otherwise, I'll have Li Chongwei have a word with you. Ju Xiang threatened, fearful that she might lose control over the situation, thus invoking the village chief's name for authority. I can't return it. I've spent it all. Yu Chenglong replied defiantly, adopting an attitude of indifference. You've spent 5,000. Ju Xiang's teeth clenched in frustration. This fool was truly insufferable. It's all gone. Haven't you seen my new tricycle? Yu Chenglong shrugged, then turned to Yu Xiaohong. Xiaohong, you don't want to marry, right? Then you can repay this 5,000, and I'll let you continue your studies. Dad, where am I supposed to get 5,000 yuan? Yu Xiaohong cried, overwhelmed with despair. As a student, she had no allowance whatsoever. How could she possibly procure such a sum? Even with part-time work, she would need time to earn it. Chui Apeo, I will repay Xiaohong's debt, but you must grant me a month's time, Chen Ershao suddenly interjected. You will repay her debt? Asha, do you even have the means? Ju Xiong and the others were taken aback. 5,000 yuan, while not a significant amount for the wealthy, was a considerable sum in Lijiagu village, where few could easily produce such funds outside of the village chief. And Ju Xiong, I will repay Xiaohong's debt. I am certain I can earn 5,000 yuan within a month, Chen Ershao asserted confidently. No way, you must repay it now. If it's a month later, you'll owe 50,000. Chui Apeo protested vehemently. This fool clearly intended to steal his wife away. How could he possibly part with such a beautiful woman? 50,000, how dare you even suggest that? Are you planning to rob a bank? Ju Xiong shot a scornful glance at Chui Apeo, recognizing his usurious intent. Even if I were to rob, it would be for money. But he is trying to take my wife. Chui Apeo retorted in frustration. Fine, then it shall be 50,000, I will repay you 50,000 in a month. Chen Ershao declared suddenly. Asha, earning 5,000 is already a formidable challenge, let alone 50. Do not make foolish claims. Ju Xiong rolled her eyes, realizing this lad was still out of touch with reality. 50,000 was enough to cover the annual income of every household in the village, and many families wouldn't even earn that much in a year. Asha, do you truly have feelings for Xiaohong? If you do, hand over the 50,000, and she shall be yours, Yu Chenglong urged urgently. Why would one give away such money to another when it could be kept for oneself? Yu Chenglong, you would sell the girl for 50,000, with your character, you'll never amount to anything in your life. Ju Xiong scolded him, exasperated by his mercenary mindset. I'm not certain if I have feelings for Xiaohong. However, I feel compelled to speak up for the villagers when they are in trouble. Therefore, even if it costs 50,000, I will repay Xiaohong's debt. Chui Apeo, remember this. From now on, you shall not pursue Xiaohong. Return in a month to collect your money, Chen Ershao declared assertively, pointing at Chui Apeo. Asha, write me an IOU, otherwise, how will I know you want to backtrack? Chui Apeo shouted, recognizing the necessity of safeguarding his interests, having come from a business background. Agreed. Chen Ershao nodded in affirmation. After writing the IOU, Chui Apeo and his entourage departed, leaving Yu Chenglong to slink away in defeat. Yet, he remained skeptical of Chen Ershao's ability to earn 50,000 in a month. If this fool failed to repay, he could still marry Xiaohong off to Chui Apeo and claim the bride price of 50,000. Chapter 9. Do you want to fight? Fool, today I have indeed done you a favor. As for yesterday's incident, you mustn't speak of it to outsiders. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Ju Xiong quietly leaned closer to Chen Ershao and whispered. And Ju Xiong, what happened yesterday? Chen Ershao chuckled inwardly, feigning ignorance as he inquired. You rascal. Ju Xiong's face immediately flashed crimson. The mere recollection of yesterday's events caused her cheeks to burn. Was this boy truly oblivious or merely pretending? Aunt Ju Xiong, the village chief, he returned quite late last night, didn't he? Chen Ershao suddenly remarked. Ju Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Li Chongwei had returned late last night and had immediately sought her out to vent his frustrations. Subsequently, someone had vandalized her window. Ju Xiong cast a sharp glance at Chen Ershao. Could it be that the person who shattered her glass was this very boy? Did you break my window? Ju Xiong glared at Chen Ershao, her voice laced with anger as she questioned him. Was it not costly to replace a window? Last night. Village chief Li was having quite a jolly time by the river. Chen Ershao lowered his voice conspiratorially. Don't speak nonsense. Ju Xiong, being quite astute, immediately sensed that something was amiss and urgently interjected. Ershao, I want to stay at school, I'm too afraid to go home. At that moment, Yu Xiaohong approached timidly. Very well, I still have 30 yuan on me, you can take it. Chen Ershao pulled out the 30 yuan he had earned from selling fish yesterday and handed it to Yu Xiaohong. Thank you, Ershao. Yu Xiaohong's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. She had not a single cent to her name. This 30 yuan was a tremendous help to her. The county town was 30 li away from Lijiagu village, when just a li beyond the village lay a highway, with a bus to the county running every hour. Chen Ershao accompanied Yu Xiaohong to the highway to wait for the bus. The villagers gradually dispersed. Ju Xiong hesitated for a moment before suddenly turning and chasing after Chen Ershao and Yu Xiaohong. Upon reaching the village entrance, Chen Ershao noticed Zhexiang catching up and stopped to wait. "Aunt Zhexiang, why are you coming over?" Chen Ershao asked. "Xiaohong has no money, and with exams fast approaching, she can't go hungry. I haven't brought much with me either, but here's 50 yuan for her." Zhexiang produced 50 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Yu Xiaohong. "Thank you, Aunt Zhexiang. I won't forget your kindness," Yu Xiaohong said hastily as she accepted the money. At this moment, she truly needed funds, as living at school required spending on meals. Without money, she would go hungry, and how could one face exams on an empty stomach? Aunt Zhexiang feigned nonchalance as she accompanied Yu Xiaohong to the highway. The three quickly arrived at the bus stop and, after a few minutes, a bus arrived. Yu Xiaohong boarded the bus and departed. "Ershao, did you see Li Chonggui by the river last night?" Once Yu Xiaohong had left, Zhexiang immediately inquired. "Yes. I witnessed quite a spectacle." Chen Ershao recounted the events of the previous night. "That bastard Li Chonggui, no wonder he had the audacity to tell me that if he couldn't father a son or daughter soon, he would divorce me." "Humph, so he has been seeing someone else all along." Zhexiang seethed with rage. "Hihi, so you were hoping I could help you conceive a son yesterday?" Chen Ershao chuckled. Zhexiang's face turned beet red. I had no other choice. I had long suspected he was seeing another woman, but I did not wish for a divorce. After much contemplation, I thought of asking for your assistance, as men are insatiable creatures, and I feared that if I sought help from another, I would be unable to extricate myself, ultimately ruining my reputation. You are a simpleton, and quite obedient. I thought you would become clingy. Little did I know you were worse than those men, playing the fool." Zhexiang glared at Chen Ershao after finishing her words. "Aunt Zhexiang, how about we finish what we started?" Chen Ershao felt a sudden impulse. That scoundrel Li Chonggui had swindled him of 50 yuan. "Humph, today, let us see how he reacts to a little hat trick." "Get lost." Zhexiang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no one else in sight. Men truly are despicable creatures. Even you, a fool, are no exception. Out here in the wilderness, you dare to think of such things. Zhexiang rolled her eyes and quickened her pace back towards the village. "Why does the mood shift so abruptly? I was merely trying to help." Chen Ershao swallowed hard, feeling aggrieved. "Forget about yesterday, keep it to yourself and do not speak of it to anyone." Zhexiang suddenly turned back and declared. "Fine." Chen Ershao shrugged. Was he the type to gossip? Humph, the atmosphere had turned awkward, and the two walked in silence, one ahead of the other. However, as they reached the village entrance, they spotted Li Chonggui, furious, standing in the middle of the road. "Chonggui, what are you doing standing there?" Zhexiang glared at Li Chonggui, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. "What am I doing? I'm here to catch you in the act, you filthy woman. Tell me, what have you been doing with this boy?" Li Chonggui pointed at Zhexiang and shouted. "Yu Xiaohong is heading to school. We were concerned that Yu Chenglong might force her to return home, so we accompanied her to catch the bus." "How dare you accuse us of infidelity, Li Chonggui? Have you ever seen anyone commit adultery in the open?" Zhexiang shouted in exasperation. "Yu Chenglong's affairs are none of your business. What gives you the right to meddle? You clearly went on a date with this boy and refused to admit it. Humph, if I don't beat you today, we'll get a divorce. Sign this." Li Chonggui suddenly produced a piece of paper, which turned out to be a divorce agreement. You scoundrel, you had this prepared all along, just waiting for an opportunity to throw dirt on my name, didn't you?" "Humph, if it's divorce, so be it." Zhexiang was instantly enraged, snatching the divorce agreement to sign it. "Wait, Aunt Zhexiang, you should read the divorce agreement carefully. It might require you to admit to infidelity and leave you with nothing. You would be at a severe disadvantage." Chen Ershao interjected from behind. "Ah." Zhexiang suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly examined the contents of the agreement. To her dismay, Chen Ershao was indeed correct. The divorce agreement stipulated that she would leave with nothing. "Ershao, mind your own business. If you say another word, I swear I'll kill you." Li Chonggui roared in response. Had Zhexiang signed, the matter would have been settled. Little did he expect that this fool would ruin everything with a single utterance. "Li Chonggui, do you want to fight?" Chen Ershao glared defiantly, stepping forward. Chapter 10. Each with a purpose. Li Chonggui was taken aback. He had just heard about the incident involving Chen Ershao being beaten. The dozen or so individuals that Chen Ershao had brought along were all battered, and unexpectedly, Ershao had shed his foolish demeanor, transforming into a formidable figure. Who could he possibly reason with now? Ershao, you'd best be on your way. This matter does not concern you, Li Chongwei declared, despite the trepidation he felt within. After all, he was the village chief. How dare this lad lay a hand on the village head? How can it not concern me? You accuse me of having an affair with Aunt Juxiang, tarnishing not only her reputation but mine as well. Can you simply dismiss it by claiming it has nothing to do with me? Chen Ershao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Aunt Juxiang, his posture suggesting he was ready to fight. Ershao, don't you dare lay a finger on him. This really is none of your business. You should hurry home. Aunt Juxiang urgently pulled Chen Ershao back. If he were to strike Li Chongwei, the village chief would undoubtedly retaliate. Li Chongwei was well acquainted with the local police, and should Ershao find himself in trouble, he would likely face dire consequences. Aunt Juxiang, do not fear him. Even if he wishes to divorce, he must part with half of his assets. Who gets to divorce without offering any compensation? Chen Ershao asserted immediately. Ershao, you've never attended a day of school. How do you understand the law? Aunt Juxiang was taken aback. This lad, who had always been perceived as simple-minded, had somehow grasped the concept of using legal recourse to safeguard himself. Where could one even begin to reason with this? Aunt Juxiang, by taught myself, Chen Ershao proclaimed proudly. After receiving a legacy, he had completed all the educational material from elementary to high school within a year. The knowledge had spontaneously manifested in his mind, and he was uncertain how he had come to comprehend it all. Strangely enough, he had also learned to read. Subsequently, he had utilized the money he earned from fishing each day to purchase textbooks, completing 9 years of education within a year. Consequently, he had saved not a single penny, as he could not bear to forgo buying rice and flour. All his savings had gone towards books. Ershao, you are truly remarkable. Just you wait. Li Chongwei glared menacingly at Ershao before snatching the divorce agreement and storming off. This little brat had thwarted his plans. He would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to retaliate. Ershao, you promised to help Yu Xiaohong repay her debt, but where will you procure such a large sum? 50,000 is no small amount. Those who work outside the village only earn that much in a year. How can you possibly gather it in a month? Once Li Chongwei had departed, Aunt Juxiang turned to Ershao, inquiring. Previously, she had refrained from walking with Ershao out of fear that Li Chongwei would encounter them. However, now that the situation had escalated to this extent, what was there to fear? Aunt, I plan to venture to the mountains across the river to gather medicinal herbs. Right now, herbal medicine is quite valuable. I should be able to raise the 50,000, Ershao replied eagerly. Going to the deep mountains to gather herbs, that is exceedingly perilous. You must exercise utmost caution, Aunt Juxiang exclaimed, startled. There were indeed medicinal herbs on that mountain, and they were worth a great deal. Nevertheless, the mountains were also home to numerous wild beasts. There had been accounts of people encountering black bears and never returning. Do not worry, I shall be fine. Aunt Juxiang, your concern for me seems to suggest you wish to finish what was left undone. Haha, Chen Ershao jested. Get lost. We are on the brink of divorce. There is no time for such nonsense. You wish to burden me further. Aunt Juxiang shot him a glance of disdain. If it were mine, I would take care of it. Haha, Chen Ershao chuckled. You dream. Off you go. Aunt Juxiang chided with a laugh before turning away. Li Chongwei was resolute in his desire to divorce her, and she indeed needed to contemplate her future. There was no time to bicker with this young fool. Upon returning home, Chen Ershao tidied up the yard, grabbed a 3-pronged iron fork, and slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder before setting off. By the riverside, a group of young women were washing clothes. Upon seeing Chen Ershao approach, their eyes instantly lit up. Ershao, what are you planning to do? Sister-in-law, I'm going to gather herbs on the mountain across the river. Ershao, you are 18 now, all grown up, you should marry. Shall I introduce you to someone good? She is pretty and has money. If you wish, you can move right into her family's home. What do you think, sister-in-law? Are you suggesting I become a son-in-law? That I shall not do. Ershao, my clothes have been swept away by the river. Could you please retrieve them for me? Quickly, before they disappear, with a swift motion, a bamboo pole was thrust into the water, and a garment was instantly lifted, landing on the riverbank. Wow, that was quite the impressive move. Someone exclaimed in admiration. However, Chen Ershao had already paddled his bamboo raft towards the opposite bank. Hey, this kid is clearly quite capable. Why did he use to jump into the river to help us retrieve our clothes? Sometimes he would even push us far out to fetch them, leaving us soaked. Suddenly, someone seemed to connect the dots. Oh dear, just the other day when we were bathing, he was right there beside us. It seems he was merely pretending. He has been taking advantage of us, a girl suddenly cried out. I can't believe you've been eyeing his muscles all along. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. A wave of laughter erupted. They all had ulterior motives, no need to feign innocence. Chapter 11. Master Wujio of Guangfa town. Having reached the opposite bank of the river, Chen Ershao secured the bamboo raft and began his ascent up the mountain alone. In the past, due to his intellectual challenges, his adoptive father, Chen Doji, had never allowed him to venture up the mountain, fearful that he might encounter unforeseen accidents without proper supervision. It was only when he grew a bit older that he accompanied Chen Doji on a couple of excursions, though he dared not venture far, merely collecting some mushrooms and wild vegetables from relatively safe areas. Now, having inherited the knowledge of myriad insects and plants, he possessed a certain understanding of herbal medicine, complemented by the divine ability of clairvoyance. Thus, he resolved to delve deeper into the mountains, hoping to chance upon some wild herbs that he could sell for a profit. The villagers frequently entered the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, and even inhabitants from neighboring villages would come to collect mountain goods, leaving little of value to be found nearby. Consequently, Chen Ershao made his way further into the depths of the forest. At that moment, Li Chongwei appeared by the riverbank. Upon seeing the village chief approach, the women who had been washing clothes hastily packed their belongings and departed. They were well aware that Li Chongwei was not a man of good character, having entangled himself with several women in the village. His notoriety as a short gunman and quick-draw artist had long circulated among the middle-aged women. Observing their swift exit, Li Chongwei rolled his eyes. He then took out his phone and made a call. Shortly thereafter, 2 vans came to a halt outside the village, and 6 burly men leapt out, carrying several inflatable rafts. Li Chongwei nodded at them before sauntering back to the village, feigning nonchalance, while the men quickly crossed the river in the rafts, stowed them away, and ventured into the mountains. Humph! You fool, do you really think you can oppose me? Today, you shall learn your lesson. Li Chongwei sneered as he watched the men disappear into the woods before returning to the village. Chen Ershao continued his journey deeper into the mountains, distancing himself further from the village. Gradually, he could hear the eerie roars of wild beasts in the distance, sending a chill down his spine. You fool! Aren't you afraid the beasts will tear you apart? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Chen Ershao saw 7 men approaching, each bearing a fierce expression and wielding knives or short blades. Who sent you? Chen Ershao queried directly, quickly grasping the situation. That's none of your concern. Kneel down and kowtow to us a few times, and we might spare your life. Otherwise, we shall beat you to a pulp and leave you in the mountains for the bears to feast on. One of the men shouted at Chen Ershao. Have you considered that you too might become a meal for the bears? Chen Ershao retorted with a smirk. Ha! This kid has some audacity. The group burst into laughter at his response. Don't believe me, then why not test it? Chen Ershao set down his backpack and the steel fork beside him, speaking calmly. Wow! UVE, put down your fork. No wonder they call you Ershao. I see now that it's not confidence but sheer foolishness. One of the men scoffed. He had been contemplating how to disarm Ershao, as that fork was indeed a formidable weapon. To his astonishment, the fool had relinquished it willingly. I won't need it to deal with you lot, my fists will suffice, Chen Ershao said with a cold smile. This idiot looks like he is asking for a beating. He deserves to die here, another man exclaimed angrily as he swung his blade at Chen Ershao, aiming for his shoulder. With a swift sidestep, Chen Ershao narrowly evaded the blow, the blade slicing just an inch away from his body. In a sudden motion, he lifted his knee, striking the attacker's wrist, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. With a flurry of blows, Chen Ershao landed several resounding slaps across the face of the stunned assailant, who fell to the ground, dazed and disoriented. This kid's quite formidable. Let us all take him down together. The others exchanged glances and lunged at Chen Ershao simultaneously, with 6 blades aimed at him. Chen Ershao deftly dodged, vanishing from their sight. In the brief moment of their confusion, 2 of the men suddenly felt a crushing blow from behind, stumbling forward and collapsing to the ground. Before the remaining assailants could react, they too found themselves on the receiving end of merciless kicks, all sprawled helplessly on the ground. Who sent you? Chen Ershao inquired coldly. Kid, you'll be terrified to hear this. Have you heard of the infamous Master Wujio? One man groaned as he struggled to rise. Humph, apologies, but I've never heard of him. Speak of someone I do know, Chen Ershao replied icily. You've never heard of Master Wujio? Let me inform you, no one in Guangfa town dares to disrespect him. If you harm us today, he won't let you off lightly, the man proclaimed arrogantly. Is that so? Then I must ascertain just how he intends to make me pay. Chen Ershao stepped forward and, with a swift motion, stomped down on the man's shin. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply. Ah! The man screamed in agony, clutching his leg as he writhed on the ground. The others stood frozen in shock. This fool truly feared nothing. Who in Guangfa town would dare to defy Master Wu Jiu? This man was the first. Now, tell me, who sent that so-called Master Jiu to deal with me? Chen Ershao continued his interrogation. It was Li Chongwei. He asked Master Jiu for help, then Master Jiu sent us to confront you. Another man trembled, his bravado dissipating. Humph. Li Chongwei, so it was he. A cold smile crept across Chen Ershao's lips, the flicker of fury igniting within him. That scoundrel was playing tricks on him. Very well, he would ensure that Li Chongwei received his due attention upon his return. Scram. Go back and inform Master Wu Jiu that if he dares to provoke me again, he will be the next to lose a leg. Chen Ershao commanded suddenly. The men hastily assisted their injured companion and fled down the mountain in haste. What's this? As they retreated, Chen Ershao noticed a mobile phone lying on the ground. Chapter 12. The ancestor of the Nine Hells. Chen Ershao cast a glance at the mobile phone lying on the ground, initially reluctant to pick it up. He did not own a phone himself, but throughout the past year, the meager earnings he had accumulated were entirely spent on purchasing books. With barely enough to eat, what use was a mobile phone? However, living in this era, how could one be oblivious to the existence of smartphones? It seemed that age was no barrier. From children to the elderly, regardless of wealth or poverty, everyone possessed a mobile device. Encounters between people typically consisted of a few exchanged pleasantries before they lowered their heads to engage with their phones. Thus, Chen Ershao was naturally aware of smartphones, but having been somewhat foolish in the past, it appeared no one had ever bothered to call him. Just as he turned to leave, the phone on the ground suddenly vibrated twice. Hesitating for a moment, he picked it up. A message notification appeared on the screen. What is this? How do I operate it? Chen Ershao felt a bit bewildered, having never interacted with one before. He swiped the screen a couple of times, but it seemed unresponsive. Never mind, I'll gather herbs first. He casually tossed the phone into his bamboo basket, slung it over his shoulder, and continued deeper into the mountains, occasionally activating his divine vision to scan the surroundings. There appears to be a light over there. Suddenly, Chen Ershao felt a jolt in his heart. Through his divine vision, he discerned a faint glow in the distance. When he deactivated his vision, the light vanished. Activating it again, the glow reappeared. Could there be some treasure ahead? Chen Ershao immediately dashed toward that direction. Given his current physique, his speed while climbing the mountain was no slower than others running on flat ground. What does it mean to have a light figure, as agile as a monkey? Had those who previously witnessed his climbing prowess seen him then, they would likely have been too intimidated to act. Before long, Chen Ershao arrived before the source of the light, only to discover it was a sheer cliff. The rock face towered 2 zhong high and was 4 to 5 zhong wide, impeccably smooth as if cut by a knife. Chen Ershao was taken aback. If this place truly was cut by a blade, what kind of knife and force would be required to cleave such a massive section? Nine Hells Cave. Chen Ershao activated his divine vision once more, revealing a 2-meter-high cave entrance in the cliff. Above the entrance were inscribed the words Nine Hells Cave. As Chen Ershao stared at the rock face in a trance, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze behind him, sending shivers down his spine. He turned swiftly, only to find a massive brown bear staring back at him. What the hell? Chen Ershao exclaimed, utterly startled. This creature was enormous and utterly terrifying. He instinctively tightened his grip on the iron fork, assuming a defensive posture. However, the brown bear showed no signs of aggression, merely standing there, staring at him vacantly. After a brief stalemate, it turned and walked away. Chen Ershao was left in a state of confusion. Wasn't this creature supposed to be ferocious? It certainly didn't seem that way. Turning back to the rock face, he noticed that the cave entrance was hidden from the eyes of an ordinary person, only visible through his divine vision. Could he enter? Chen Ershao hesitated. After a brief moment, he tentatively extended a foot toward the rock face. Indeed, his foot slipped into the cave entrance. Suddenly a colossal force, one he could not resist, pulled him inside. Chen Ershao fell to the ground. What is this place? He scrambled to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. The cave appeared extensive. The entrance he had just come through seemed to be sealed by some force, allowing him to see outside, much like a pane of glass. Yet, he realized he could not exit. His iron fork and bamboo basket lay abandoned outside. Since there was no way out, he might as well venture deeper. Steeling himself, Chen Ershao trudged further into the cave, which grew darker with each step. However, he paid it no mind. To his eyes, night and day were merely different shades. After walking for what felt like 10 minutes, he suddenly stepped into a vast chamber. This appeared to be an ancient cave dwelling, measuring at least 500 square meters and towering 20 zhong high. Above, a circular hole with a diameter of 1 meter allowed light to pour in, illuminating the cave significantly. The walls of the cave were sheer and smooth, ascending them seemed impossible. In the center of the chamber lay a stone bed, measuring 2 zhong in length and width. Chen Ershao had never seen such a large bed before. Since he could not leave, he may as well take a look. Approaching the stone bed, he reached out to touch it and was taken aback by the chilling cold that radiated from it. What the hell? Suddenly, he noticed a small creature, no larger than a palm, lying atop the enormous stone bed. Had he not scrutinized it closely, he might have mistaken it for a small rock. A bear cub. Chen Ershao was astonished. A cub of that size should have just been born, yet this one shimmered with a radiant coat. Kid. Kneel. A voice suddenly boomed, startling Chen Ershao, who whipped around to see no one. He glanced back at the little bear cub. No way, are you talking? Yes, it's me. Kneel down, quickly. Indeed, the voice emanated from the diminutive bear cub. You're not even as big as my palm, and you want me to kneel? I could easily toss you out of that hole up there if I wanted to, Chen Ershao retorted angrily. Listen here, no one has ever dared speak to me, the ancestor of the 9 hells, in such a manner for countless years. Do you believe I could end your life in an instant? The bear cub shot back. Ancestor of the 9 hells, you look like this, and you claim to be an ancestor. Fine, I'll take you home and feed you to the dogs, Chen Ershao chuckled, reaching out to grab the little bear cub. Kid, let go of me, the bear cub protested, struggling in vain. What will you do if I don't? Chen Ershao laughed mischievously. I'll bite you. The bear cub suddenly opened its mouth and sank its teeth into Chen Ershao's finger. Ouch. Chen Ershao yelped, but instead of tossing the cub away, he gently placed it back on the bed, then glared at his injured finger, fuming. How dare you bite me? Humph, if it weren't for your size, I would have smashed you to pieces. Unbeknownst to him, the bear cub smacked its lips, seemingly finding Chen Ershao's blood quite delectable. Hey, kid, your blood tastes really good. Give me another sip. Chapter 13. The Sprite. Do you still wish to drink my blood? Dream on. Humph. I, too, possess a temper. You know, if you provoke me further, I might just toss you to your demise. Chen Ershao threatened deliberately. Let me have just a sip, and I shall bestow upon you countless benefits. I, the ancestor of the 9 nether, am a being of my word, the little bear cub suddenly exclaimed. Are you truly the ancestor of the 9 nether, the master of this cave? What means do you possess to facilitate my escape? Chen Ershao inquired with sudden skepticism, observing the little creature whose fur shone brightly and who spoke with unusual eloquence, appearing indeed to be extraordinary. Perhaps he truly held a means of liberation. Of course, I am the ancestor of the 9 nether. You must have seen a great brown bear outside the cave. That is my descendant, the guardian of this entrance for countless generations. He permitted your entry because you possess the ability to perceive the restrictions I have placed, indicating our fated connection. Escaping is quite simple. To agree to allow me a daily sip of your blood, and I shall escort you out. We can forge a blood pact, as long as you become my beastly servant. I assure you that a bright future awaits you. The ancestor of the 9 nether declared with pride. What? I am the master, and you are the servant. I might consider that, but you, a bear no larger than a rat, aspire to be the master. Have you been trapped here for so long that you've lost your wits? Chen Ershao retorted with a disdainful curl of his lip. No. You must become my servant, the ancestor of the 9 nether suddenly shouted from atop the stone bed. Shouting at me? Ha, watch as I hurl you from this abyss. Chen Ershao exclaimed, seizing the little bear cub and preparing to throw him. Stop, 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 the little bear cub cried out in haste. All right, let us both take a step back. How about we forgo servitude and become brothers instead? That is worth considering. Chen Ershao mused after releasing the bear cub. Consider? What nonsense, let us hastily sign the contract. The little bear cub leapt onto Chen Ershao's hand, muttering incantations under his breath. Suddenly, he beat down once more on Chen Ershao's finger. In an instant, Chen Ershao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, followed by a surge of information from the ancestor of the 9 nether. Are you truly the ancestor of the 9 nether? Chen Ershao asked, gazing at the little bear cub that stubbornly clung to his finger. Indeed. Once, I was the master of the 9 nether palace. However, I was betrayed, wounded in my essence. By the time I escaped that realm, I was severely depleted and unable to recover. Hence, I took refuge in this cave, relying on this cold jade bed to survive until today. My body has gradually deteriorated from that of a proud sovereign to this state. To be frank, if I do not receive treatment soon, I have but 2 years left to live. Fortunately, I encountered you. Your essence possesses the potential for my restoration. The ancestor of the Nine Nether explained. What? Do you perceive me as some sort of elixir? A single taste could grant you immortality. Chen Ershao scoffed, incredulous at the notion that his blood bore such power. Very well, in due time you will comprehend. Let us depart from this place fast. The ancestor of the Nine Nether stated. Foregoing further discussion, Chen Ershao lifted the ancestor of the Nine Nether and tucked him into his embrace before making his way outside. Indeed, upon reaching the cave entrance, they effortlessly passed through the barrier and emerged into the open air. Ancestor, outside the cave, the massive brown bear suddenly knelt and called out. Yet, the ancestor of the Nine Nether, now bonded through the blood pact with Chen Ershao, understood the bear's utterance. Brother, what brings you to this mountain? The ancestor of the Nine Nether inquired. Herb gathering. To make a profit. Chen Ershao replied candidly. Herb gathering. This mountain harbors a few thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, originally left to enhance the cave's spiritual energy. If you desire them, I shall grant them to you. However, their acquisition will depend on your capabilities, for these herbs have existed for far too long and may have developed sentience. I fear I can no longer control them. The ancestor of the Nine Nether stated. Spiritual herbs. Quickly, take me to see them. Chen Ershao exclaimed with delight. The brown bear let out another call. Chen Ershao instantly understood and leapt onto the back of the great bear. The bear rose and galloped up the mountain, remarkably agile and swift. Before long, they arrived at a peak. Dismounting from the bear's back, Chen Ershao discovered that they stood at the summit of the cave, with a 1-meter-wide opening allowing a glimpse into the depths below. Surrounding this opening were numerous herbs. Chen Ershao was astonished upon seeing ginseng over 1,000 years old, aged hishowu, and a tree bearing an abundance of 1,000-year-old resha mushrooms. Little ones, come forth, the ancestor of the Nine Nether suddenly called out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, several diminutive sprites, each barely a foot tall, appeared before Chen Ershao. These little beings, allow me to introduce you to my contract brother, Chen Ershao. From this day forth, I shall depart from this place, leaving with my brother from this desolate old forest. The cave and the precious cold jade bed may be at your disposal. However, my brother requires some herbs, so I ask that you all contribute a little. The ancestor of the Nine Nether addressed the sprites. The sprites disregarded the ancestor of the Nine Nether, gazing up at Chen Ershao with expressions of confusion and disdain. What was so extraordinary about this ordinary fellow? Old monster of the Nine Nether, you have mere days left to live. Why should we heed your words, to give our progeny to this common boy? A high-pitched voice chimed in. Little brat. How dare you look down upon me? Chen Ershao exclaimed, placing his hands on his hips and feigning an imposing demeanor. Humph, if you can catch me, I shall listen to you, the sprite retorted with a dismissive smirk. In an instant, it vanished from sight. Ha, if you wish to hide, at least choose a better spot. Standing still does not render you invisible. Do you believe I cannot kick you in half? Chen Ershao shouted in frustration. The sprite froze momentarily, astonished that this boy could indeed see him. Was it possible he was not deceiving? Cautiously, the sprite shifted to the side. Very well, I shall see just how far you can go. Suddenly, Chen Ershao stood directly in front of the sprite, fixing his gaze upon it. Chapter 14. I am divorced. The little sprite gazed at Chen Ershao with a hint of skepticism, astonished that this fellow could actually perceive her while she was cloaked in invisibility. She could not advance any further, lest she inadvertently collide with him. With a swift motion, the sprite changed direction and tiptoed forward. Ha ha ha, come back here. Chen Ershao exclaimed, bending low to grasp the leaf atop the sprite's head, lifting her effortlessly. You can truly see me, the sprite exclaimed in astonishment. Of course I can. Very well. A wager's terms must be honored. Upon finishing her words, the sprite abruptly raised her hand, causing 10-century-old ginseng roots and a millennium-old root to soar from the ground and land gracefully in Chen Ershao's embrace. All right. You win this round, however, you must not divulge our secrets to anyone, the other two sprites chimed in unison. Shortly thereafter, 10-century-old and 1 millennium-old Hishowu also ascended into Chen Ershao's arms. Finally, a piece of Ganedama appeared, but the millennium-old variety was a snow Ganedama, boasting far superior medicinal properties than its ordinary counterpart. Goodness gracious, I have acquired such a treasure trove. Chen Ershao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, at a loss for words. These medicinal herbs were undoubtedly of great value. Surely they were worth not just 50,000, but perhaps 500,000, or even 5 million. Thank you all. Chen Ershao bowed deeply to the sprites before preparing to descend the mountain. Brother. Simply descend from here, you can exit the cave without taking a longer route, the ancient ancestor of Joyo suddenly interjected. That is indeed a splendid idea. Chen Ershao replied, turning back to the cave entrance and leaping down with determination. This entrance was difficult to ascend from within the cave, yet descending was remarkably easy, provided one possessed the requisite strength, otherwise, a fall could lead to grave consequences. Thud. Chen Ershao's feet struck the ground with a dull thud. Nevertheless, he felt no discomfort. Rising to his feet, he strode confidently towards the cave's exit. The cave entrance above, the three sprites looked on in astonishment as Chen Ershao walked away into the distance. This fellow seemed rather extraordinary indeed. Brother Ershao, you just captured that ginseng sprite, why did you not bring her back? You could have obtained even more ginseng, the ancient ancestor of Joyo inquired during their return journey. Surely they have lived for well over 1,000 years. It is no small feat for them to cultivate into sprites, they deserve a chance at survival, Chen Ershao replied, shaking his head. Indeed, if not for the guardianship of my ancestors through the generations, they might never have had the opportunity to become sprites. I have endured here for 3,500 years now, all my hopes for revenge rest upon your shoulders, my brother, the ancient ancestor of Joyo sighed deeply. Rest upon my shoulders. How may I assist you? Chen Ershao queried with sudden curiosity. This is a lengthy process, there is no haste, we shall discuss it further upon our return. Allow me a moment's respite, the ancient ancestor of Joyo said, burrowing into Chen Ershao's embrace to sleep. Having consumed a few drops of Chen Ershao's blood, the ancient ancestor detected a lingering aura from his former world within Chen Ershao, which was of utmost significance to him. However, he had grown overwhelmingly excited that day, having engaged in much activity, and now felt utterly fatigued. By the time Chen Ershao emerged from the mountains, twilight had settled in. Yet, a few women were still by the riverside, washing clothes and occasionally glancing towards the mountain's direction. They had not seen Chen Ershao return, but they had witnessed several men from a neighboring village emerging from the mountains, bearing signs of a scuffle. One of them had even suffered a broken leg. Juxiong appeared anxious at the village entrance, frequently looking towards the mountain. She had already signed the divorce agreement with Li Chongwei and completed the necessary formalities in town, receiving a sum of 100,000 yuan in return. However, what truly compelled her to finalize the divorce was not the monetary compensation, but rather having overheard Li Chongwei conspiring with others over the phone, seemingly plotting against Chen Ershao. After years of living with Li Chongwei, she was acutely aware that he was no paragon of virtue, having committed numerous misdeeds both overtly and covertly. She believed that by agreeing to the divorce, Li Chongwei would cease his harassment of Ershao. Thus, she consented to the separation, yet, as night fell, her apprehension grew. Ershao had yet to return. She felt a pang of guilt at the thought of having endangered this naive soul. Splash. Splash. The sound of a bamboo raft gliding through the water announced Chen Ershao's return from across the river. Ershao, why have you been in the mountains all day? I was waiting to buy the fish you caught. One of the women stood up and shouted upon spotting his silhouette, inexplicably filled with excitement. Was she, too, succumbing to the fervor of infatuation? Sister Xiaohua. I will catch you a fish right now, Chen Ershao declared, setting down the bamboo basket on the raft, placing the ancient ancestor of Joyo inside, then diving headfirst into the river, having spotted a large fish beneath the surface. Splash. With a flourish, Chen Ershao emerged from the water, triumphantly holding a fish that weighed over 6 pounds. Ershao, you are incredible, the women by the riverside exclaimed in unison. Juxiong's face lit up with joy upon seeing that this young man had finally returned. However, as she turned to head home, she suddenly realized that she might no longer have a home to return to. Where should she go? Juxiong found herself engulfed in a cloud of confusion. After catching 2 fish in the river, Chen Ershao climbed back onto the bamboo raft and returned to the riverbank. He sold 1 fish to Xiaohua for 10 yuan, as that was all she had in her pocket, while he kept the other for dinner. Securing the raft, he slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder, and as he entered his home, he was taken aback to find Juxiong already inside, diligently preparing a fire for cooking. Ershao, I knew you would bring back fish, come here quickly, today, you shall taste your auntie's cooking, Juxiong said, rising to take the fish from Chen Ershao as he stood frozen at the doorway. Aunt Juxiong, you are making me dinner? Chen Ershao asked, his surprise palpable. What? Do you not appreciate my cooking? Juxiang retorted, rolling her eyes. I do. I absolutely love it. Chen Ershao replied, his joy evident. In truth, during his time as a simpleton, he had subsisted on unsatisfactory fare while his adoptive father was alive, and after his passing, he had gradually honed his culinary skills, albeit only for fish, which constituted the bulk of his diet. I have divorced Li Chongwei, Juxiang suddenly announced. Oh. Chen Ershao was momentarily stunned. Chapter 15. Keeping one's word. And you really got a divorce. Chen Ershao trembled in shock. You got divorced, then you came to my house, and then what? Who can tell me what to do? Of course it's true. Now Aunt has nowhere else to go, so I can only come here. Juxiang glanced at Ershao as she spoke. Staying, of course, that's not a problem, Chen Ershao said, swallowing hard. The thought of spending the night together suddenly stirred something within him. Although Juxiang was already 28, her figure and appearance was still quite appealing. Half look at you, so scared. I'm only staying for one night. Tomorrow, I'll find a place, perhaps. I might leave Lijogo village, Juxiang said with a hint of sadness. Chen Ershao was momentarily speechless. He quickly pretended everything was normal and entered the house, setting down the bamboo basket from his shoulder. He took out Jiu from the basket. Juxiang cooked a pot of rice and stewed a fish. The fragrant meal instantly filled Chen Ershao with a sense of home. After setting the table and bringing in the food, Juxiang suddenly noticed the little dog that Chen Ershao was holding. Ershao, didn't you go into the mountains? Where did you get this teacup dog? It's quite adorable, Juxiang exclaimed. Teacup dog? Oh, I found it in the mountains, Chen Ershao replied, taken aback. He had never actually seen what a teacup dog looked like. However, since Aunt Juxiang said so, he decided to go along with it. After all, he couldn't casually share the matter of Jiu with others. Ershao, is this the medicinal herb you gathered? Juxiang suddenly exclaimed as she spotted a basket full of lingji, nearly dropping her jaw. It was already remarkable to find a single wild lingji, let alone an entire basket. This was nothing short of a miracle. And inside there is a century-old ginseng, a century-old hishou, and a century-old lingji. Moreover, there is also a 1,000-year-old ginseng, a 1,000-year-old hishou, and a 1,000-year-old blood lingji, Chen Ershao quickly explained. 1,000-year-old, Ershao, you must quickly hide these. You cannot let anyone else know. Juxiang nearly collapsed as her legs weakened. A century-old ginseng is not something to be taken lightly. Such things are worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. And, do you recognize these herbs? Do you know how much they are worth? Chen Ershao immediately inquired. Li Chongwei once bought a wild ginseng to gift to the town chief, claiming it was 10 years old, and it cost over 50,000. We don't know if it was truly 10 years old. However, if what you have is indeed a century-old ginseng, it should be worth at least hundreds of thousands, perhaps even a million. Juxiang responded promptly. If that is the case, tomorrow I'll take a century-old ginseng to the county town and see how much it can fetch. Chen Ershao declared. Yes. Ershao, you must keep these things safe. Always remember, wealth should not be revealed. Revealing it can lead to disaster, Juxiang insisted earnestly. The two of them tucked the herbs under the bed before sitting down to eat. Chen Ershao savored the delicious meal, realizing that Aunt Juxiang's cooking was far superior to his own, especially since he hadn't eaten rice in a long time. This meal felt extraordinarily satisfying. Buzz. Suddenly, a vibration emanated from beneath the bed. Juxiang quickly glanced at Ershao, realizing that the boy didn't have a mobile phone. Ershao suddenly remembered that there was a phone in the bamboo basket. He hurriedly pulled it out and retrieved the phone. Aunt Juxiang, this is someone else's phone. I found it in the mountains. That guy lost it. Chen Ershao recounted the incident where Li Chongwei had sent someone to chase him up the mountain. That scoundrel Li Chongwei. He will surely get his comeuppance, Juxiang remarked angrily. Her concerns had come true. Fortunately, Ershao had escaped unscathed, but just because he had avoided trouble didn't he absolve Li Chongwei of responsibility. She had already made a note of this grudge in her heart. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. Juxiang and Ershao looked out to see a large group of people storming into the courtyard. Ershao. Quickly hide, it's Wujo from the town bringing people, Juxiang exclaimed in alarm, urging Chen Ershao. Where can I hide? This is my home. If anyone dares to come here, I'll make sure they know their place, Chen Ershao replied coldly, rising to confront them. Juxiang, filled with worry, hurriedly followed him outside. Kid, are you Chen Ershao? As soon as he reached the door, a towering figure, standing nearly 6 feet tall with a muscular build and a menacing expression, confronted him. Ershao glanced at the man, recognizing him as a skilled fighter, exuding an aura befitting a martial artist. Behind him trailed at least a dozen others, including those who had appeared in the mountains before, though the one with the broken leg was absent. So you are Wujio? Didn't your men tell you that if you trouble me again, I'll break your legs? Chen Ershao smirked. Ha ha ha, you have quite the bravado. Do you know that boasting has its consequences? Wujio laughed heartily. In the entire Guangfa town, no one dared to provoke him. Even those in authority would steer clear of him, for he was a martial artist with connections in the county. In this small town, he wielded power over both the black and white markets. So you are here to cause me trouble? Chen Ershao asked suddenly. No, I'm not here to trouble you. I am here to break your legs. Wujio declared, his face contorting into a vicious snarl as he launched a kick toward Chen Ershao's shin. Chen Ershao felt a cold smile creeping across his face as he swiftly lifted his leg to meet the attack. Bang! The two legs collided with a resounding thud, crack. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Wujio's expression twisted in pain, his face contorting further as he realized that the leg he intended to break was now his own. The foolish boy seemed utterly unscathed. That kick was your doing, not mine. This one, however, is mine. I am a man of my word, Chen Ershao declared, suddenly unleashing a kick aimed at Wujio's other leg. Bang! A scream pierced the air as Wujio's massive frame toppled like a tower. The onlookers behind him were left in stunned silence. Chapter 16 The functions of a mobile phone. The formidable and towering figure of Master Wujio fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, accompanied by a wretched howl that left those behind him utterly dumbfounded. Who was Master Wujio? A seasoned martial artist. Over the past few years, he had encountered no rivals in the entirety of Guangfa town. Well, today was an exception. I offer you a chance, vanish from my sight within 10 seconds. Otherwise, none of your companions shall escape. Chen Ershao declared coldly. Bastard, you bunch of bastards, why aren't you hurrying to help me? Master Wujio turned to berate the dozen or so individuals trailing behind him. Instantly, those individuals snapped out of their daze and rushed to assist Master Wujio in his frantic retreat. They fled the courtyard and jumped into a vehicle, disappearing in an instant. Outside the yard, numerous villagers who had gathered to witness the spectacle were left in a state of shock. Master Wujio had been driven off by this fool. When had this young man undergone such a transformation? However, many also noticed Jixiang standing behind Chen Ershao, prompting a wave of confusion. How had the village chief's wife ended up in this fool's home? Jixiang, it appears you indeed have a connection with this simpleton. Suddenly, Li Chongwei burst forth from the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at Jixiang and shouting. Li Chongwei. You've already divorced me, and now you've forced me out. What business is it of yours whom I associate with? Jixiang shot him a resentful glare. Li Chongwei, you summoned people to the mountains, intending to secretly eliminate me. We shall settle this score in due time. I have all the time in the world to play with you. Chen Ershao remarked coolly, fixing his gaze upon Li Chongwei. The surrounding villagers experienced a moment of clarity. Oh, there is quite a drama unfolding here. How entertaining. Ershao, don't spout nonsense. What evidence do you have to accuse me of all this? Panic surged within Li Chongwei as he realized that even Master Wujio had failed to deal with this fool. Yet, admitting to such matters was out of the question. Evidence is not hard to come by. Would you like me to summon that bastard Wujio back for a confrontation? Chen Ershao retorted with a cold smile. I am not afraid of a confrontation. I did nothing wrong. Li Chongwei trembled at the thought of a confrontation but feigned bravado. He then redirected the conversation to Jixiang. Jixiang, it seems you've been involved with him for quite some time. You made the right choice in getting divorced. It I gave you 100,000. I should have kicked you out instead. With that, Li Chongwei cursed and, before Jixiang could respond, turned to leave. He genuinely feared that speaking too much might reveal more than intended. His original plan to eliminate Chen Ershao had been disrupted, and now things were getting complicated. And Jixiang, ignore him. Let us head back. I, Ershao, have been without parents since childhood, and my adoptive father has passed away. From now on, you shall be my dear aunt. I will take care of you. Chen Ershao proclaimed loudly. Jixiang felt a sudden warmth in her heart, realizing that Ershao was speaking to safeguard her reputation, addressing the villagers. A woman's reputation is of utmost importance. Although she had nearly made a foolish mistake, it had been under duress. She still valued her honor greatly. Ershao, I happen to have 100,000 on hand. I'll help you find a good wife. Jixiang immediately smiled at Chen Ershao, of course, speaking also for the benefit of the villagers. She genuinely hoped that Ershao would marry soon, allowing her to live in his household as an elder, thus avoiding the pointed fingers of gossip. Jiang Chenglong, pay 100,000, and I'll marry my daughter to Ershao. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, it was Yu Chenglong. He was indifferent to Jixiang's relationship with Chen Ershao. As long as there was money involved, he didn't care about relationships. After all, that would be a matter for his daughter in the future, not for him. Yu Chenglong. Xiaohong is preparing for university entrance exams. It's a crucial moment in her life. Can't you, as her father, have a bit of dignity? Do you want to ruin her future? Jixiang exclaimed, furious. Let me support her education, and then she marries into another family, working and earning for them. I'm not foolish. Why should I fund her? How am I lacking in dignity? Besides, you give me 100,000, and Xiaohong will belong to Asha's family. If you wish to support her education, then by all means. Yu Chenglong retorted, launching into a tirade of twisted reasoning. Ha 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 ha, the surrounding villagers erupted into laughter. Aunt Jixiang, ignore him. Let us go back for dinner, the food is getting cold. Chen Ershao gently urged Jixiang back inside. The money was earned through Jixiang's happiness, and he did not wish for her to sacrifice her meager savings for him. He was capable of finding a wife by himself. Moreover, at just 18, marriage was still a distant prospect. Why Yu Chenglong smacked his lips. If he could exchange Xiaohong for 100,000. Raising a daughter was lucrative. Perhaps he should hurry to have another child while his wife was still able to bear. Back in the house, Jixiang reheated the meal. After dining, an awkward silence descended upon the two. Despite the 10-year age gap, they were still a solitary man and woman. Aunt, you can sleep in the inner room tonight. It's a bit messy, but I'll tidy up shortly. Chen Ershao informed Jixiang. I can manage the cleaning myself. Jixiang quickly rose to tidy the room. Ershao, are all these your books? Upon entering the inner room, Jixiang was taken aback. A large stack of books lay on the bed, ranging from elementary to high school textbooks, along with some extracurricular reading. This couldn't possibly belong to Chendaji. That old fellow couldn't even recognize a single character until his dying day. Yes, Aunt Jixiang, I spent all the money I earned this past year on books. I never attended school, but the current generation cannot afford to be uneducated. Thus, I am self-studying at home. I must at least keep pace with compulsory education, haha. Chen Ershao chuckled, promptly relocating the books to a nearby spot. I never imagined you would be so accomplished. Jixiang observed Chen Ershao with renewed admiration. This young man had far exceeded the expectations of everyone in the village. He would undoubtedly become the most successful individual in the community. And, you know how to operate a mobile phone, right? After everything was sorted, Chen Ershao suddenly inquired about the mobile phone. I do. I have a phone as well. However, your phone has a lock screen password that prevents anyone else from accessing it. Come, I'll use my phone to teach you how to operate it. You should buy one in the county tomorrow. Jixiang promptly took out her phone and began instructing Chen Ershao. In half an hour, Chen Ershao had learned to turn the phone on and off, as well as navigate the various applications, including WeChat, banking, and more. Jixiang retired to the inner room to sleep. However, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Occasionally, she glanced towards the door, wondering if this fool might come by. Yet, she herself was uncertain whether she hoped for his visit or feared it. Meanwhile, Chen Ershao was engrossed in the mobile phone. He opened the app Tianyan Shentong, scrutinizing the wear on the keyboard, and discovered that 6 keys showed the most significant signs of use. Tentatively, he began pressing them once, twice, thrice. Suddenly, the screen lit up when the phone unlocked. Chapter 17. Who speaks again? Ershao suddenly broke into a silly grin. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently activated his phone. However, he soon discovered that his phone was filled with a plethora of unsightly content, an array of videos that stirred a fervor within him. Whoosh! Ershao abruptly descended from his bed, donning his clothes with utmost caution as he stealthily made his way outside. Upon exiting his room, he hurried towards the second floor of village chief Li Chonggue's residence. At that moment, within Li Chonggue's home, the young widow Zhao Cui was brazenly cohabitating with him, both of them oblivious to the fact that someone had quietly ascended to the second floor and was observing them from outside the window. 1,000 words omitted here. The following day, numerous villagers inexplicably found themselves with an additional friend and soon received a video. Before long, this video spread like wildfire throughout the village. Li Chonggue. Li Chonggue, look at this, what on earth is going on? Zhao Cui, still cocooned in her blankets, received a video that shockingly depicted the 3 minutes of the previous night. This terrified her. If it were to be disseminated, she would become a public figure. How could she possibly face the villagers after that? Who did this? Who the hell did this? Lee Chong-wei bellowed in fury. Who had the audacity to make public his 3-minute escapade? How could he possibly pursue other women now? Damn it, if I find out who that rascal is, I will surely make him pay. Ji-xiong prepared breakfast, and after Ershao finished his meal, he made ready to head to the county town. He carried a basket full of medicinal herbs, selecting one of each century-old variety to take with him as he planned to explore the county. At 18, the farthest he had ventured was Guangfa town. Never having set foot outside of it, Ji-xiong handed Ershao 50 yuan, knowing he would need fare for the round trip and money for meals, as he had not a single cent to his name. After Ershao departed, Ji-xiong cast a worried glance at the basket of medicinal herbs beneath the bed. This was a fortune worth millions, and leaving it here carelessly was untenable. If someone were to discover it, it would all be whisked away. After some contemplation, Ji-xiong suddenly decided to relocate the basket of herbs to Ershao's vegetable garden. The garden held a few vegetable plants and 2 plum trees. Ji-xiong planted the ginseng and hisho-wu in the vacant spots of the garden, hoping the vegetable leaves would conceal them from prying eyes. Now, the basket contained only the reishi mushroom and the adorably foolish little puppy. The ancient being, Jiu-yu, had drunk Ershao's blood twice that morning and then settled down to sleep inside the basket. With the essence of Ershao's body, he could gradually restore his strength. Unbeknownst to them, that essence was derived from the jade stone Ershao had acquired, a potent energy emanating from another realm. Ji-xiong had no inkling that this creature was an immense entity. She regarded him merely as a small puppy. She found his innocent sleeping demeanor quite endearing. Returning indoors, she concealed the reishi mushroom and placed the little puppy on the bed, allowing it to rest on Ershao's pillow, believing it would be more comfortable that way. Ji-xiong. You wretched woman, did you send out that video? Suddenly, a furious shout erupted as Lee Chong-wei stormed into the courtyard. Upon entering, he began to berate loudly. Lee Chong-wei, we are already divorced. Cease your nonsensical interference. Ji-xiong, unaware of the video's existence, assumed Lee Chong-wei had come to harass her in Ershao's absence, then rushed out. She knew that being outside might attract attention. At least there would be someone to intervene. Inside, if she were to be harmed, no one would know. Humph, Ji-xiong, don't think that just because Ershao can fight, he can protect you. Tell me, did you send out that video? Otherwise, I will make you pay. Lee Chong-wei pushed Ji-xiong roughly, shouting. What video? I have no idea what you are talking about. Ji-xiong exclaimed immediately. Hand me your phone. I want to see it. As he spoke, Lee Chong-wei lunged to snatch Ji-xiong's phone. Ji-xiong's strength was no match for Lee Chong-wei, and within moments, her phone was seized and opened using her fingerprint. Lee Chong-wei intended to locate the video but, after searching for quite some time, found nothing. Originally, he aimed to trace the source of Zhao Chui's video to identify the person who had sent it, but he discovered he did not recognize that individual. No matter how he tried to reach out, the person did not respond. He remained unaware that Ershao had turned off his phone. The first person he suspected was Ji-xiong, which prompted him to seek her out directly while Ershao was away. However, he had not anticipated that Ji-xiong's phone would contain no such video. Lee Chong-wei, you scoundrel, why are you rummaging through my phone? Ji-xiong shouted angrily. Ding-ling. Suddenly, Ji-xiong's phone emitted a notification sound. Lee Chong-wei promptly opened the message, only to find it was a video sent by Wang Er's wife. The protagonists of the video were none other than Lee Chong-wei and Zhao Chui. Attached was a message. Ji-xiong, this video has spread throughout the village. What the hell? Who the hell leaked it? Lee Chong-wei nearly lost his mind. Initially, he thought someone had merely sent it to Zhao Chui to extort her. To his dismay, it had circulated among the entire village. Damn it, crash. Lee Chong-wei smashed Ji-xiong's phone onto the ground, shattering it instantly. Lee Chong-wei, why did you break my phone? Ji-xiong yelled in outrage. Break your phone? I still want to beat you. Lee Chong-wei retorted, lunging towards Ji-xiong, needing to vent his pent-up anger. Get lost. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Both Lee Chong-wei and Ji-xiong were startled. The source of the voice was unknown to them, yet it felt alarmingly close. Lee Chong-wei. I'll give you 3 counts to live. If not, you shall face the consequences. 1, 2, 3. As the final count resounded, the bewildered Lee Chong-wei snapped back to reality and bolted outside, fearing that he might be incapacitated if he delayed. Ershao, it can't be you, right? Ji-xiong inquired, her face pale with shock. Meanwhile, within the room, the ancient being Jiu-yu, perched on the windowsill, shook his little head and returned to bed for more sleep. Chapter 18 Asking for directions. Ershao arrived in the county town by bus. The moment he stepped off, he was momentarily dazzled. So this is what people refer to as a city. Broad, flat concrete roads, towering, elegant buildings, pedestrians clad in an array of beautiful garments, and the incessant roar of cars speeding by. Hey, young man, where are you headed? Suddenly, a three-wheeled vehicle pulled up beside him. The driver, a rotund man with a jovial face, looked at the bewildered Ershao and asked with a sly smile, "What can I do for you?" "Excuse me, brother, could you tell me where there is a large traditional Chinese medicine shop nearby?" Ershao inquired eagerly. "A medicine shop? Our county boasts numerous establishments. What kind are you looking for?" The rotund driver scrutinized Ershao from head to toe and asked. "Naturally, the bigger, the better," Ershao replied promptly. Are you looking to buy medicine?" The driver's eyes brightened with curiosity. "I intend to sell medicine. Never mind, just tell me where the medicine shop is." Ershao was about to reveal the truth when he suddenly recalled Jusyong's admonition. "Do not reveal wealth, for it invites misfortune." Thus, he swiftly changed his response. He, the driver chuckled slyly. "Young man, I know of an excellent medicine shop. It's quite large. I'll take you there for 20. 20? Ershao swallowed hard. It had only cost him a few coins to travel from home to the county. How could this fellow demand 20 right off the bat? "I won't take the ride, just tell me where it is, and I'll walk there myself," Ershao stated resolutely. "If you're not taking the ride, why should I tell you?" "Humph." The driver pouted, but suddenly a glint of mischief crossed his face. "How about this? Tell me what kind of medicine you're selling. I might be interested." "Are you really looking to buy?" Ershao eyed the driver skeptically. "Well, that depends on what you're offering. If it's worthwhile, I might just make a purchase." The driver replied eagerly. "Wild ginseng, would you be interested?" Ershao produced a ginseng root from his pocket and presented it to the driver. "Wow, that's a fine specimen." The driver's eyes widened, and he gulped audibly. If that ginseng was indeed wild and of such considerable size, it could fetch a handsome sum. "I'll buy it. I'll buy it," the driver exclaimed, reaching out for the ginseng in Ershao's hand. In a swift motion, Ershao retracted his hand. "How much are you willing to pay me?" 50. 50, how does that sound? I won't shortchange you," the driver hastily replied. "What nonsense. Do you take me for a fool?" Ershao retorted angrily and turned to leave. "Young man, don't go. I truly wouldn't shortchange you. Let me propose this. I'll take you to the medicine shop, and whatever they offer you, I'll match it." "How does that sound?" The driver suddenly leaped off his tricycle and blocked Ershao's path. "Is that really true?" Ershao furrowed his brow, contemplating. "Of course, come on, hop on my vehicle, I'll take you to the shop," the driver insisted as he pulled Ershao onto the tricycle. With a cunning grin, he started the engine and drove off. Before long, they arrived at a somewhat secluded alley. The driver, brimming with pride, stepped down from the vehicle. "Young man, show me that ginseng of yours. If it meets my standards, I shall offer you a reasonable price. What do you say?" he said with a grin. 200,000. Show me the money, and I will show you the ginseng," Ershao replied coolly, remaining seated. He. "It would serve you well to show it now. Don't wait until I take action. My demeanor will change drastically then. Look around, no one can assist you here," the driver sneered ominously. "Oh really? It seems no one can help you either. Do you believe you can seize the ginseng from me?" Ershao responded nonchalantly. "You little brat, just you, I could take you down with one hand," the driver scoffed, reaching for Ershao's collar. Bang! Ershao suddenly unleashed a punch to the driver's face. The driver was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the swift action, but he felt a sharp pain in his nose as blood began to flow. "Now, tell me, where is the large pharmacy?" Ershao inquired once more. "You little brat, how dare you strike me? Do you know who I am?" The driver wiped the blood from his nose and bellowed defiantly. Bang! Another punch was thrown, and the driver felt the world spin as stars danced before his eyes, causing him to plop down onto the ground. Bang bang bang! Ershao followed up with a series of punches, prompting the driver to cry out, Stop hitting me, I'll tell you. Before long, Ershao emerged from the alley, discerning the direction, and set off to the left. After walking 200 meters, he indeed spotted a prominent pharmacy named Jishatang. Upon entering, he found a bespectacled middle-aged man engrossed in calculations, while two women in their 30s chatted nearby. "Sir, do you purchase wild ginseng?" Ershao approached the middle-aged man and inquired. Wild ginseng? The man abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with interest. In an era where cultivated ginseng was abundantly available, true wild ginseng was exceedingly rare. Although the pharmacy had its own supply channels, genuine wild ginseng was considered a treasured commodity, seldom displayed on the counter due to high demand from major clients. The two women ceased their chatter, their attention fully captured. Do you truly possess wild ginseng? Jiang Zhongcheng assessed Ershao, who appeared rather unassuming in his humble attire, and asked incredulously. Ershao promptly produced the paper-wrapped wild ginseng and stated, "This is what I gathered yesterday. How much do you think it's worth?" Jiang Zhongcheng's eyes gleamed with delight as he examined the ginseng. Having worked in the pharmacy for a decade, he was well versed in various medicinal materials and could easily discern the authenticity of wild ginseng. At a glance, he recognized this as a century-old root, valued at no less than 200,000, and the rarity made it even more precious. Excellent. What a remarkable find, young man. I will purchase this wild ginseng from you for 180,000. This is the highest price we have ever offered for a ginseng root, simply because the quality is exceptional. Jiang Zhongcheng meticulously inspected the old ginseng in his hands, reluctant to part with it. I won't sell. Please return the ginseng to me. Ershao insisted, his eyes wide with determination. Chapter 19 The Jisha Hall. Young brother, the price offered by our pharmacy is unparalleled in the entire county. If you don't believe me, feel free to check with others. If you find a higher offer, I shall double it for you, Jiang Zhongcheng asserted with unwavering confidence upon hearing Ershao's refusal to sell. He also exchanged a knowing glance with the two women beside him, who promptly approached. Young brother, there is no pharmacy larger than our Jisha Hall in the entire county. Our manager would never deceive you. 18,000 is a substantial amount of money. One could easily become a small local tycoon with it. You could even marry a wife without a second thought, one of the women chimed in. Indeed, young brother. With such wealth, you must be quite the tycoon. Do you have a wife? If not, we could introduce you to a lovely lady from the city, the other woman added, surrounding Ershao and attempting to persuade him. Return my ginseng to me. I will not sell it, Ershao replied, not even glancing at the two women. Although they hailed from the city, they clearly lacked the charm of the village girls. Ershao found himself utterly disinterested, even slightly annoyed by their incessant chatter. Young brother. Do not rush, let us discuss this further, Jiang Zhongcheng insisted, retrieving a ginseng root from the counter. This ginseng was larger than the mountain ginseng Ershao possessed, smooth and fair, appearing superior. However, Ershao recognized it as a mere artificially cultivated ginseng, plump and pale yet lacking in medicinal potency. After placing the two ginseng roots side by side, Jiang Zhongcheng handed the cultivated one to Ershao, saying, since you are unwilling to sell, consider this instead. Go check with others, and I assure you, no one will offer a better price. Return my mountain ginseng to me, otherwise do not blame me for being impolite. Ershao's lips curled into a sneer, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Aunt Jixiong's words rang true. A wealth should not be flaunted, for such exposure invites calamity. Jiang Zhongcheng was momentarily startled by the fierceness in Ershao's gaze, yet he quickly regained his composure. This lad was merely a bumpkin, a mere child. What could he possibly pose as a threat? You little brat, stop causing a ruckus, or I shall throw you out. Take your mountain ginseng and get lost. Jiang Zhongcheng snapped, flinging the cultivated ginseng towards Ershao, suddenly turning hostile. Slap! As soon as Jiang Zhongcheng finished speaking, a sharp pain seared across his face, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. Ershao had delivered a resounding slap to this man across the counter. With a swift motion, Ershao leaned over, snatched back his mountain ginseng from the dazed Jiang Zhongcheng, then turned to leave. Hey, stop, someone's hitting me, help, someone's hitting me. Suddenly, the two women lunged at Ershao, grabbing hold of him and raising an alarm. Squeak! A brand new Mercedes-Benz came to a halt at the entrance of the pharmacy. A handsome young man in his 20s stepped out of the car, followed by a refined gentleman in his 50s. The man hurriedly approached the pharmacy door, bowed to the young man, and said, "Young master, after you." "Uncle Kuan, you have seen me grow up, please do not be so formal, it makes me uncomfortable," Luo Fuzong replied hurriedly. "Young master. There are distinctions between master and servant. This is my duty. In the future, you must inherit the Luo family's business and maintain the dignity of a master," Uncle Kuan insisted earnestly. "Sai, you need not behave this way when we are alone," Luo Fuzong sighed and entered the pharmacy. However, upon stepping inside, he was taken aback by the scene before him. "What is going on here?" he exclaimed, but before he could finish, Uncle Kuan, who had followed him in, barked an order. The two women, who had been clinging to Ershao, quickly released him. Jiang Shoncheng, now fully aware of the situation, was startled at the sight of Uncle Kuan and Luo Fuzong. Luo. Young master, what brings you here personally? He stammered, stepping out from behind the counter, bowing deeply to Luo Fuzong. Young master. The two women trembled, their legs turning to jelly. Explain this situation. Uncle Kuan demanded, his face stern. This young man took an artificially cultivated ginseng and swapped it for our wild mountain ginseng, and then he assaulted me. We were just about to call the police when you arrived, Jiang Shoncheng hastily recounted, casting a furtive glance at Ershao. How dare you speak such nonsense without a shred of evidence? Do you even have a ginseng of this quality in your pharmacy? Ershao scoffed, holding up his wild mountain ginseng. 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng. Uncle Kuan gasped in astonishment. Jiang Shoncheng, what on earth is going on here? Luo Fuzong's expression darkened, his voice laced with anger. Jiang Shoncheng dared not speak the truth, lowering his head in silence. Humph, he offered 18,000 for my wild mountain ginseng, which I refused. They then attempted to exchange my wild ginseng for the artificially cultivated one, prompting me to slap him and reclaim my ginseng. These two women then restrained me, Ershao explained calmly. You truly could stoop so low. You have tarnished the reputation of our pharmacy. Luo Fuzong glared at Jiang Shoncheng and the two female attendants, fury evident in his eyes. Young brother. I apologize on their behalf. We shall deal with their misconduct. We will take your wild mountain ginseng, and I will offer you 200,000. How does that sound? Uncle Kuan proposed, bowing deeply to Ershao. Brother. It is a rare fortune to encounter 100-year ginseng. One might not find another in a lifetime. I will add another 100,000 to compensate for Jisha Hall's wrongdoing. Should you have any other medicinal herbs in the future, feel free to bring them to us. We will certainly offer you the highest prices, Luo Fuzong added earnestly. Is what you say truly genuine? Ershao scrutinized Luo Fuzong and Uncle Kuan, sensing that Uncle Kuan possessed an aura beyond the ordinary, incomparable to that of figures like Wujio. Thus, he asked cautiously. Indeed, it is genuine. Please provide me with your WeChat, and I will transfer the funds to you, Luo Fuzong said, promptly pulling out his phone. Could I possibly receive cash instead? I do not have a phone. Ershao replied, feeling rather embarrassed. 200,000 in cash. I'm not sure I can trust you to take that back with you just like that. Luo Fuzong exclaimed. Chapter 20 Unintentionally becoming a tycoon. How about this? I will accompany you to purchase a mobile phone, and then transfer the money to you using that phone. Consider the phone a gift from me, Luo Shao suddenly suggested. Well, that sounds good. Since that's the case, I have 2 herbs that I can sell to you as well. Ershao unexpectedly felt that Luo Shao was quite straightforward, giving off a trustworthy vibe, and thus responded. You have 2 herbs. Please take them out. I will definitely offer you the highest price. Luo Shao immediately exclaimed. Ershao cautiously retrieved the tightly wrapped century-old Ganedama and Hishowu from his pocket. As he unwrapped the paper, both Luo Shao and Uncle Kuan were instantly astonished. How did this young man acquire such treasures? Young master, these are indeed century-old herbs, Uncle Kuan said, somewhat excitedly. I will purchase them all at 2 million. Luo Shao was equally exhilarated. The Luo family had been engaged in the herbal business for generations, thus forming a substantial network of wealthy clients who annually ordered rare medicinal materials from the Luo family's Jisha Hall. This not only yielded profits but also granted them a vast circle of connections. However, in recent years, these rare herbs had become increasingly scarce, and the competition within the industry had intensified. The widespread cultivation of medicinal materials made it difficult to procure genuine rarities, even for Jisha Hall, which boasted formidable strength. As the Luo family's connections gradually diminished, coupled with the fact that the elderly patriarch was in declining health, internal divisions began to surface. The patriarch had sent his favored grandson, Luo Fuzong, to personally inspect pharmacies across the nation, intending for him to inherit Jisha Hall. Now, having acquired such a wealth of century-old herbs, how could Luo Shao not feel elated? Gulp. Nearby, Jiang Shoncheng and 2 female sales associates swallowed hard. This little bumpkin had truly transformed into a tycoon in an instant. Where could they protest? Originally, this fortune was meant to be shared among them. Why did it fall to a mere country bumpkin? Ershao sensed the malicious gazes directed at him from the 3 individuals nearby. However, he did not pay them any mind. If he truly wished for their demise, they would have met their end long ago. Some were blissfully unaware that they had narrowly escaped disaster. Should they genuinely seek their own ruin, no one could prevent it. Little brother, what is your name? Perhaps we can be friends. Luo Shao suddenly asked Ershao with excitement. My name is Chen Ershao. How should I address you, brother? Ershao replied with a smile. Chen Ershao, ha ha ha, brother, you aren't just fabricating a name to fool me, are you? Luo Shao laughed heartily. He, I am indeed called Chen Ershao. Everyone in the village calls me Ershao. Ershao chuckled. He did not find his name particularly unappealing. He recalled that his adoptive father had once said that such names were easy to support. As for the notion that names could influence one's fate, he held no belief in that. He had received a legacy, and his foolishness had been cured. Now, with this newfound wealth, who could dare to say he would live in poverty? All right, brother Ershao. My name is Luo Fuzong. Others call me Luo Shao. From now on, you can call me brother Luo. Luo Fuzong laughed, surprised that someone would indeed have such a name. Uncle Kuan, please take care of matters here. I will accompany brother Ershao to buy a mobile phone. Luo Shao instructed Uncle Kuan. Yes, young master. Uncle Kuan immediately bowed in response. Luo Shao led Ershao out of the pharmacy and into a luxurious vehicle, heading straight for a nearby shopping mall. Where are you from, brother Ershao? Luo Shao inquired during the ride. Brother Luo, I hail from Lijogo village in Guangfa town, Ershao promptly replied. Oh. Luo Shao nodded, committing the address to memory. At the county's premier shopping mall, Luo Shao assisted Ershao in purchasing a mobile phone worth over 10,000, setting up a phone card. They then visited a nearby bank to open a bank account and online banking. In front of Chen Ershao, he transferred 610,000. It was Ershao's first visit to such a grand mall, and he felt momentarily dazzled. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Next time, he would come here to buy clothes. Brother Ershao, in the future, if you come across any good herbs, please call me directly. Even if I am not nearby, I will arrange for someone to collect them. Rest assured, the prices will be at the highest standards set by Jisha Hall, Luo Shao reiterated as they parted ways. Brother Luo, feel free to call me if you need anything, Ershao replied before turning to leave. Now that he had 610,000, he felt no need to part with those herbs unnecessarily. As Jusyong had wisely stated, revealing wealth would surely invite calamity. A millionaire possessing a fortune of $1 million may not raise many eyebrows, but when a pauper suddenly acquires $1 million, it inevitably stirs envy and malice. The reasoning is simple. As a poor person, their demise would hardly cause a ripple. Luo Fuzong was momentarily taken aback. Did he mean to say that he could always acquire such fine herbs? Ershao returned to Lijogo village, arriving home well past noon. Ershao. You're back. You haven't eaten, have you? I'll prepare something right away, Jusyong exclaimed upon seeing him. And, can you guess how much I sold? Ershao said, somewhat excited. How much? Jusyong hurriedly glanced outside to confirm no one else was present before asking with curiosity. He. And, let me show you. Ershao pulled out his phone and checked his account balance, revealing a string of numbers. Ershao. Jusyong suddenly covered the phone with her clothing, peering outside to ensure no one was around before speaking in a hushed, trembling voice. Ershao. You mustn't let anyone know you have so much money. Haha, Aunt Jusyong, rest assured. My money is not something just anyone can take, Ershao said proudly. Kid, during the day, someone came to cause trouble, and it took a lot of effort to deal with it. Come over and let me have a sip. A voice suddenly echoed in Ershao's mind. Aunt Jusyong, who caused trouble after I left? Ershao asked, staring at her intently. It was Li Chongwei. He even smashed my phone, Jusyong sighed. Humph, that rascal again. Ershao snorted coldly. Li Chongwei truly deserved a lesson for daring to trouble Aunt Jusyong. It seemed he needed a harsh reprimand. By the way, Ershao, I was worried about the herbs being stolen, so I planted the ginseng and hishowu in the vegetable garden. Only the ganedama remains in the bamboo basket. This item is so valuable, you should store it properly, Jusyong suddenly said. Kid, you don't even know where to put such a small amount of stuff, huh? Humph, worthless, come over and let me give you a treasure that can hold all these things. The voice of Zhou Yulaozu echoed in Ershao's mind once more. Chapter 21. The adorable pup is a handsome fellow. Ershao turned around to see the venerable Zhou Yu lying on his bed like a little puppy, and he couldn't help but sniffle. This fellow had promised to bestow upon him a treasure. What could it possibly be? He harbored no doubts about the words of this individual. After all, as the esteemed master of the Jiuyu palace, possessing a few treasures was hardly remarkable. Thus, he approached and lifted the little pup into his arms. Instantly, Jiuyu took a playful bite of Ershao's finger, drinking a few sips of blood with enthusiasm. Ershao, however, was not inclined to let this creature drink too much. He had no desire to transform into a desiccated corpse just yet. Yet, to his delightful surprise, he discovered a ring had materialized on his finger. Given his blood pact with Jiuyu, he understood that this was no ordinary ring. It was a storage ring, capable of holding a multitude of items. Ershao marveled at the wonders of Jiuyu's previous world that could conjure such a miraculous treasure. Approaching the bedside, he focused his thoughts, and as his finger brushed against the bamboo basket, it vanished in an instant. Ha ha ha. This is incredible. Aunt Juseong, I'm heading to the river to catch some fish and then to the convenience store to buy some vegetables. When I return, let's have a drink together. Ershao exclaimed excitedly to Aunt Juseong, who was preparing to cook. Aunt Juseong cast a glance at Ershao's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh, wishing she were a few years younger. If only that were the case, this young man wouldn't have to call her aunt. Ershao carried Jiuyu to the riverbank outside the village, where a group of women washing clothes instantly packed up upon seeing him. They instinctively tidied their hair and wiped their faces, eager to maintain their charming appearances. Oh my, Ershao, you've taken up the trend and gotten yourself a pet dog? And what a teacup breed! One woman exclaimed, noticing the little pup in Ershao's arms. Wow, this little dog is so adorable. A throng of women gathered around, using the guise of admiring the teacup pup as an excuse to flirt with Ershao. His muscular physique sent waves of excitement through them. Wow, this little pup is actually quite the handsome one. Suddenly, a woman lifted Jiuyu's hind leg, exclaiming in surprise, her gaze inadvertently wandering to Ershao. Kid, if you don't leave now, I swear I'll bite off your finger. The furious roar of Jiuyu echoed in Ershao's mind. How could the illustrious Jiuyu be embarrassed in front of these village women? Humph, ladies, sisters, I'm off to catch some fish, so I won't be able to chat any longer. Ershao stifled a laugh and hurriedly dashed away from the crowd toward the bamboo raft by the river, keen to avoid any unfortunate consequences involving his fingers. Laughter and chatter followed him. As he hopped onto the bamboo raft, cradling Jiuyu in his arms, he propelled himself into the river's depths. Haha, there's a school of fish over there. Suddenly, Ershao spotted a flurry of fish swimming toward him, then his heart raced with excitement. He steadied the raft with his pole and plunged into the water with a splash. Kid, I can smell that energy. Quickly, swim to the left, Jiuyu exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. What energy? Ershao asked, perplexed. The energy emanating from you. It's not ordinary. It is a form of power. If I can find it, I won't need to drink your blood anymore. Jiuyu was clearly exhilarated, having not anticipated the existence of such energy in this world. Had he acquired it sooner, he might not have ended up in his current predicament. Following Jiuyu's guidance, Ershao swam to the left for about 100 meters, and suddenly his eyes widened. He spotted a remarkably beautiful stone. It bore a striking resemblance to the jade he had previously obtained, though its shape was different. Grasping the jade, Ershao surfaced with a splash. Kid, quick, give me that thing, hurry, Jiuyu urged excitedly, his 4 little paws scrambling in anticipation. Calm down, old fellow, let me examine it closely. There seem to be inscriptions on this stone, Ershao said, activating his celestial vision to reveal countless tiny characters embedded within the jade. Without his celestial sight, he would never have been able to discern these inscriptions. To his astonishment, the palm-sized jade contained thousands of characters. Remarkably, there exists a martial technique inheritance, the Great Slam technique. Ershao exclaimed, Kid, the Great Slam technique is merely a pedestrian martial skill. However, in this world, it is sufficient to dominate. Memorize it, then hand the jade over to me, Jiuyu replied dismissively. You're familiar with the Great Slam technique? Ershao asked, astonished. It's a fundamental martial skill. Practicing it has its merits, as it enhances your physical foundation, benefiting future advancements. Of course, I have no interest in cultivating such trivialities. I merely wish to devour that jade, Jiuyu stated. Ershao quickly committed the Great Slam technique to memory and then handed the jade to Jiuyu. With a swift motion, Jiuyu consumed the jade, vanishing it from sight. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and fell back asleep. The Great Slam technique, I suppose I should practice it now, Ershao thought as he floated in the water, mentally reciting the incantation as his internal energy stirred to life. By the riverside, the women waited eagerly for Ershao's return with fish, as they would buy a fish he caught daily, not for any particular reason, but because Ershao had become something of an idol to them, and they were willing to support him. Hey, what is Ershao doing? Someone suddenly called out. The crowd turned their attention to Ershao, who had his arms outstretched, wildly splashing in the water. The sound of his palms hitting the surface echoed, sending sprays of water soaring from a foot high to over 10 feet. Wow, what is this kid doing? This is too exaggerated. Wow, I think this kid is amazing. Is he losing his mind? Ha ha ha. Hey, look, it seems Ershao is trying to catch fish. Just as the women were laughing, someone noticed a dozen large fish floating around Ershao. With a splash, he suddenly halted, scooped up the fish, and tossed them onto the bamboo raft. Ladies, sisters, today I'm treating you to fish. Each of you can take one, Ershao called out cheerfully as he approached the riverbank. Chapter 22. A culinary curiosity. Ershao never anticipated that this formidable technique, the great stone slap, would be so powerful that even a mere practice could render fish lifeless. However, as the venerable Jiu Lao-Zu suggested, it seemed unnecessary for fortifying his physique. His own long huju had already shown promising results, enhancing his muscular physique to surpass that of professional bodybuilders. Nevertheless, it would undoubtedly serve as an effective means of combat. Carrying the remaining fish, he ventured into the village and arrived at the only small convenience store run by the widow Zhao Chui. Since becoming Li Chongwei's companion, he had utilized his connections to establish this shop. One could not help but admire Li Chongwei's network. The store operated without any formalities or fees, purely earning a net profit. As Ershao entered the store, he chanced upon Li Chongwei engaged in a drinking session with two other men. The trio was taken aback by Ershao's presence, their demeanor slightly awkward. After all, the entire village was aware of this young man's prodigious fighting abilities. Even the esteemed Wu Jiuyi had fallen victim to his prowess. Zhao Chui, busy cracking sunflower seeds behind the counter, hastily rose upon noticing Ershao. For her and Li Chongwei, the uproar surrounding the fitness video incident was but a mere pebble cast into still waters, causing hardly a ripple. Instead, it had emboldened their clandestine relationship, especially since Li Chongwei was already divorced. Ershao recognized the two men drinking with Li Chongwei. They were from the same village, one named Fu Yi and the other Wang Qing. These two were particularly close to Li Chongwei, often being the first to relay any significant news or gossip from the village. Ershao. What would you like to eat? I'll get it for you, Zhao Chui exclaimed eagerly. She was well aware of Ershao's newfound combat skills and feared that he might take umbrage at Li Chongwei's presence, potentially provoking a confrontation. What do you have that is good? Just gather a bit of everything, Ershao replied, glancing at the array of goods behind the counter. Everything. Zhao Chui was taken aback, wondering if this young man was seeking trouble. After all, gathering too many delectable items would surely amount to a hefty sum. However, she dared not refuse and swiftly turned to collect a generous assortment of treats. Ershao, we have red sausage, small intestines, canned luncheon meat, fruit preserves. Is this sufficient? Zhao Chui inquired cautiously. Also, fetch a bottle of the finest liquor. Ershao glanced at Li Chongwei and his companions, adding his request. Very well. Zhao Chui hurriedly retrieved a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao, the finest liquor available in the store, typically reserved for Li Chongwei's indulgence, as few in the village could afford its price exceeding 100 yuan. Ershao. That'll be 219 yuan. I'll keep a tab for you. Whenever you have the money, you can settle it. If not, consider it a gift from your aunt. Zhao Chui said, packing the items with a beaming smile. I have money. Ershao declared, pulling out his phone to scan a nearby QR code, promptly completing the payment of 219 yuan. He cast one last glance at Li Chongwei and his companions before turning to leave. Li Chongwei was already drenched in sweat, having dared not lift his head for fear that Ershao might confront him with a pointed, "What are you looking at?" Chongwei. Ershao, he just bought a phone worth over 10,000. Zhao Chui exclaimed in astonishment. Once Ershao had departed, she recognized the phone, having once desired it but was denied by Li Chongwei due to its high cost. Humph. It must be that wretched Zhuxiang who gave him the money, buying an expensive phone and now indulging in fine food. What a waste of money. Li Chongwei seethed inwardly, realizing that Zhuxiang had squandered his funds on a pretty boy. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, for he knew he could not provoke Ershao. Village chief, how has this lad changed so dramatically in just 6 months? It's quite unsettling, Fu Yi suddenly remarked. His comment struck Li Chongwei like a bolt of lightning. Earlier that day, he had attempted to confront Zhuxiang, only to be driven away by a disembodied voice that had left him trembling, and an eerie sound that seemed to echo from the air itself, both distant and hauntingly close. I suspect that this lad has been possessed. Li Chongwei exclaimed suddenly. Spare me, possessed, and yet it turns a fool into a decent person. You think it follows the rules of multiplication where two negatives make a positive? Zhao Chui rolled her eyes. I believe this lad is no longer the simpleton he once was, Wang Qing interjected. That is obvious. The entire village can see that, Zhao Chui retorted, rolling her eyes again. It was a statement of the obvious. Even the dullest could perceive that Ershao had transformed. I mean, what if he has some entity attached to him? Wang Qing suggested once more. Well, that is indeed a possibility. The group nodded in unison, as if this theory could explain everything. Outside the window, Ershao smiled faintly before turning away. Having overheard their conversation, let them speculate as they wished. He would deal with them later that evening. Upon returning home, he found Juxiang waiting, ready to prepare the fish. Seeing Ershao carrying a large bag of provisions, she rolled her eyes. Ershao, why did you buy so much? There's no way we can finish it all, she exclaimed. Aunt, I'm in a celebratory mood today, so I splurged a bit. I even bought a bottle of wine. Tonight, let us enjoy it together. Tomorrow we'll head to the county town. I want to buy some nice clothes and sample those delicacies I've never tried. I also wish to buy a car, though I don't know how to drive, Ershao declared, unpacking everything onto the table. I can drive, how about I be your chauffeur? Juxiang's eyes lit up. 3 years prior, she had obtained her driver's license, and though Li Chongwei had intended to buy her a car, that plan was abandoned as he pursued other women. Sounds great. Then we'll go to the county town tomorrow, Ershao replied with excitement. Forget the fish, it's not needed, this will be more than enough for us, Juxiang said cheerfully, placing the fish in the kitchen and returning to drink with Ershao. Ershao opened the bottle of liquor, searching for cups but finding none. He resorted to using 2 bowls, pouring the liquor into them. And here's to you. Ershao mimicked Li Chongwei and his friends, raising the bowl and taking a sip. Ah! Pfft! The moment the liquor hit his throat, the fiery sensation caused him to spit it out. What on earth was this? It tasted dreadful. Surely it was counterfeit. Chapter 23, a daily live broadcast. Ha ha ha. Juxiang suddenly burst into laughter. This foolish lad, drinking white liquor for the first time, gulped down a large mouthful as if it were mere water. Aunt Juxiang, is this really white liquor? It tastes so dreadful. Why do I feel like others enjoy it so much? Ershao, witnessing Juxiang's amusement, hurriedly inquired. This is indeed white liquor. However, those who know how to drink do not merely consume alcohol. They savor life itself, the bittersweetness of existence. Thus, one must not rush while drinking. It requires careful appreciation. After saying this, Juxiang lifted her cup and took a delicate sip. Imitating Juxiang, Ershao raised his cup and took a sip as well. This time, it seemed less fiery, yet, as the liquor slid down his throat, it remained unpleasant. However, after swallowing, a sudden warmth surged through him. And why do I only feel a bit warm? I can't discern the flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, or spicy. Ershao asked in confusion. Haha, that's because you haven't experienced them in life. In time, you will learn to appreciate them, Juxiang replied before taking another sip of her drink. The two continued to drink and converse, and gradually, they finished an entire bottle of liquor. Ershao began to feel a bit lightheaded. Juxiang, too, had indulged excessively. She had never consumed so much alcohol before. This evening's indulgence was a result of her divorce from Li Chongwei, leaving her with nowhere to turn, all the while grappling with her emotions. As they drank and shared their thoughts, Ershao also partook of various dishes. These were items that, in others' homes, might be considered commonplace, yet he had never tasted them before. Suddenly, he found them to be utterly delightful. Moreover, as he grew accustomed to the liquor, it became less intolerable. Aunt Juxiang, tomorrow let's go to the county town. I want to eat more delicious food. I saw so many delectable offerings there. Ershao declared after finishing the last sip of his drink. All right, tomorrow, I will accompany you to the county town. We shall sample all the culinary delights it has to offer. However, right now, I need to sleep, Juxiang said, leaning back and collapsing onto Ershao's bed. Aunt Juxiang, this is my bed. Ershao nudged her a few times, but Juxiang did not stir. With her body sprawled out, Chen Ershao soon drifted off to sleep as well. In the middle of the night, around the hour of the rat, which was his habitual training time, Ershao stirred awake, suddenly feeling something heavy pressing down on him. He opened his eyes and was startled. There lay Juxiang, soundly asleep, with one arm and one leg draped over him. No wonder he felt so weighed down. He carefully attempted to shift his body away, wanting to create some distance without waking Juxiang. However, the moment he moved, he heard Ju Seong mumbling in her sleep, "Lee Chong-gui, you bastard, you refuse to bear children yourself yet accuse me of being barren, you slander me, you will face retribution for this." Ershao was momentarily taken aback. Ju Seong had been forced into divorce, filled with grievances that she could only vent in her dreams. "Humph, Lee Chong-gui, you scoundrel, just wait and see how I deal with you." Gently, Ershao extricated himself and quietly slipped out of the room. He practiced his celestial sight technique, and under the cover of night, he rushed towards Lee Chong-gui's small second-floor apartment. At Lee Chong-gui's abode, a man and a woman lay soundly asleep, completely oblivious. A shadow stealthily climbed up to the second floor and through an open window, none other than Ershao. Once inside the room, Ershao initially intended to give Lee Chong-gui a serious lesson. However, as he approached the bedside, he spotted Lee Chong-gui's phone on the nightstand. His eyes glinted mischievously as he quietly snatched it up and unlocked the screen using Lee Chong-gui's fingerprint. "Hee. You bastard, I'll make you broadcast your matchmaking escapades daily," Ershao declared as he recorded a video and promptly shared it in the village group chat. After wiping the phone clean, he returned it to its original place and slipped out through the window. Upon returning to his own courtyard, he practiced a set of long hoo fist followed by a series of grand stone slap techniques before retreating to his room, not daring to return to bed. Instead, he entered the inner chamber to practice his long hoo secret and further his medical studies. Over the course of a year, he had devoted himself to training, only occasionally delving into medical knowledge. Thus, during this time, he had merely begun to familiarize himself with the various herbs documented in the Record of 1,000 Insects and 10,000 Herbs. His understanding of various ailments was still rudimentary, and he had yet to even attempt to treat anyone. When Ju Seong awoke, she was startled to find herself lying on Ershao's bed, frantically checking her clothing. She found it intact. A complex feeling washed over her. "This foolish lad didn't touch me. Why didn't he touch me?" Rising from the bed and returning to her own room, she saw Ershao napping on his bed. Unaware that he was studying medicine, she assumed he was too timid to sleep in her bed and had dozed off sitting up. "Ershao, go back to your own bed. I apologize for last night, I drank too much." Ju Seong gently nudged Ershao's arm and said softly, "Aunt, you're awake." Ershao blinked his eyes open. "I'm awake, you should rest a bit more." "I'm going to prepare breakfast," Ju Seong hurriedly replied. "Aunt, don't bother cooking. Let's head to the county town, we'll have breakfast there," Ershao suddenly suggested. "We are going to the county town this early? It's too early, and there are no buses." Ju Seong hesitated. "Don't worry, we'll catch a ride on the highway." "It will definitely work," Ershao insisted. "Well, alright, by the way, I need to check on the ginseng and he shou," Ju Seong remembered abruptly, realizing there were still many medicinal herbs in the garden. The two made their way to the vegetable garden behind. Among the vegetables, ginseng and he shou thrived in the spaces in between, putting Ju Seong's mind at ease. These were all monetary assets. A significant sum, indeed. Ershao, however, remained unperturbed, for he knew that with the presence of the Nine Nether Ancestor, these herbs would be safe. At that moment, the little puppy was still asleep. Ershao understood that the jade stone was crucial to the Nine Nether Ancestor, and it required time to refine the energy. Sleeping was his way of cultivating, so there was no need for concern. As they exited Lijiago village, Ju Seong naturally pulled out her phone. Suddenly, she noticed an unread message in the village group chat. Opening it casually, "Oh my," it was a video of Lee Chong-gui and Zhao Chui sleeping in the nude. Although the lighting was somewhat dim, the details were unmistakable. Surprisingly, no one dared to comment. The most shocking part was that the message had been sent by Lee Chong-gui himself. Chapter 24. "Two foodies, a fool, this couldn't possibly be your doing, could it?" Ji Xiong looked at Asha in astonishment, as she could think of no one else. After all, Asha had a penchant for the absurd. The very notion that Lee Chong-gui would post such a video himself was utterly implausible to her. Moreover, that fellow slept like a log. How could he possibly manage to record anything? "And I arrived a tad late. The main act had already concluded, so I simply captured a snippet of the closing performance. Let us not dwell on him, let's be on our way," Asha replied. Sigh, Ji Xiong sighed lightly, following Asha as they made their way toward the highway. Upon reaching the roadside, Asha attempted to hail a vehicle, but after several futile attempts, no one stopped. "Asha, allow me," Ji Xiong said, adjusting her hair and gently pulling him aside as she stepped forward. With a creak, before she could even signal, a car came to a halt in front of them. "Hey, beautiful, where to?" A man, whose eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, called out from the open window, nearly drooling at the sight of Ji Xiong. "Driver, I wish to go to the county town, could you give me a lift?" Ji Xiong smiled sweetly, casting an alluring glance at him. Sure, sure, even if it's not on my way, I'd gladly take you, the drooling man exclaimed with a grin. Asha. Get in. Jixiong called back to him, whoosh. Asha swiftly darted over, whoosh whoosh, the two of them climbed into the car. Hey, hey, what's your deal? The drooling man immediately shouted at Asha. Driver. This is my nephew, Jixiong hurriedly explained. Whoa, the drooling man rolled his eyes dramatically, clearly displeased, and drove off in a huff. Indeed, a car was preferable, the speed was exhilarating. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the county town. As they stepped out of the vehicle, the drooling man muttered a curse and sped away. Asha, what do you fancy eating? Never mind, I'll take you there. Jixiong initially intended to ask Asha about his preferences, but realizing he seemed to have never eaten anything, she led him straight to a bustling morning market in the county town. The market was a cacophony of activity, with throngs of people jostling for space. Vendors offered a myriad of goods, and there was no shortage of stalls selling various snacks and breakfast items. Asha's face radiated excitement. He and Jixiong began with two small soup dumplings, savoring them as they flowed with the crowd. They soon encountered a vendor selling hand-grabbed pancakes and decided to purchase one, sharing it between them. At first, Jixiong felt a tad restrained, but before long, Asha's enthusiasm swept her away. They traversed from one end of the market to the other, sampling an array of delectable treats. Their culinary journey culminated in a noodle shop where they shared a bowl of noodles, each relishing half. The two of them were thoroughly enjoying their meal. And the food here is simply divine. Asha exclaimed in between bites. Asha. If you find the food here so delightful, we shall come every day until you've had your fill, Jixiong replied, her face aglow with happiness. After 5 years of living with Li Chongwei, she had always maintained a demure image in the village, never having relaxed like this before. Today, she felt as if she might burst from indulgence. To maintain her figure, she hadn't felt this way in at least a decade. But what good was beauty? What did it matter to have a good figure if one was ultimately abandoned? Yes. After this, we shall buy clothes, and then a car. From now on, whenever we wish to come, we shall drive, Asha said excitedly. The moment his words left his lips, a man at a nearby table, who had been eating noodles, suddenly looked up, scrutinizing the two of them. Having indulged to their heart's content, Asha and Jixiong felt sufficiently full, and it seemed they could eat no more. They began to make their way toward the market exit. Suddenly, two men squeezed their way toward Asha and Jixiong from behind. Simultaneously, two others halted ahead, blocking the path of the oncoming crowd. Make way, everyone, get the hell out of the way, a burly figure emerged from the throng, cursing as he shoved his way through. Asha immediately sensed hands groping him, his phone. He quickly patted his pocket, but his phone was already gone. Frowning, he glanced at Jixiong, only to find her also wedged between two men, being pushed forward in the crowd. Suddenly, the three men turned and began to retreat. Upon seeing this, Asha rushed over and grabbed Jixiong's arm. And check if your phone is still there. Jixiong froze for a moment before hastily reaching for her phone, her expression shifting in an instant. The phone was gone. Asha, my phone is missing. Jixiong exclaimed, panic-stricken. Don't panic, my phone is also gone. Asha replied. Your phone? Then we should really hurry, that is a lot of money. Jixiong's eyes widened in alarm. Although her phone was broken, it contained a fortune of 100,000. Asha's phone held several million. They had essentially been robbed blind. Calm down, I know who took it, follow me, Asha said, pulling Jixiong as they pursued the three men ahead. Asha. It's my fault, I should have warned you to be careful. Woe is me, Jixiong lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Aunt, don't fret, that money won't be lost. Even if they took my phone, they don't know the password, Asha reassured her. You don't understand. Some hackers are quite skilled at cracking our passwords. It just takes a little time. Perhaps we should rush to the bank and lock our accounts, Jixiong suggested, her understanding dawning. Jixiong, rest assured. I will retrieve the phone, Asha declared, suddenly wrapping his arm around Jixiong's waist and accelerating toward the three men ahead. Jixiong was taken aback, feeling as though her feet scarcely touched the ground as she sped forward, weaving through the crowd. The sensation of Asha's arm around her waist made her cheeks flash crimson. The three men turned around, surprised to see Asha pursuing them, and swiftly darted into an alley. Asha followed closely behind, only to find the trio waiting for him with mocking smiles in the alley. Kid, you've got some guts, here's your chance, turn around and scram, then you might just make it back in one piece. If you dare to pursue us further, we'll break a leg, let us see how you'll chase us then, one of the men sneered, exuding arrogance. Hey, if I were to say I could chase you down on one leg, would you believe me? Asha retorted suddenly. Chapter 25. Ask me that again, and I shall break your legs. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice echoed behind Ershao and Juxiang. The two turned to see the imposing figure of the burly man who had been rampaging through the marketplace earlier. Towering and robust, his face bore an intimidating ferocity that could frighten even the faint-hearted into submission. His stature was comparable to that of Wu Jiao, yet it was evident that he lacked any real martial prowess, merely possessing a more robust physique. Just then, two more individuals rushed onto the scene. They were the very ones who had caused the commotion in the market. With a swift motion, they brandished daggers from their waists. Juxiang nearly lost her composure, clutching Ershao's arm in alarm. Ershao, we no longer want this phone, let it go. Auntie, there are only 6 of them, have you forgotten? I faced a dozen at my home without fear. Why should I be intimidated by just 6? Ershao scoffed, urging Juxiang to hide behind him. But they have knives, you must be exceedingly cautious. Juxiang insisted, her worry palpable. Those who provoke me should be the ones to tread carefully, Ershao retorted with a smirk, suddenly lifting his foot to kick a small stone, sending it flying. With a resounding crack, the stone struck one of the assailants squarely on the forehead, causing him to yelp in pain and collapse, unconscious. Ershao, having already perceived with his celestial sight that his phone was tucked away in the man's pocket, aimed to subdue him fast to prevent any escape from the others. This individual was indeed the one who had been slapping noodles at the noodle shop. Curse you, kill him. The burly man bellowed, seeing his companion fall, and charged towards Ershao. Behind him, the other 2 dagger wielders followed suit. On the opposite side, the remaining 2 gritted their teeth and charged as well. With a sudden burst of energy, Ershao launched a kick that sent the hefty man sprawling. The 2 who followed were knocked down in the process, crashing to the ground with a gasp, struggling to catch their breath. With swift efficiency, Ershao turned and delivered 2 sharp slaps, sending the 2 approaching thugs sprawling. He then seized the 3 would-be phone thieves, rummaging through their pockets to retrieve 6 or 7 mobile phones, including those belonging to himself and Juxiang. At that moment, the burly man and the other 2 had risen to their feet. Seeing Ershao regain his phone, he gritted his teeth and seethed, "You little brat, just wait, today, you won't leave this county." With that, the man turned and strode away with his companions. Humph. Quite a collection you have here. You must have committed numerous misdeeds along the way. Such arrogance suggests you have quite the backing, Ershao remarked nonchalantly, observing the 3 remaining individuals before him. You should not have provoked us. Let me tell you, there is no escape for you now. The one who had been knocked unconscious earlier had regained his senses, though his head sported a grotesque swelling, resembling a large egg. Yet, his bravado remained unshaken. Is that so? It seems I have underestimated you. Well then, since I am destined to die anyway, taking 1 of you with me would suffice, and taking 2 would be a profit. If I eliminate the 3 of you, wouldn't that mean a gain for us? Ha ha ha. Ershao declared, raising his fist dramatically. Don't hit, don't hit. You can still leave now, it's not too late, please just let us go, one of the men whimpered, suddenly terrified at the thought of being beaten to death. Humph. Individuals like you, even if I spare your lives today, you will inevitably meet a brutal end sooner or later. Ershao replied with a cold huff. His heart, though inherently kind, only sought to intimidate the trio. He had no intention of actually killing them. Stay right there, don't move. A clear, crisp voice rang out, followed by the swift entrance of several uniformed officers who encircled the group. Ershao turned to see a tall, striking young woman, with long legs and a height of at least 1.75 meters. Her lips were red, her teeth white, and her large, commanding eyes sparkled with authority, set within a delicate, oval face. She was undeniably beautiful. Ershao found himself momentarily entranced. Officer, please don't misunderstand, we were merely reclaiming our stolen phones, we haven't done anything wrong. Juxiang hastily interjected, stepping forward. Is that so? The young officer inquired, glancing at the fallen culprits on the ground. No. They are the thieves, they stole our belongings and assaulted us, they even tried to silence us, the man on the ground cried out, as if he had found a lifeline. With a sharp slap, Ershao struck him across the face, leaving 5 distinct marks and causing him to spit out 2 of his front teeth. Don't move. You dare strike again, you are far too arrogant, the young officer scolded fiercely. Ask him again who stole the phones, Ershao said, fixing his gaze on the officer. Momentarily taken aback, the officer instinctively queried, who stole the phones? Woo, the 3 culprits immediately fell silent, trembling on the ground as they began to whimper. Captain. No need to ask further, repeat offenders, one of the officers interjected, pointing at the three on the ground. Wang Ruihan paused momentarily, then Wu Bing suddenly remarked, then take them back. Sigh, taking them back is futile. They'll be released within a day, this group, sigh. Wu Bing murmured with a hint of exasperation. Wang Ruihan frowned, pulling Wu Bing aside to inquire what is going on. Wu Bing lowered his voice, Captain, you are new here, so you might not know. These guys have a powerful backer. They've been arrested countless times, they're in and out before you know it. Humph, engaging in such matters, let us take them back for now, Wang Ruihan said, her brow furrowed. Let us go, everyone, back to the station, Wu Bing called to the others. Hey. Officer, we were only chasing after our stolen phones, we still have many matters to attend to, surely, we don't need to go with you. Ju Xiang pleaded urgently. Enough chatter, everyone, back to the station. Wu Bing backed, dismissing her protests with a wave. Chapter 26. An opportunity for Chen Ershao and Ju Xiang, along with those three ruffians, were brought to the station. The details of the incident were meticulously recorded. Once everything was clarified, Ershao and Ju Xiang believed they could leave. However, at that moment, Wu Bing received a phone call. Upon answering, Wu Bing's brow furrowed, and his gaze involuntarily flickered towards Ershao and Ju Xiang. A sense of foreboding washed over Ershao. Indeed, after hanging up, Wu Bing approached Ershao with an apologetic expression and said, I'm afraid you two cannot leave just yet. They've filed charges against you, claiming you assaulted someone. What? They can leave after stealing a phone, yet we, the victims, cannot. What does this mean? Ershao retorted with a cold smile. There's nothing we can do, letting them go is not up to us. However, you did strike someone, and that is a fact. We sigh, we are powerless in this situation. Wu Bing shrugged, displaying a look of helplessness. Ha ha ha, kid, I told you, once you crossed us, you wouldn't be able to leave this county. Now do you believe it? Just wait to face the consequences. One of the ruffians laughed boastfully, instantly forgetting the earlier scene where he pleaded for mercy. Ershao glanced at the man, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. With a swift flick of his finger, a surge of energy shot towards the ruffian. Oh, my leg, my leg. The ruffian suddenly screamed, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. With a whoosh, two more energies were unleashed, causing the other two to mimic the same posture, groaning as they sank to the floor, unable to rise. In an instant, they were incapacitated. This left those around them in astonishment. The cries of the three attracted considerable attention, including that of Wang Ruihan, who approached. Wu Bing, what is going on? Wang Ruihan asked, her brow furrowing. I don't know. He just suddenly collapsed, clutching his leg and wailing. No one knows what happened, Wu Bing replied, looking exasperated. He must have heard that you're not letting us leave, so he is pretending to be injured to extort money. Ershao interjected. What do you mean we can't leave? Who is preventing you from leaving? Wang Ruihan looked at Ershao, perplexed. Captain, they've accused Chen Ershao of assaulting someone, Wu Bing urgently clarified. Humph, they dare to file charges, how audacious. Wang Ruihan's expression hardened as she regarded the three still wailing on the ground. It seemed these three truly were feigning injury. Captain, this matter is beyond our control. Wu Bing whispered hastily in Wang Ruihan's ear. Such audacity, this is outrageous. Wang Ruihan exclaimed in anger. Captain. Please calm down. I'll handle this, Wu Bing insisted, gently steering Wang Ruihan away. Ershao, if they want to let us leave, what are we to do? Ju Xiang was terrified, never having imagined she would find herself in such a place. She never expected that merely going out for breakfast with Ershao would lead to such trouble. And, don't worry, nothing will happen. Ershao reassured Ju Xiang, equally surprised by how events had unfolded. However, since they were in this predicament, they would resolve it with strength. It was impossible for those three to leave now, they were merely waiting for the person behind them to speak. He had overheard Wu Bing's call and Wang Ruihan's conversation, realizing these individuals had powerful backing. Brother Ershao, let me be frank with you. You've harmed someone, and they are unwilling to let this go. You might need to part with some money to settle this. Don't let a small expense lead to a greater loss. Wu Bing leaned in close to Ershao and Ju Xiang, speaking in hushed tones. Comrade Wu, how much will it cost? Ju Xiang asked anxiously. I'm not sure how much. Just be mentally prepared. If I'm correct, someone will come looking for you shortly. Wu Bing shook his head, hoping that money could resolve the issue. If the other party was unwilling to accept a financial settlement, matters could become troublesome. Bang, the door swung open, and 4 individuals swaggered in. The leader was not particularly tall and bore an unremarkable appearance, yet he exuded an air of arrogance, strutting in as if he owned the place. Beside him was a middle-aged man, scholarly in appearance, sporting gold-rimmed glasses. Following closely behind were 2 burly, menacing figures. Master Tang, the 2 nearby police officers exclaimed hurriedly. Clearly, this individual was so audacious that even the police seemed to fear him. Master Tang merely nodded slightly, sweeping his gaze around before finally resting on the 3 wailing figures on the floor. Master Tang, our legs, we can't stand, the 3 cried out, as if they had found their savior. Useless fools. Get lost. One of the burly men behind Master Tang kicked the 3 aside. Although they were sent tumbling, they dared not utter a sound. Master Tang seemed oblivious to their presence as he strode directly toward Ershao and Juxiong. Upon seeing Juxiong, his eyes brightened. This woman possessed a captivating allure. Kid, so you are Chen Ershao, you've harmed my people. Master Tang fixed his gaze on Ershao, suddenly inquiring. It was your people who lacked foresight and stole my belongings first, Ershao retorted coldly. Humph. No one in this county dares to touch my people, Master Tang scoffed. That's because they haven't encountered me, Ershao continued to match his defiance. Good, you have guts, then, I'll give you a chance. Master Tang unexpectedly turned to Wu Bing, who had remained silent, and commanded, release him. We are dropping the charges. Drop the charges. Wu Bing's heart sank, and he immediately glanced at Ershao, bewildered by the young man's inability to comprehend the situation. Sigh, could he not just submit and resolve this with money? Chapter 27 Acknowledgement from the aunt. Ershao and Juxiong have been released. However, Juxiong is now more terrified than ever. Behind them is a group of dozens, led by Master Tang. What do you want? Wang Ruihan shouted angrily at the large crowd surrounding Ershao and Juxiong. This was a blatant act of intimidation, a threat that severely jeopardized the safety of others. Most alarmingly, it was happening right in front of all the law enforcement officers, who were being utterly disregarded, as if the law itself held no weight. Young lady, mind your own business where necessary, and refrain where it is not. My brothers are numerous, and you are quite the beauty. It would be unfortunate if they were to act out of line. Master Tang cast a glance at Wang Ruihan, whose beauty was undeniable. If it weren't for her uniform, humph. You, Wang Ruihan gritted her teeth, seething with rage, wishing she could draw her weapon and eliminate this insolent man. Ershao. Juxiong, get in my car, I will take you away. Wang Ruihan suddenly called out to Ershao and Juxiong. Juxiong felt a surge of joy. Although Ershao was quite formidable, the sheer number of opponents was daunting. Who could tell if any among them were equally skilled? However, before she could voice her thoughts, Ershao spoke up. Thanks, but that's unnecessary. We still need to go shopping for clothes, buy a phone, and then purchase a car. We will drive back ourselves. You, Wang Ruihan nearly choked on her words. This fool named Ershao was truly oblivious. Could he not see that the throng surrounding them was intent on him? They did not wish for him to leave the county at all. Shopping for clothes and cars, what was he thinking? Aunt Juxiong, let us go. Ershao exclaimed, taking Juxiong's hand and turning to leave. Humph. Master Tang suddenly snorted coldly. In an instant, the throng of dozens positioned themselves directly in front of Ershao and Juxiong. Want to leave? How ludicrous. No one who offended Master Tang lived to tell the tale. A faint smile crept onto Ershao's lips as he summoned a surge of energy to his fingertips. With a swift motion, he unleashed it discreetly. Those untrained in martial arts would never perceive it. The energy merely caused the air to ripple. How could an ordinary person detect such a subtle shift? The 3 individuals blocking Ershao's path suddenly felt sharp pain in their legs, collapsing to the ground. The surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned, sensing a similarity between these 3 and the earlier individuals from the precinct. Master Tang's expression twitched, while a bespectacled companion's face darkened, casting a grave glance at Master Tang. Master Tang. We've encountered a skilled fighter. There are few sects in the martial world renowned for their finger techniques, yet I cannot discern which style this young man employs, the bespectacled man whispered urgently to Master Tang. Master Tang inhaled sharply. He hadn't anticipated encountering a master in such a small county. After a moment's contemplation, he quietly inquired, can you gauge his level of skill? Master Tang, it's indiscernible. He must be at least a chi master. In martial arts, finger techniques require a high level of proficiency, only achievable by those above the chi training stage. The bespectacled man responded hastily. A high-level chi master. Master Tang swallowed hard. How could such a figure be present in this humble county? It seemed not only were his subordinates blind, but he himself was as well. As they spoke, 3 more individuals fell to the ground, clutching their calves in agony. Meanwhile, Ershao steadily supported Ju Seong, advancing several steps forward, clearly intent on dispatching all who stood in their way. The crowd blocking their path was now bewildered, instinctively retreating. No one understood what had transpired, yet none desired to be caught in the fray. Wang Ruihan stood nearby in astonishment, her eyes wide as she fixated on Ershao. She could hardly believe this was unrelated to him, having already noted the peculiar manner in which he flicked his fingers to incapacitate another. Such feats were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary skilled fighter. The Wang family was no ordinary clan, boasting several formidable individuals, yet none could achieve harm simply by a finger flick. "Clear the way! Clear the way, let them pass," Master Tang urgently shouted. If they did not part, Ershao would surely incapacitate all his men. The frightened crowd, upon hearing Master Tang's voice, quickly created a path. As Ershao and Ju Seong walked past, Master Tang's gaze flickered. He had felt the urge to intervene several times to salvage his pride, yet hesitated, realizing if Ershao was indeed a high-level Chi master, it wouldn't be a disgrace. However, he had to regain his face. Ju Seong felt weakened, terrified by the display she had witnessed. She had never encountered such a menacing scene in her life. It was a stroke of luck that she had not lost control of herself. Fortunately, Ershao's steadying hand allowed her to maintain a semblance of calm as they exited. "Ershao, you are truly impressive, Aunt admires you," Ju Seong exclaimed, stepping out from the crowd, her voice laced with astonishment. "Aunt." Their restraint is merely luck on their part. Had they dared to act, the outcome would have been quite different. "Now, let us proceed to buy clothes," Ershao replied, taking Ju Seong's hand and heading toward a nearby shopping mall. "Chen Ershao. Here's my phone number, call me if you need anything," Wang Ruihan called after them, catching up and handing Ershao a piece of paper. "Thank you." Ershao casually tucked the note into his pocket. The two strode confidently toward the mall. As they entered, Ju Seong blushed and said, "Ershao, I need to use the restroom. I've been holding it for quite some time." Though the county's mall could not match the opulence of major cities, in this information age, what was available in the cities could generally be found in the county as well. Aside from some exceptionally expensive luxury items that might not sell well here, the offerings were largely comparable. After exploring the entire mall, Ershao and Ju Seong purchased several outfits, amounting to over 10,000 yuan, a considerable expenditure for farmers from a rural village. Ju Seong also acquired a new mobile phone. Upon exiting the mall, they hailed a taxi to the largest car dealership in the county, their arms laden with shopping bags. Upon entering the dealership, Ershao's eyes widened in awe at the vast array of vehicles displayed before him. The variety of brands and styles was dazzling, leaving him somewhat dazed. "Sir, madam, what type of vehicle are you interested in? We have a wide selection across various brands and price ranges," a saleswoman approached them enthusiastically. "We are looking for a car around the 100,000 yuan mark. Could you please assist us?" Ju Seong promptly replied. Li Chongwe's domestic vehicle was priced just under 100,000. Ju Seong hoped to find something just slightly better. After all, cars costing hundreds of thousands were far too extravagant for a village like Lijiago. Even with wealth, such spending was imprudent. "Certainly, we have a comprehensive range of models available. Please follow me. These vehicles are priced around 100,000. Let me know which one you prefer, and I can assist you with the paperwork. You'll be able to pick it up in 3 days. The saleswoman led them to another exhibition area. 3 days to pick it up. Are there any cars that I can take home today?" Ershao interjected, eager to drive back that very night. Chapter 28. The foolish young man purchases a car. The only car available for immediate pickup is the Hongqi H9, although it comes at a somewhat elevated price, the saleswoman eagerly proclaimed. "How much?" Ershao inquired without hesitation. "Between 250,000 and 350,000, depending on the configuration you desire," she promptly responded. "I'll take whichever one I can drive away with." Ershao, eager to return home in a new vehicle, spoke without much thought, lacking experience in purchasing. "The high-spec model is priced at 350,000, and we still have a few left. Once the paperwork is completed and a temporary license plate is applied for, you can drive it away immediately. However, you will need to return in 7 days to finalize the registration," the saleswoman said, her eyes lighting up. "Then I'll take it." Ershao nodded decisively. "Excellent. Please follow me, sir. I will assist you with the necessary procedures right away," the saleswoman exclaimed joyfully, leading them to the lounge area. She prepared tea for the two, displaying remarkable hospitality. If only all customers were as straightforward as this Navi fellow, making a purchase without even inspecting the car. Excuse me, miss, are there any discounts available? Do be generous. Ju Seong remarked, gulping with anticipation. The purchase seemed rather impulsive, however, since Ershao had already committed, she decided to follow his lead. After all, neither of them possessed much automotive knowledge, and even if they looked, they wouldn't discern much. Rest assured, beautiful. We have various promotional policies and gifts that I will ensure you receive. By the way, will you be paying in cash or through financing? The saleswoman inquired. Cash. Ershao replied, taking a sip of his tea and speaking nonchalantly. Suddenly, he realized why others often sought to flaunt their wealth. The sensation of appearing affluent was indeed exhilarating. Young lady, come here and introduce us to the cars you have on offer, a couple approached. The man was dressed in checkered slacks and a short-sleeved shirt, sporting a close-cropped hairstyle. He wore a luxury watch on his wrist, and a gold chain around his neck, adorned with several ostentatious rings. His attire exuded the essence of a nouveau riche. The woman beside him donned a striking red dress, her makeup heavily applied, radiating an aura that was almost overwhelming. I'm sorry, sir, but I am currently attending to another customer. Please be patient, and I will summon a colleague to assist you, the saleswoman replied politely, though she was focused on completing Ershao's transaction. What colleague? I demand that you assist me, the wealthy man retorted angrily, slamming his hand on the table. Very well. What can I do for you? The saleswoman, startled, glanced apologetically at Ershao and Ju Seong before approaching the affluent couple. I asked you to introduce the vehicles you have. Are you deaf? The man glared. What brand or price range are you seeking? I can provide you with an introduction, the saleswoman responded hastily. Why do you have to rumble so much? Just introduce the cars all at once, the flamboyant woman snapped. I apologize, but we have dozens of vehicles available, and without knowing your preferences, I cannot provide a suitable introduction, the saleswoman smiled apologetically. How do you treat your customers? Do you doubt my ability to file a complaint? The wealthy man shouted in indignation. Xiaoya, what is happening? At that moment, the sales manager, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Manager, I have a customer urgently needing assistance, yet they insist I introduce every vehicle we have. Xiaoya explained anxiously. Do those two peasants count as customers? What could they possibly afford? Can't you discern our status? The flamboyant woman scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ershao and Ju Seong. She deliberately flaunted a jade bracelet on her wrist. Although Ershao and Ju Seong had purchased a few items, they remained in their village attire, which did appear somewhat rustic. The flamboyant woman felt a twinge of jealousy seeing Ju Seong's beauty, but her pride swelled at the thought of the wealthy man buying her a car after gifting her the jade bracelet. Meanwhile, Ershao and Ju Seong found themselves bewildered by the rudeness directed at them. What grievance had they caused by simply enjoying tea? Ershao's temper flared as he glanced at the couple and suddenly felt the urge to laugh. Using his keen perception, he quickly discerned that the man's gold chain was likely a counterfeit, light enough to float in water. The woman's jade bracelet, too, bore the telltale signs of imitation. He recognized the glass within it, recalling having seen such trinkets sold for a mere 5 yuan at the market. Excuse me, madam, your jade bracelet is quite exquisite. I presume it was purchased at the morning market for 5 yuan. Ershao remarked with a cheeky grin. You little brat. Don't speak nonsense. This was a special gift from Wigu, who brought it back from Hong Kong after securing a major business deal. It cost over 10,000, the flamboyant woman boasted, casting a proud glance at the man, whom she referred to as Wigu. Brother. That gold chain of yours is quite impressive. If it were to fall into a river, it could serve as a flotation device, right? Haha. Ershao laughed heartily, directing his jest at the so-called Wigu. You little bumpkin. What do you know about gold or jade? Wigu retorted, though he felt a pang of unease. I truly don't know what constitutes gold or jade, but I can certainly differentiate between plastic and glass, Ershao replied with a smirk. Cough, cough. Wigu's face turned crimson as he furtively glanced at the woman beside him. Thankfully, she seemed oblivious to the unfolding situation. Cough, cough. Xiaoya, please attend to your customer, the sales manager urged, keen to avoid any disturbances. Certainly, manager. Xiaoya promptly turned to Ershao and Ju Seong, saying, please follow me, handsome and beautiful. Ershao and Ju Seong, carrying their bags, followed Xiaoya to complete the paperwork. Ershao. Did you really discern that the gold chain and jade bracelet were both fake? Ju Seong asked, astonished, considering Ershao had likely never encountered such expensive items before. It was merely a guess. Haha. Ershao chuckled, wishing to keep his ability a secret. Chapter 29. Restless at midnight. By the time all the formalities were completed, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Ershao and Ju Seong were gleefully driving their new car out. Just as they reached the entrance, they spotted Brother Hui and a flamboyantly dressed woman emerging in a QQ. Ju Seong couldn't help but chuckle, abruptly breaking to deliberately wait for the QQ to approach. Hey! Didn't the salesperson suggest any other cars to you? Ershao called out, lowering the window to address the pair. TCH, what's it to you, Scrum? Brother Hui retorted angrily. Nothing much, I was just curious. How much did you pay for that car, big brother? Ershao inquired with a grin. 20,000. What of it? It doesn't lack a will compared to yours, damn. Brother Hui shouted, fuming. Big brother, you are impressive. Ershao gave a thumbs up. Ju Seong pressed the accelerator, and the sedan sped away. Ershao. Yuri still giving him a thumbs up. Humph, that guy is obviously with someone else's wife, Ju Seong remarked, rolling her eyes. Ha ha ha, everyone seeks their own needs. Women love money, men love beauty. They are a match made in superficiality, but it's all a facade. Ershao laughed heartily. Why do you say it's all a facade? Ju Seong asked, puzzled. That man is using a false identity and a fake jade bracelet to deceive that woman. Similarly, that woman is using a fabricated appearance to please the man. Hence, I assert that everything is a deception, Ershao explained. A fake appearance? Ju Seong queried, bewildered. That woman is at least 50 years old. She is a bona fide matron, ha ha ha. Ershao burst into laughter. 50, really? Ju Seong laughed uncontrollably. Ju Seong's driving skills were commendable, though not particularly fast. She drove steadily. Before the sun had set, the two had already returned to the village. The moment the sedan entered the village, it stirred a commotion. Ershao had bought a car. This news instantly set the whole Lijiago village abuzz, as everyone rushed to Ershao's doorstep to see his new acquisition. Wow, this car is truly stunning. It must be worth several tens of thousands. Don't speak if you don't understand. This is a Hongqi. Even national leaders ride in this car. Can you buy it for a few thousand? I've seen this car in short videos. It costs 20 to 30,000. Is that true? How did Ershao suddenly become so wealthy? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, Li Chongwe's expression was rather grim. He had initially thought that the wretched woman Ju Seong had given Ershao the 100,000 to buy the car. Little did he expect Ershao to purchase such a fine vehicle. Clearly, that 100,000 was insufficient. It appeared that Ershao had indeed come into sudden wealth, but how had he become rich overnight? That day Ershao had gone to the mountains to gather herbs. Dear villagers, tomorrow we are heading to the county for breakfast. If anyone wants to buy something, let us know. We can bring it back for you, Ershao suddenly announced to the surrounding villagers. Ershao, you're going to the city just for breakfast? Wang Ershao exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. The breakfast in the city is delicious. I didn't have enough, but I'm going again tomorrow. Ershao replied cheerfully. Good grief, Ershao, you are something else. The villagers nearby gulped in awe. This was an audacious display, buying a car just to go to the city for breakfast. As dusk fell, the villagers dispersed. The night in the mountain village was filled with the croaking of frogs and the singing of crickets. However, this did not deter the villagers from drifting off to sleep early. They had become so accustomed to this environment that they found it difficult to sleep without such sounds. Yet, at this moment, Ershao truly could not sleep. His eyes were fixed on the wall of Ju Seong's room, filled with a sudden urge to nosebleed. Unexpectedly, driven by curiosity, he activated his divine vision, which allowed him to see through the wall into Ju Seong's room. At that moment, Ju Seong was joyfully trying on the clothes she had purchased. Unbeknownst to her, Ershao could see through the wall, so she changed her clothes with carefree abandon. Each piece of clothing she tried on brought her immense joy. She had never owned such beautiful and expensive garments, even for her wedding. She was utterly surprised that Ershao was willing to spend so much on her. Little did she know that the foolish boy had seen her figure in its entirety. Kid, you are bleeding. Well, don't waste it. The ancient spirit of Joyo crawled over, lying in Ersha's arms, opening its mouth to catch the falling blood. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Ershao, unable to bear it any longer, realized that if he continued to look, he would lose control. He flopped onto the bed. The little puppy, sensing the commotion, sprung up and scampered over, licking Ershao's lips eagerly. The blood must not go to waste. Damn, that is disgusting. Get away from me. Ershao exclaimed as he picked up the little puppy and tossed it aside. Kid, don't waste it, otherwise, can you help me find more of that jade stone? The little puppy crawled back over, unabashedly licking Ershao's nose. Jade stone. Alright, let us go find some jade stone. Ershao suddenly sat up. If he could locate jade stone, he could help the little puppy recover quickly and gain an additional ally. Perhaps he could also acquire some inheritance along the way. Whoosh. Ershao scooped up the little puppy and prepared to head out. Ershao, where are you going? Juxiong suddenly appeared at the door, wearing a light yellow dress, surprised to see him about to leave. Aunt Juxiong. We're going to the riverbank, Ershao gulped. Juxiong looked stunning in that dress. What do you want to do at the riverbank at this hour? Juxiong's cheeks flushed slightly. Could it be that this rascal couldn't sleep? Was he lost in lewd thoughts? Truth be told, she too was struggling to sleep. Aunt Juxiong, you should sleep fast. I have something to do, Ershao said vaguely, clutching the little puppy and leaving. The night breeze blew gently, a crescent moon hung in the sky, and stars twinkled above. As Ershao stepped out of the village with the little puppy, he suddenly noticed two figures by the riverbank. Li Chongwei was openly cohabiting with Zhao Cui. Who else would be here at this late hour for a rendezvous? Ershao slowed his pace, activating his divine vision while also straining his ears. Damn, Ershao couldn't help but cuss. Li Chongwei truly was a scoundrel. On one side, he had brought Zhao Cui home, yet on the other, he was sneaking off to the riverbank with someone else. The two figures by the riverbank were indeed Li Chongwei and another woman. However, this woman was none other than He Xionglan, the charming widow from the neighboring village. Ershao hesitated for a moment, then took out the phone he had found last time and stealthily approached. Chongwei. I heard that Ershao from your village suddenly became a tycoon, and your wife is with that brat. He even bought a Hongqi sedan, He Xionglan teased. Humph, Ershao and that wretched woman Juxiong. I'll make sure to teach them a lesson tomorrow. I'll go into the mountains as well. I want to see what treasure that fool Ershao has discovered to become rich overnight, Li Chongwei fumed. Ah, you idiot. Are you done yet? What a pathetic excuse. Chapter 30. Will he heal? Ershao was momentarily taken aback. This fellow actually wished to venture into the mountains in search of his own overnight fortune. Humph, I hope you don't end up under the rear end of a grizzly bear. Quietly, Ershao retreated back to the village. Kid, aren't we going to look for jade anymore? The voice of the old ancestor Joyo echoed in Ershao's mind. Alright, you can drink my blood instead, Ershao said, directly inserting his finger into the mouth of the little bear cub. A video reappeared in the villagers' group chat. Though the moonlight rendered the night hazy, everyone could clearly discern the identities of the two individuals. The consecutive videos over 3 days led the villagers to suddenly entertain a thought. The village chief is a truly good person. Each day, he personally live-streamed for the village. In the small second floor of the village chief's home, Zhao Cui glared at her phone, gritting her teeth in fury. That scoundrel has already moved on so quickly. Who the hell is it who keeps opposing me? Li Chongwei nearly went mad staring at his phone. Who is this that dares to oppose me? Why is there someone secretly filming me every day? Yet, after shouting for a considerable time, he saw no sign of those two ghostly figures. Swish, swish, swish. Li Chongwei dashed towards Ershao's home. His strongest suspicion fell on Ershao. Who else would dare to confront the village chief? Thud. Li Chongwei burst into Ershao's yard, striding directly to the door. He pushed it open and barged inside. What the hell? Li Chongwei, you are trespassing into my home at night. Do you believe I can break your legs right now? Ershao yelled at Li Chongwei, appearing drowsy as he lay in bed. Ershao, did you film me again? Li Chongwei shouted from the foot of the bed. Li Chongwei. Impressive, really, you've even dared to live-stream your petty affairs. Juxiong suddenly emerged from the inner room, standing at the doorway with a disdainful expression. Juxiong, tell me, did you conspire with him to film me and post it in the group? Li Chongwei yelled in indignation. Pah! What evidence do you have to accuse us? Get out, or we'll sue you for trespassing. Ershao, record this on your phone for evidence, Juxiong commanded, directing her words at Ershao. Sure thing. Ershao promptly took out his phone. Alright. You've got some guts, remember this, I will not let you off easily. Li Chongwei spat hurriedly before turning to leave. There was no choice, he truly had no evidence. However, he was indeed puzzled as to why these two scoundrels had not ended up in bed together. Could it be that they genuinely had no ulterior motives? Ershao, was it you? Once Li Chongwei had departed, Juxiong rolled her eyes and asked. I just happened to wander by the river and coincidentally ran into them. Since I did, I certainly couldn't let that fellow off easily, Asha chuckled. Asha, from now on, don't involve yourself with that guy's matters. Instead, consider how to live your future days. Do you have any plans? Now that you have money, it's the perfect opportunity to embark on a meaningful venture. This is what a true man should do. Jixiang remarked earnestly, casting a glance at Asha. 600,000 may seem substantial, but shouldn't one seize the moment to accomplish something meaningful? One can't squander their wealth and then ponder how to earn it back. Auntie. Then, what do you wish to do? Asha inquired. It's not about what I want to do, it's about what you can do. With your skills, you should naturally play to your strengths, Jixiang replied with a smile. I know a bit about medicinal herbs. Moreover, the prices for herbs are quite favorable right now. I could cultivate them, Asha contemplated. You understand medicinal herbs? That's splendid. Let us grow herbs then, Jixiang exclaimed. Aunt Jixiang, I not only understand medicinal herbs, but I can also heal. Asha declared suddenly, filled with pride. Pfft. You're so full of it. Since when did you acquire medical skills? Jixiang rolled her eyes, not believing that Asha could truly heal. I really can, Aunt Jixiang. How about I examine your pulse? Asha urged eagerly. Jixiang's eyes flickered for a moment. Could this little rascal be trying to take advantage of the situation? Humph, clever boy. Then go ahead and check my pulse, Jixiang replied with a slight smile, stepping toward Asha, her wrist extended, her cheeks already flushed. Asha, however, did not think much of it and immediately began to examine Jixiang's pulse. Auntie, are you having any discomfort? Asha suddenly asked. And no. Jixiang's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. This foolish boy, would I give you the chance if I were uncomfortable? That is not right. Based on your pulse, it's evident that you are indeed unwell. Asha stated with newfound seriousness. You fool. If you want something, just say it. Why all this nonsense? Jixiang exclaimed, rolling her eyes in frustration. Internally, she cursed, feeling a rising impatience. Yet one cannot allow a woman to appear too forward, can they? I need to use the restroom, Jixiang suddenly blurted, her face aflame as she hastily withdrew her hand and rushed outside. After a while, Jixiang returned, but without pausing, she dashed back to her room. Within a minute, she emerged again, glancing at Asha's dazed expression before turning back inside. This boy lives alone. How could he possibly have anything a woman would need? Alas, it was my carelessness that led to this. Moving out from Li Chongwe's place, I brought nothing with me. How could I not have prepared for those few days each month? Wait, no way. Could this boy genuinely possess medical knowledge, able to discern such things? Jixiang suddenly found herself in a daze. The next morning, Asha and Jixiang drove back into the city. At the entrance of Rich County First Middle School, Yu Xiaohong stood, glancing nervously at the roads on either side. Suddenly, Baka stopped beside her, and a man and a woman emerged. Asha brother, Aunt Jixiang, you both. Upon seeing Asha and Jixiang, who were now dressed in new clothes, Yu Xiaohong was momentarily stunned, almost failing to recognize them. Xiaohong. We brought you breakfast. Jixiang said as she handed a steaming soup bun to Yu Xiaohong. Thank you, Aunt Jixiang. Yu Xiaohong's eyes instantly welled with tears. She had been pinching pennies, reluctant to spend, yet those few dozen yuan would soon run out, and she was already worrying about her meals today. Xiaohong. In just 2 days, the exams will commence. Study hard and strive for excellent results. By the way, give me your WeChat, I'll transfer some money to you, Asha said, taking out his phone. Asha brother. Have you made some money? Yu Xiaohong asked, surprised. Yes, just focus on your studies, don't worry about anything else, Asha replied as he added Yu Xiaohong on WeChat and transferred 1,000 yuan to her. Asha brother. You transferred me so much, I can't possibly use that much, Yu Xiaohong exclaimed, taken aback, for 1,000 yuan was a significant sum for her. Chapter 31. Is this kid not quite right? Xiaohong. Don't forget your brother Ashio in the future. Jixiang remarked from the side. She had not anticipated that Ashio could muster such strength to assist Xiaohong. However, Jixiang understood that both Ashio and Xiaohong were at an age of striving, with uncertain futures ahead. While they appeared quite compatible at present, it was hard to say how things would evolve in a few years, especially in a pragmatic society rife with temptations. All she could do was offer a gentle reminder. Aunt Jixiang. I will never forget the immense kindness of Brother Ashio and Aunt Jixiang. Xiaohong responded hastily. Ashio and Jixiang drove back, with a trunk filled with dozens of kinds of herbal seeds. They had ventured through the county, purchasing everything they could find. Aunt Jixiang, I also want to build a beautiful house, Ershao said, gazing at a distant villa. That is not just an ordinary house. It is a villa. Constructing a fine villa requires a substantial amount of money, Jixiang remarked enviously as she glanced at the villa. How much is a lot of money? Ershao suddenly inquired, contemplating whether his 6 million might be considered a substantial sum. From the news I saw online, those big stars purchase villas measured in billions. Silly boy. Jixiang shot Ershao a sidelong glance, the faint smile gracing her lips. This foolish lad seemed to think 6 million was the entirety of the world. Why do they possess so much money? Ershao was taken aback. Such figures were indeed staggering. Perhaps after being naive for over a decade, he had been caught off guard. There are far too many wealthy individuals in this world. However, remember that diligent and selfless labor only yields a modest living. True wealth comes from intellect and luck. You have good fortune, and I believe you will earn a great deal of money in the future, Jixiang advised. I will definitely earn a great deal of money, Ershao declared suddenly. Having seen the prices of luxury cars while car shopping, he realized that million-dollar vehicles were quite common, making his 6 million seem insignificant in comparison. In the future, he envisioned buying luxury cars, building villas, and marrying a woman as beautiful as Aunt Jixiang. Ha ha ha, Ershao suddenly found himself lost in dreams. Creak. Jixiang abruptly slammed on the brakes. Looking ahead, they saw a large crowd blocking the road. Ershao opened the car door and squeezed into the throng, only to discover an elderly man collapsed by the roadside, with many onlookers and several calling for help, yet no one stepped forward to assist. Hey! Grandpa, what happened to you? Ershao rushed to the old man's side and asked. Medicine, medicine. The old man seemed unable to articulate more, merely pointing to his pocket and speaking haltingly. Ershao was startled, grasping the old man's wrist, and his expression changed instantly. The old man was suffering from a heart condition. It appeared he was indicating that he had medicine in his pocket. Hastily, Ershao reached into the old man's pocket and, sure enough, retrieved a small medicine bottle. He opened it, poured out a pill, and placed it in the old man's mouth. The old man took a couple of deep breaths, and his complexion improved significantly. Ershao, are you all right? Jixiang squeezed in beside him, concerned. And shouldn't you be asking the old man if he's okay? Ershao stared blankly at Jixiang, bewildered as to how he could possibly be the one in trouble when the elderly man was the one on the ground. Silly boy. Do you know why no one dared to help with so many people around? There's a popular term nowadays called staged incidents. Never mind, I won't get into that with you, Jixiang said before turning back to the old man, asking, Sir, are you feeling better? Yes. Much better, thank you. Don't worry, I'm not staging an incident, the elderly man replied, recovering somewhat. Good to hear, sir. Please get up and head home quickly. Jixiang said before glancing at Ershao. Ershao, we should leave quickly. She was still concerned about the possibility of a staged incident, having seen such occurrences frequently online. Sir, I suspect you have had a history of heart disease for 8 or 9 years, and it seems to have flared up more frequently in the past year. You need to take care of yourself, remain calm and unhurried. Ershao assisted the old man to his feet. Young man, do you understand medicine? The old man asked, slightly taken aback. I know a little. I believe your condition is not congenital but rather caused by hypertension leading to heart disease, which subsequently resulted in myocarditis. How about I prescribe a remedy for you? You can visit the hospital to get the medication and take it for 7 days. Your symptoms should improve, Ershao explained, pulling out paper and pen to write a prescription for the old man. The elderly man hesitated but accepted the prescription, uncertain, as he had been treated in hospitals for years, where doctors had never claimed it could be cured. This kid. Ershao and Jixiang got back into the car and drove away. Ershao, do you really dare to write prescriptions? You mustn't harm the man. If anything goes wrong, you will bear the responsibility, Jixiang expressed her concern on the way back. I truly can treat ailments. And that prescription will undoubtedly work, you needn't worry, Ershao replied confidently. Sigh, never mind, let us just head home. These apple seeds will require ample land. We need to prepare the garden first, then we should find Li Chongwei to reclaim my portion of land, Jixiang suddenly suggested. And most of these herbs require specific soil and living conditions, so I plan to plant them all on the mountain, Ershao stated. On the mountain? Jixiang was taken aback, then retorted, you haven't even contracted the mountain. Where do you intend to plant them? If you just plant them on the mountain across the river, wouldn't they belong to everyone? Once the herbs are mature, others will dig them up. Don't worry. I can plant them deep in the mountains without needing to contract the land. Moreover, others wouldn't dare to dig there. There's a big brown bear guarding it, Ershao said with a slight smile, confident that the presence of a big brown bear in the dense forest would deter anyone from harvesting herbs there. Are you not quite right in the head? Your words are so unreliable. First, you write a prescription for someone, and now you want to go deep into the mountains to plant herbs. That big brown bear only bites others, not you. Wait, how do you know there is a big brown bear? Jixiang's eyes widened as she stared at Ershao, questioning whether this kid had really encountered a big brown bear. Of course, I saw it. Not only did I see it, but I also rode it around the mountain, Ershao declared suddenly, filled with pride. Jixiang was left utterly dumbfounded. Was this boy speaking the truth? Chapter 32. Escaping the bear's jaws with unexpected ease. As Jixiang drove into the village, she and Ershao were taken aback to see a throng of people gathered by the river bank. It appeared that something significant had occurred. With a screech, Jixiang brought the vehicle to a halt. Ershao leapt from the car and dashed towards the river, prompting Jixiang to hurriedly follow suit. At the river bank, a large crowd surrounded Li Chongwei, who looked utterly disheveled. His clothes were tattered into shreds, and various abrasions marred his skin, streaked with blood. Dejected, he sat on the ground. Beside him, two women, Fu Yi and Wang Qing, both wives of his close companions, were tugging at his hair, wailing and striking him in despair. What happened? Ershao was genuinely taken aback. He never expected anyone in the village would dare to assault Li Chongwei, nor that he would allow himself to be beaten so submissively. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. However, within 3 minutes, Ershao grasped the situation. That morning, Li Chongwei had ventured into the mountains with Fu Yi and Wang Qing, only to encounter a ferocious brown bear. He had managed to escape, but Fu Yi and Wang Qing had not. As for their fate, Li Chongwei was oblivious, having fled for his life without daring to look back. Upon hearing that their husbands had faced the bear, both Fu Yi and Wang Qing were instantly bewildered. They unleashed their grief upon Li Chongwei, raining blows upon him. Is anyone going into the mountains to search for them? Ershao suddenly inquired. At once, a multitude turned their gazes toward him. Search for them, it was a jest. Who would dare enter the mountains upon hearing of a great bear? Surviving an encounter with such a beast was hardly plausible. Ershao quickly deduced from the expressions of the crowd that no one was willing to brave the mountains, even for the sake of 2 living souls. I will go into the mountains to find them, he declared resolutely. Ershao. It's perilous to enter the mountains, Jixiang exclaimed urgently from the side. It's fine. I'm not afraid, Ershao replied, striding toward the bamboo raft. Ershao, I'll accompany you. Jixiang, concerned for his safety, promptly followed suit. Humph. A couple of foolish lovers, Li Chongwei muttered under his breath, feeling a pang of bitterness as he watched Jixiang and Ershao depart together, as though a great green hat had been placed atop his head. The two climbed aboard the bamboo raft and paddled towards the mountainous terrain across the river. Behind them, Li Chongwei and the villagers were left in a state of astonishment. Could this fool truly be mad enough to venture into the mountains? Even Fu Yi and Wang Qing's wives were taken aback by Ershao's audacity, momentarily forgetting to express their gratitude. Navigating through the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ershao and Jixiang reached the opposite bank and entered the mountains. Aunt Jixiang, we must hasten into the mountains. Perhaps they are still alive, Ershao urged, wrapping an arm around Jixiang's slender waist as they raced deeper into the wilderness. Jixiang was momentarily stunned, feeling as though she was soaring through the clouds, her feet barely touching the ground as the wind rushed past her ears. Stealing a glance at Ershao's face, she felt her heart flutter unexpectedly, questioning how this young man could appear so handsome. A small hand unconsciously found its way onto Ershao's shoulder. Unaware of Jixiang's subtle gesture, Ershao sprinted onward into the depths of the mountains. A roar echoed from within the forest. They are indeed alive, Ershao suddenly announced. How do you know? Jixiang asked, bewildered. The brown bear told me, Ershao chuckled. Thanks to his bond with the ancient Nine-Nether ancestor, he could comprehend the bear's roar, which was unmistakably a warning to Fu Yi and Wang Qing. The brown bear. Jixiang gasped, startled at the thought of encountering such a creature. Would they truly return alive? Yet, with Ershao by her side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, as though nothing was beyond his capability to handle. A fearsome roar resounded, and an enormous creature appeared before them. Although Jixiang had mentally prepared herself, she was nearly paralyzed with fright. On a nearby tree, Fu Yi and Wang Qing clung to the trunk in a state of disarray, their faces smeared with dirt and their bodies battered. They gazed down at the great bear, terror etched across their features. Great bear, stop frightening them and let them calm down. Ershao shouted at the creature. With a mighty roar, the bear turned and ambled away. Fu Yi, Wang Qing, calm down. Ershao called to the two men in the tree. Ershao, woo-woo. Fu Yi burst into tears, as if finally seeing a family member. Juxiang was left in awe. With a single command from Ershao, the bear had retreated. What was happening? Once they confirmed the bear had departed, Fu Yi and Wang Qing cautiously climbed down from the tree. Their clothing had been reduced to mere rags, and they bore several injuries, evidently from branches rather than the bear's claws, or they would have perished long ago. Can you walk? If so, let us return to the village, Ershao urged them. Yes, we can, they replied hastily, grateful to be alive. Even if it meant crawling, they would find their way back. Then let us go, but remember this: Li Chongwei abandoned you to flee on his own. It is I who saved your lives. Henceforth, do not follow him into any misdeeds that might wrong Aunt Juxiang or the villagers, Ershao admonished, glaring at them. These two were closely allied with Li Chongwei and had often flattered him, engaging in dubious activities. Ershao merely offered a friendly warning. Although he could not ignore a life in peril, he would not condone wrongdoing either. We understand, Fu Yi and Wang Qing quickly replied. They had witnessed how swiftly Li Chongwei had run when the bear appeared, and they noted that he had not returned with anyone to rescue them, making their situation all too clear. As Ershao and Juxiang, accompanied by Fu Yi and Wang Qing, emerged on the opposite bank of the river, nearly the entire village stood in astonishment. Fu Yi and Wang Qing had returned alive. It was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, they had been rescued by a fool and a woman, an even more astonishing feat. Li Chongwei, too, was incredulous as he recalled the bear's immense size. The four of them returned on the bamboo raft, and Li Chongwei hurried to them, seizing Fu Yi's arm. Fu Yi, Wang Qing, you frightened me to death. As soon as I returned, I organized a search party for you. Now that you're back, I can breathe easy. Get lost, you organized a search party. I didn't see a single soul come to our aid. I owe my survival to Ershao and Juxiang, not you. Fu Yi retorted, flinging his arm away in anger. Li Chongwei's face flashed with embarrassment. This bastard claimed you were both dead as soon as he returned. He never once mentioned organizing a rescue. By the way, he said he was looking for you to make a fortune together. Where is the treasure? Fu Yi's wife chimed in, confronting Fu Yi. Chapter 33 The Birth of Three Little Ones. At the exclamation of Fu Yi's wife, both Fu Yi and Wang Qing immediately regained their senses. Li Chongwei had proposed to lead the two into the mountains to seek fortune, yet they nearly met their demise amidst the towering peaks. The two rushed over, intent on confronting Li Chongwei. Ershao and Juxiang exchanged knowing smiles before turning back home. However, the tale of Ershao's loud call that frightened away the great brown bear soon spread through the village like a legend. Upon returning home, Ershao retrieved the medicinal herb seeds. He took out a portion suitable for cultivation in the garden and, together with Juxiang, planted them in the fertile soil. The remaining herbs were intended for sowing deep within the mountains. Ershao, look, the ginseng and hisho wu I planted before have actually sprouted new shoots. Juxiang exclaimed suddenly. The ginseng nestled between the vegetable patches, and the hisho wu had all produced tender, appealing new growth. Young man, those 3 millennia-old little ones were supposed to gain sentience, but this place solely lacks spiritual energy. Why not offer them a drop of your blood? Perhaps you will be granted 3 little spirits. The voice of the 9 nether ancestor echoed in Ershao's mind. Is there truly such a possibility? Does that mean my blood is akin to Tang Seng's flesh? Ershao pondered, half believing. Nevertheless, he pricked his finger with a needle, squeezing out 3 drops of blood to drip onto the ancient ginseng, the aged hisho wu, and the millennia-old blood fungus. In an instant, a crimson halo enveloped the 3 herbs, within which the faint outlines of tiny figures began to take shape. My goodness, my blood is indeed remarkable. Ershao exclaimed in surprise, feeling a mix of astonishment and joy. If these 3 little creatures truly transformed into spirits, they would be invaluable treasures. Ershao, what is happening? Juxiang asked, her mouth agape at the extraordinary sight. Ershao, taken aback by Juxiang's crimson lips, found himself momentarily speechless. Juxiang, noticing his unusual gaze, felt her cheeks flash and hurriedly closed her mouth. This mischievous lad must be thinking something improper. As for where those thoughts led, that depended on the wickedness of the onlookers' hearts. Haha. And soon, I shall have a few little ones of my own. Hehe. Ershao suddenly declared. Nonsense, just looking doesn't mean one can conceive, Juxiang retorted, her face growing even redder as she mumbled under her breath. Haha. Aunt Juxiang, are you hoping to bear my children? Shall we? Ershao laughed heartily, fully aware that Jusyong was misinterpreting his words. Shameless. Jusyong felt a flutter in her heart, daring not to lift her gaze. Though she cursed him for his shamelessness, her body instinctively leaned closer to Ershao. Jusyong was waiting for Ershao to make a move when suddenly she heard a sound akin to a baby waking in search of its mother. Turning her gaze, she was astonished to see the ancient ginseng had transformed into a childlike figure, its sleepy eyes glancing at Ershao, then at Jusyong. In a flash, it leapt into Ershao's embrace and promptly fell back asleep. Is this what you meant by having a few little ones? Jusyong asked, her realization dawning. Indeed. However, and we could also have a few, Ershao teased. Go away, you can produce children yourself, what need have you for me? Jusyong exclaimed, her face flushed as she hurried back to her room. Alas, what an embarrassment. It was infuriating that while her legs felt weak, he had managed to produce little ones himself. Ha! Watching Jusyong flee, Ershao felt an overwhelming urge to chase after her and tackle her. However, the three little spirits were on the verge of fully forming and would require some time to stabilize their essence, necessitating his vigilant care. They had no place of their own to cultivate, having consumed his blood, they regarded him as their mother. Moreover, their newly formed state rendered them exceptionally vulnerable, unaware of how to evade any danger. As expected, the Hishowu and blood fungus soon took shape as well, seeking refuge in Ershao's embrace to sleep. Little pup. What is happening? Ershao inquired. Young man, I am the Nine Nether Ancestor. Do not refer to me as little pup. The voice of the Nine Nether Ancestor resounded in Ershao's mind. Do you know what that so-called jade stone you acquired is? In our world, it is a common energy stone that aids individuals in their initial stages of cultivation. However, as one's realm increases, its efficacy diminishes significantly, leading it to become a form of currency known as crystal stones. Some individuals of a certain cultivation level even utilize it to refine their spiritual consciousness or to store legacies for future generations. I never anticipated such crystal stones would appear in this world, where spiritual energy is so sparse, and with legacies left behind. Oh. Ershao nodded, understanding the situation. It seemed he was indeed fortunate to have obtained such crystal stones. Cradling the three little ones, he returned to the room where Jusyong was preparing a meal. Upon seeing Ershao holding the three spirit children, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Aunt Jusyong. You must never let outsiders know about these three spirit children, they are priceless treasures, Ershao urged earnestly. I understand. Jusyong nodded. Ershao dripped a few more drops of blood onto the three spirit children before placing them beside the Nine Nether Ancestor. With the Nine Nether Ancestor watching over them, Ershao felt a sense of reassurance. Although the Nine Nether Ancestor currently lacked combat power, his ability to intimidate was quite formidable. Aunt Jusyong. Tonight, shall we venture into the deep mountains to plant medicinal herbs? Will you dare to join me? Ershao suddenly leaned in closer to Jusyong, grinning. I shan't, it's pitch dark at night, and I'm not foolish enough to wander into the depths of the forest. Jusyong rolled her eyes in dismissal. Very well. After we finish eating, I shall go alone into the mountains to plant the herbs, Ershao declared. Jusyong prepared a simple meal, sought a couple of dishes. Ershao relished the food, feeling a profound shift in the atmosphere of the household with a woman's presence. So this is what little happiness feels like. Ershao, how did you manage to command that great brown bear? Jusyong suddenly asked, her gaze fixed on him during the meal. It was inconceivable that Ershao could frighten away the bear with mere words. There must be another explanation. Aunt Jusyong, do you believe that the great brown bear is a descendant of this little pup, several generations removed? Ershao pointed at the small pup sprawled on the bed. Could that possibly be true? Jusyong looked skeptically at the palm-sized pup. Could it truly be the ancestor of the great brown bear? Suddenly, the three little spirits beside the pup opened their eyes, blinking curiously at the two individuals dining, before leaping up in unison. Chapter 34. Eli Chongwei injures someone. The three little fairies resembled curious children, bouncing around Asha's body, reveling in their playful antics. Asha and Jusyong stared in amazement. Who wouldn't be overjoyed to have such adorable little beings at home? Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Quick, hide, the bad guys are coming. Asha exclaimed to the three fairies. In a flurry, the three little fairies leapt onto the bed, with the ginseng fairy burrowing into the blankets and the Hishowu fairy concealing itself beneath the pillow. Jusyong couldn't help but smile at their cleverness, realizing how astute these little creatures were. Suddenly, the blood mushroom fairy darted into Jusyong's arms and swiftly nestled itself in the valley of her bosom. Ha ha ha. This little one knows how to find a hiding spot, boldly taking advantage. Asha laughed, feeling an impulse to join the fairy in its cozy refuge. Asha, as the calls rang out, 3 or 4 individuals rushed into the room, carrying someone, followed by a throng of onlookers. Is someone injured? Juxiang and Asha exclaimed in alarm, quickly rising to their feet. Asha. I beg you for a favor, Fu Yi has been stabbed by Li Chongwei, and he's bleeding profusely. Your vehicle is fast, please drive Fu Yi to the hospital. If we delay, it may be too late. Fu Yi's wife fell to her knees before Asha, pleading desperately. Asha observed the scene. Despite someone pressing hard on Fu Yi's abdomen, blood continued to seep through, his clothes were soaked, and his complexion had turned pale. With a swift motion, Asha activated his spiritual sight, penetrating through skin and fabric to assess the wound. It was not extensive, likely the result of a fruit knife. Fortunately, it hadn't damaged any vital organs. As long as the bleeding could be controlled, he would be fine. Lay him down on the ground, I can treat his injury, Asha commanded the group. They stood momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. When had Asha become a healer? Without further ado, Asha approached and gently placed Fu Yi on the floor. Although he could have laid him on the bed, Asha preferred to keep the existence of the 3 little fairies a secret from the villagers, not wishing to stain the bedding with blood. With a swift motion, Asha lifted Fu Yi's shirt in front of the astonished crowd and, with a few deft taps of his fingers, he managed to significantly slow the bleeding from the wound. Mere moments later, the bleeding ceased entirely. Who can fetch me half a bottle of liquor? Asha suddenly asked those nearby. I have some at home, I'll get it right away, responded a voice from the crowd, Asha's neighbor, Tong Jun, who quickly returned with a bottle of agotu. With a decisive pop, Asha opened the bottle and used the liquor to cleanse the blood from Fu Yi's abdomen, placing one hand over the knife wound. He closed his eyes momentarily, channeling his vital energy into the injury. Moments later, he lifted his hand to reveal that the wound had miraculously healed and scarred over. Wow, this is truly astonishing. Asha, could you possibly be a mystical being? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd, many beginning to wonder if he had indeed become some sort of celestial figure. After all, in days of yore, folk spirits and celestial beings were not uncommon, and many wealthy individuals believed fervently in such entities, often lavishly offering tributes in hopes of financial gain. The wound has just sealed on the surface. It's best not to move about too much. Wrap it in gauze when you return, and with a few days of proper rest, he will be fine, Asha advised Fu Yi's wife. Asha. You are truly remarkable, thank you so much. Fu Yi's wife exclaimed, her gratitude overflowing. By the way, what on earth happened? Juxiang inquired, having overheard that Li Chongwei had harmed Fu Yi. What could have led to such violence between these two once friendly individuals? Juxiang, that scoundrel Li Chongwei, we merely scolded him a bit, asking him to cover some medical expenses. He flew into a rage, went home to fetch a fruit knife, then stabbed Fu Yi. Then he attempted to stab Wang Qing, who was so frightened he ran off. Fu Yi's wife recounted urgently. Li Chongwei is indeed a scoundrel. Juxiang echoed in disgust. Li Chongwei has no right to be our village chief after such an act of violence. We must report him to the town government and have him replaced, someone in the crowd shouted. Yes, this fellow should have been ousted long ago, another voice chimed in. After a clamor of voices, everyone gradually departed. Juxiang and Asha also left the courtyard, making their way toward the riverbank, with Asha cradling a small puppy and the 3 little fairies playfully bouncing on their shoulders. Upon reaching the riverbank, Juxiang hopped onto the bamboo raft. Auntie. Weren't you afraid of the dark and reluctant to come? Asha teased with a grin. Humph, I don't feel safe with you venturing into the mountains alone. Juxiang rolled her eyes in response. With a splash and a swish, the bamboo pole struck the water, propelling the raft across the river. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, securing the raft before venturing into the woods. Roar. The little puppy suddenly let out a fierce bark. Roar. An echoing roar resonated from deep within the mountains. Moments later, a large brown bear came bounding towards them. Asha swiftly scooped Juxiang up, placing her atop the bear's back before leaping on himself, and the bear took off into the depths of the forest. Juxiang nestled against Asha, leaning intentionally or unintentionally against his chest, enveloped by a warm aura filled with the scent of masculinity. It made her breath quicken slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bear sped along, the rushing wind creating a whooshing sound that heightened Juxiang's tension. She instinctively reached back to grasp Asha's clothing for support. In unison, they both gasped in surprise. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the bear halted. Juxiang, feeling soft and languid in Asha's embrace, was reluctant to move. Asha, too, seemed to linger in the moment. The 3 little fairies leapt from Asha's body, their faces alight with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings, having sensed the presence of their kin. Indeed, it wasn't long before several more fairies appeared, and upon encountering each other, they quickly engaged in playful frolic. Asha, it seems there are numerous precious herbs around here. Is this where you found all those marvelous items? Juxiang exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she scanned the area. Indeed. That is why I plan to cultivate more suitable herbs here. I have knowledge of medicine, and these herbs will prove invaluable in the future, Asha replied. Then you should claim this entire mountain. Otherwise, who knows if anyone else might come searching for treasures. Juxiang urged eagerly. Chapter 35 The arrival of the mare. The night breeze was cool, and the night was tranquil. The stars and the moon silently admired the breathtaking scenery of the mountains. 2 figures emerged from the hills and approached the river, untying the bamboo raft tethered at the water's edge. It was Ershao and Juxiang. The bamboo pole gently pierced the water, instantly disrupting the moon's reflection, creating ripples that spread outward in shimmering circles. Ershao. After living in this valley for several years, I never realized that the night could be so enchanting, Juxiang remarked, casting a furtive glance at Ershao. Since marrying into this impoverished valley, today seemed to be the happiest day she had ever experienced. Even the night and the mountains appeared extraordinarily beautiful. Auntie, let us catch a fish to take home. We can cook it for breakfast tomorrow, Ershao suddenly suggested. The river is cold at night, perhaps we should refrain from that, Juxiang replied hastily. I can catch a fish without getting into the water, Ershao declared. With a swift motion, he thrust the bamboo pole into the water, and with a flick, a large fish was surprisingly lifted out, landing with a splash onto the bamboo raft. Oh my! Juxiang exclaimed in astonishment, but holding her small puppy, she couldn't intervene. The large fish flopped desperately, attempting to leap back into the water. Trying to escape. With a decisive motion, Ershao brought the bamboo pole down with force, pinning the fish against the raft. No matter how the fish struggled, it could not break free, and miraculously, it remained unharmed. Juxiang quickly retrieved the bamboo basket tied to the raft, and Ershao deftly placed the fish inside. Ershao. You're truly remarkable. Juxiang gazed at him with admiration. Where am I remarkable? Ershao asked with a grin. Humph, in every way. Juxiang replied, her nose slightly raised, thinking to herself that this little rascal had learned some mischief, yet somehow, she found it endearing. By the time they returned home, it was already late at night. Ershao tossed the fish into a large pot, covering it to prevent it from jumping out, and hurried into the house. In the adjacent room, Juxiang was changing clothes. She had removed all her garments but was not in a rush to don her nightgown. Instead, she walked back and forth on the bed, admiring her figure, captivated by her own form. In the neighboring room, Ershao watched, his throat dry and nearly blood rushing to his face. Focus, focus, focus. Ershao suppressed his inner impulses, hastily closing his eyes to practice his spiritual vision technique. Sigh. Though everything is wonderful, I have wasted 5 years on that scoundrelly Chongwei. I am no longer a fresh flower, I am unworthy of Ershao now. Juxiang sighed softly, sitting down on the bed, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Today, she had almost crossed that line with Ershao, but suddenly felt undeserving. She had been married and was 10 years older than Ershao. She shouldn't ruin his life. It was only right to find him a suitable companion of similar age. Perhaps Ershao and Yuxiahong were indeed a match made in heaven. The next morning, Ershao quietly arose and ventured outside to practice his martial arts. He went through the motions of Longhu Fist and the Great Falling Stone Hand, completing a full routine. Just as he finished and was about to stop, he suddenly noticed Juxiang standing at the door, watching him. Auntie, why are you up so early? Ershao asked hurriedly. Juxiang's face flashed. What did it mean to be awake? She had been thinking of him all night and hadn't slept well, yet it was difficult to express that sentiment. I also want to practice with you. Will you teach me? Juxiang said with a playful glint in her eyes. Sure, however, the techniques I practice are rather vigorous. Once I find a suitable style for women, I'll save it for you, Ershao replied. Mem. Juxiang nodded. If she could practice with Ershao, it would provide her with a reason to be close to him. Otherwise, if Ershao truly found a girlfriend, where would she go? After breakfast, 2 cars quietly entered the village. Inside sat a well-dressed middle-aged man in his 40s, the mayor of Guangfa town, Sukong. He had received a report last night regarding an incident in Lijogo village, where the village head, Li Chongwei, had attacked a villager with a knife. Given the severity of the situation, it was only fitting for him, as the mayor, to personally attend. The cars halted at the village committee's entrance, and shortly thereafter, the entire village received a notification that the mayor would hold a meeting for all villagers. Ershao. The mayor has arrived. It's the perfect opportunity for you to discuss the contract for the Black Bear Ridge. We need that contract. Jixiang immediately informed Ershao upon seeing the notification on her phone. All right, let us head to the village committee first, Ershao nodded. The village committee was a 100 square meter building, and at that moment, it was already filled with a crowd. It was rare for the mayor to come down to the village for a meeting, and usually, the villagers hardly ever saw what he looked like. When Ershao and Jixiang arrived, the room was packed, forcing them to stand at the back of the crowd, straining to catch a glimpse of the mayor. However, Ershao was indifferent, as he was primarily interested in how the mayor would address the situation regarding Li Chongwei. Li Chongwei, as the village head, has intentionally harmed others. We will certainly deal with this matter seriously. Fui, if you have any demands, feel free to express them. As mayor, I will advocate on your behalf. For instance, if you require medical expenses, simply present the hospital receipt, and we will demand full compensation from village head Li Chongwei. Su Tsong's voice resonated from within. Mayor, I do not wish to ask for too much. I need 5,000 yuan for medical expenses and 5,000 yuan for nutritional support. Furthermore, the entire village unanimously agrees to remove Li Chongwei from his position as village head. Fui's voice echoed back. Fui. Are you trying to extort money? Your injuries were treated by Ershao, and you didn't spend a single penny. Don't think I'm unaware of that. You wish to extort me for 10,000 yuan. Li Chongwei's voice boomed in response. Li Chongwei. Su Tsong shot a furious glare at him, realizing that if 10,000 yuan could resolve the issue, it would be a stroke of luck. This fool had yet to comprehend that he had ruined his own future. We unanimously demand the removal of Li Chongwei from his position. After injuring Fui, he chased me down the street with a knife. I was so exhausted, I nearly passed gas a dozen times. Suddenly, a voice rose from the crowd. Ershao recognized it as Wang Qing. Mayor, Li Chongwei has a poor reputation. He even shares his lewd videos in the group for everyone to see. He is a pervert. Another voice called out from the outskirts of the crowd, though no one could identify the speaker. Videos? What videos? Su Tsong frowned, his interest piqued. Mayor, take a look at this video. Fui immediately pulled out his phone, locating the video and passing it to Su Kong. Li Chongwei. Su Tsong roared after viewing the video. Initially, he had hoped to protect this scoundrel's position as village head, but now, it was evidently impossible. Chapter 36 Brotherhood with the Mayor. Li Chongwei, from this moment forth, you are no longer the village chief. Su Tsong bellowed fiercely, his glare fixed on Li Chongwei. The ferocity of Su Tsong's outburst left Li Chongwei utterly startled, suddenly realizing that his esteemed position as village chief was in jeopardy. Dear villagers, each household now possesses the right to vote. We shall conduct an on-site election, with every household dispatching a representative to cast their ballot. The ballots will remain anonymous. We will announce the election results immediately. Su Tsong declared to the assembly. Election. Who shall we vote for? Indeed, who should we choose? The villagers were taken aback, caught off guard by the abruptness of the decision, leaving them bewildered and uncertain about whom to support. I vote for Aunt Jixiang. Suddenly, Ershao stood up and shouted. Ershao. Don't be ridiculous, how can I possibly become the village chief? Jixiang retorted, delivering a playful punch to Ershao. Aunt, you have a kind heart, I believe you can be an excellent village chief, Ershao insisted earnestly. Ershao. Don't you think everyone is oblivious to your relationship with Jixiang? You wish to elect her as village chief, dream on. Li Chongwei shouted as he heard Ershao's voice outside. Since he had faltered in his personal conduct, he felt compelled to tarnish his opponent's reputation as well, believing it would benefit his own standing. Throughout the years of his tenure as village chief, despite not having contributed significantly to the village, he was confident that he had garnered some respect. If an election were to take place, a mere glance from him could sway a portion of the votes. With a few underhanded tactics, retaining his position was not an impossible feat. Li Chongwei, spare us your foul words. Ershao is not as base as you, Jixiang admonished. While she harbored affection for Ershao, she could not allow him to bear such a stigma, as it would adversely impact his future. Enough noise. You have 10 minutes to contemplate your choices. Voting will commence in 10 minutes. Now, all of you, please exit and return in an orderly manner to cast your votes. Once the voting concludes, we will promptly announce the results. After the village chief is elected, we shall address the compensation issue concerning Fu. If a resolution cannot be reached, we may pursue legal avenues, Su Tsong declared, his brow furrowed. Li Chongwei, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent. The villagers filed out, chattering in groups about whom to elect as village chief. Meanwhile, Ershao and Juxiang made their way to the office. Juxiang, Ershao. What are you doing here? This is not your place, hurry up and leave. Li Chongwei roared upon seeing the two enter, still clinging to his self-appointed authority as village chief. Ahem. Do you have business? Su Tsong coughed twice, casting a sharp glare at Li Chongwei before inquiring. Mayor, I have a proposition. If Juxiang becomes village chief, I am willing to invest and take over Haixazi Ridge, Ershao stated bluntly. Investment. Su Tsong's eyes lit up instantly. Everyone else, please step out. We need to discuss official matters, he instructed the others, who quickly understood and exited the room. Your name is Chen Ershao. Are you truly willing to take on Haixazi Ridge? It is a place notorious for wild beasts, and for years no one has dared to contract it, Su Tsong said, scrutinizing Ershao. I seek to contract Haixazi Ridge solely to ensure Juxiang's election as village chief. The rest is of little consequence, Ershao replied nonchalantly. I have heard you were once considered a fool, and only recently have you seemingly recovered. Do you genuinely possess such wealth? Haixazi Ridge is not small, and the price will certainly be considerable, Su Tsong inquired skeptically. Of course. I am willing to invest 1 million to contract Haixazi Ridge, and I request a 50-year contract, Ershao asserted. 50 years, that is excessive. 80 an annual fee of 20,000, how can I justify this to others? Su Tsong replied sternly. I can offer you a maximum of 20 years. I shall add another million. 50 years. Ershao stated, his gaze unwavering. Since you are so earnest and willing to contribute to the village, let us agree on 500,000 for a 60-year contract. Our town government encourages and supports those who boldly take the first steps towards rural development, Su Tsong said, somewhat ambivalently, as he pulled out his phone and opened the payment code. With a swift motion, Ershao scanned the code and transferred 2 million. Ahem, very well, let us head outside and gather opinions from the villagers. We must heed their voices. Su Tsong coughed lightly, pocketing his phone and proceeding to exit. Ershao and Juxiang exchanged glances, their objectives accomplished, albeit with some unexpected turns. Villagers, the voting will commence shortly. However, I have a small suggestion for you all. Juxiang and comrade Chen Ershao are willing to contribute 500,000 to contract Haixazi Ridge. This sum belongs to your village and to each of you as villagers. The town government will not take a single cent. Furthermore, once the election concludes and the contract is signed, you will receive your share. You must approach this election with sincerity, as it pertains to the future development of your village. Now, let us begin voting. Su Tsong concluded with gravitas, gesturing for the ballots to be distributed. Goodness. Ershao is so wealthy, 500,000 means each of us could receive 2,000, naturally, we should vote for Juxiang. Exactly, voting means money in our pockets. Only a fool would abstain regardless of who becomes village chief, they are all the same. The one who offers money is the best. Listen to what you are saying. Juxiang would never lack the compassion that Li Chongwei does. I believe she will surely do something beneficial for the village. Therefore, even without a financial incentive, I would still vote for her. I actually wanted to vote for Ershao, but now it seems he is intent on making Juxiang the village chief. I was considering voting for myself. It appears that opportunity has slipped away. Very well, then I shall vote for Juxiang. Why not take the money? The villagers buzzed with conversation, but they still lined up, diligently writing their names before casting their votes into the ballot box. Brother Ershao. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me at the town government, Su Tsong said, slapping Ershao's shoulder in a familiar manner, as if they were old friends. Li Chongwei's face darkened instantly, his demeanor resembling that of a stormy sea. He cast Su Tsong in his heart, feeling betrayed by someone who had previously taken advantage of him. Today, however, he stood silent, a mere bystander. Ershao and Juxiang exchanged unspoken criticisms of Su Tsong, who had greedily pocketed 150,000 from the 2 million, all while proclaiming that the town government would not take a single cent. Nevertheless, their goals had been achieved. Many villagers observed the mayor's camaraderie with Ershao, swallowing hard. Wealth certainly brings power. In an instant, he had established a connection with the mayor, and such opportunities would surely arise again. Chapter 37. Juxiang becomes the village chief. The voting results were swiftly announced, with Juxiang triumphing with an overwhelming 73 votes, thus becoming the new village chief. Li Chongwei, upon gazing at his solitary vote, felt his legs weaken, then he collapsed onto the ground. This solitary vote was his own. He had expected at least a dozen votes, but seeing the outcome left him utterly despondent. He found himself outdone by several others in the village, who had managed to garner at least 8 to 10 votes. Fellow villagers, the new village chief has been elected. Congratulations to Chief Juxiang on her immediate appointment. Additionally, regarding the matter of Li Chongwei's assault, do both parties wish to reconcile? If one side is unwilling, the police station can intervene and legal proceedings will ensue, Su Tsong proclaimed in a condescending manner, primarily addressing Li Chongwei. Reconcile. Reconcile, I am willing to reconcile. Li Chongwei hurriedly exclaimed. At that moment, he realized that if he truly ended up in the police station, the connections he once relied upon would likely dissipate. At that point, a mere 10,000 yuan would not suffice to resolve the situation. You may be willing, but I am not. I demand 15,000, the additional 5,000 is for lost wages, Fu Yi interjected with a cold snort. You, how ruthless. Fine, 15,000 it is, I'll fetch the money. Li Chongwei, fearful of any further complications, declared before swiftly turning to leave for home. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the sight of Zhao Chui packing her belongings, clearly preparing to depart. Chui, what do you think you're doing? Li Chongwei inquired urgently. I'm going home, of course. What, now that you're no longer the village chief, do you expect me to bear you a son? Let me be frank. I can't help you. Your inability to have children is your own issue. Even if you pursue numerous women, it won't change anything, Zhao Chui retorted, grabbing her suitcase and walking out. Chui, you can't just leave. What will I do without you? Li Chongwei shouted after her. You haven't even married me, how can I not leave? Consider yourself lucky that I'm not taking half of your assets, Zhao Chui dismissed, descending the stairs without a second thought. Assets? Li Chongwei exclaimed, rushing to check his small stash. He opened the safe with a clatter, revealing 5 neat bundles of cash. Phew. Li Chongwei finally felt a sense of relief. Having money was far better than the alternative. As for women, he wasn't limited to just one. Reluctantly, he withdrew 15,000 yuan and hastened away from the small building towards the village committee. Meanwhile, within the village committee, the contract for the Black Bear Ridge had been signed by Ershao. Su Tsong and Ershao shook hands, their faces creased with smiles. They were elated. This trip was certainly worthwhile. Brother Ershao, from now on in Guangfa town, I shall be your pillar of support. Should you encounter any issues, seek me out, you will not be disappointed, Su Tsong declared, patting Ershao on the shoulder. He had not anticipated encountering such a wealthy local in this impoverished valley, and the opportunity to forge such a partnership was not to be missed. This was his pathway to fortune. Thank you, town head. From now on, I will rely on your support in Guangfa town, Ershao replied eagerly. Chongwei. Li Chongwei entered, clutching a wad of cash. Chongwei. From now on, strive to be a good person. Do more for the common folk. Never mind, there's no need to lecture you, Su Tsong said, rising to take the money from Li Chongwei and handing it to Fu Yi, who stood beside him. Fu Yi. Let this matter be settled once and for all, do not bring it up again. We must maintain harmony within our village and among neighbors. Well, if there is nothing else, you may all leave. Su Tsong began to dismiss the villagers. The villagers gradually dispersed, returning home to await their share of the funds. Su Tsong, accompanied by the town officials, departed, leaving only Ershao, Juxiang, and the village accountant, Li Quanguo, in the committee. Li Quanguo was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses. He also happened to be Li Chongwei's cousin. However, he was quite prudent and did not possess the flamboyance of Li Chongwei. Ershao. With you having appointed me as village chief, I've never held an official position before, and I am at a loss as to what to do. Moreover, I actually prefer handling household chores and cooking, Juxiang said, looking rather troubled. Aunt Juxiang. Rest assured, for minor matters, consult accountantly. For significant issues, I will inquire with the town head on your behalf. Besides, not much has transpired in the village over the years, Ershao replied with a gentle smile. Su Tsong had taken a substantial bribe of 150,000, how could he let such an opportunity go to waste? Juxiang remained in the village committee to familiarize herself with the village accounts and land usage, while Ershao returned home alone. Observing the stark simplicity of his dwelling, he realized that now that he had money, it was time to renovate and acquire some new furnishings. After all, constructing a new house would not be an immediate endeavor. With this thought in mind, Ershao surveyed the room with his eyes before stepping outside. Though lacking a driver's license, Juxiong had taught him how to drive over the past few days. Given Ershao's current aptitude for learning, he was confident he could master it in under 10 minutes. Besides, the car keys were conveniently in his pocket. Indeed, Ershao familiarized himself with the vehicle's controls before driving away. Initially, he drove cautiously, repeatedly testing all the switches before accelerating towards Guangfa Town. In Guangfa Town, at the entrance of a decoration company named Xuani, Ershao parked the car. Upon entering the company, the staff members immediately displayed expressions of alarm. "Well, what a coincidence, Lord Wuzhou, it seems this decoration company is yours." Ershao chuckled. Among them sat Lord Wuzhou, his legs still wrapped in bandages, indicating that his broken leg had yet to heal completely. He was seated behind his desk in a wheelchair. "What brings you here?" Wuzhou stammered, trembling with trepidation. Even when his legs were well, he was no match for Ershao. Now he was even more vulnerable. "I'm here for business. I plan to renovate my house. Since we are now acquaintances, could you perhaps offer me a discount?" Haha. Ershao laughed heartily, finding Wuzhou's predicament rather amusing. I won't do business with you. Just leave." Wuzhou gulped nervously. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it, but it seems you are unwilling to mend fences. Very well, I have offered you the chance. I will not impose, however, per friendly warning. I intend to frequent Guangfa Town, so inform your underlings to steer clear of me. My temper is not to be trifled with, Ershao concluded, turning to leave. All right. What do you want? Wuzhou's heart quaked anew. He genuinely feared that this individual would visit Guangfa Town often, leaving him with no choice but to avoid him altogether, which would be a disgrace for the esteemed Wuzhou. I simply wish to renovate my house. Why are you so anxious? Ershao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Chapter 38 Wuzhou invites for a drink. You truly only wish to renovate the house? Wuzhou inquired, his expression tinged with disbelief. Of course, it is not merely about renovations. I also aspire to construct a new dwelling. However, rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. Ershao, observing Wuzhou's astonishment, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Is this truly the older brother? By the way, have your legs not yet healed? Such a minor injury, and after several days, it remains unhealed. Shall I take a look? As Ershao spoke, he approached Wuzhou. What do you intend to do? Wuzhou, suddenly alarmed, felt an urge to flee, but being confined to a wheelchair rendered him incapable of escape. Several of Wuzhou's subordinates at the door considered rushing to protect him but found themselves paralyzed by fear. No one dared to intervene as they watched Ershao reach out and grasp Wuzhou's cuff. With a swift motion, Ershao seized Wuzhou's ankle, his keen gaze penetrating the fabric to reveal the bandaged leg, the bone showing the faintest signs of healing. Indeed, the adage about injuries to bones taking 100 days to mend seemed entirely accurate. Wuzhou, trembling with fright and uncertainty, suddenly felt a warm sensation spreading through his cuff, soon followed by a tingling itch. He was both startled and intrigued, yet too apprehensive to move. After a few minutes, Ershao released Wuzhou's legs, smiling gently as he remarked, "Well, you may walk now, but do avoid undue strain as your injury is still fresh. I shall prescribe a medicine for you. Take it for 7 days, and I assure you, you will be as good as new." Really, is this true? Wuzhou could hardly believe it, yet he sensed his calves no longer ached. Tentatively placing his feet on the ground, he rose slowly. "Divine being, you are a deity," Wuzhou exclaimed, taking a few steps forward, astonished to find no discomfort. He suddenly knelt before Ershao, at a loss for words. "Enough. Rise, your injury was the result of my actions, and this time, I shall not hold it against you. I merely wish for your assistance in renovating my house. Now, shall we discuss business?" Ershao said with a subtle smile. "Divine brother Ershao, rest assured, the renovations will be my responsibility. I shall ensure your satisfaction, at no cost." Wuzhou hurriedly responded. "Money, fret not, I shall not shortchange you. As long as you help me with the house, I also wish to acquire some furniture, appliances, and daily necessities." "What do you require? Speak swiftly," Ershao instructed. "Do not concern yourself with anything. I shall immediately arrange for measurements and designs at your residence, ensuring everything is of the highest quality," Wuzhou declared, promptly retrieving his phone and making 2 calls. "Divine brother Ershao, stop. That sounds quite awkward. Just call me brother Ershao." Before Wuzhou could finish, Ershao interrupted. The combination of Ershao and divine being was indeed somewhat jarring. "Brother Ershao." Wuzhou found himself genuinely apprehensive at the mention of Ershao's name. Yet, there was no escaping it, as this was the name he bore. Fortunately, Ershao did not mind how others referred to him. Brother Ershao, you need not worry about the house. Come, let us celebrate with a drink. Today, I must express my gratitude for your healing of my injury. Wuzhou took Ershao to a nearby establishment. Kai's Tavern. The proprietor, well acquainted with Wuzhou, wasted no time in attending to them. The waitstaff dared not intervene, personally ushering the two into a private room, soon presenting them with 2 fruit platters. Kai, my friend, this is my brother, Chen Ershao, from Lijiago village. Henceforth, any meals my brother has here will be charged to Wuzhou's account, Wuzhou informed the proprietor. Wuzhou, your brother is my brother as well. Rest assured, when this young man dines here, he shall receive only the finest treatment. Kai, swallowing hard, dared not utter Ershao. He found himself puzzled as to how someone could be named such, yet knew better than to offend Wuzhou. Dining with Wuzhou meant payment was a mere afterthought. Crossing Wuzhou could spell disaster for anyone in town. Kai, bring a plate of stir-fried lamb kidneys, garlic prawns, sweet and sour cup, then braised lion's head. And fetch the finest wine. Wuzhou called out. Certainly, please wait a moment, Kai replied, hurrying to prepare the order. Before long, the bottle of Luzhou Laojiao and several dishes were served. Brother, I must toast to you. In the past, I failed to recognize your worth and, under the influence of Li Chongwei, sought trouble with you. Yet you, magnanimous as the sea, chose not to retaliate but instead healed my leg, granting me the opportunity to draw closer to you. From this day forth, your affairs shall be mine. At your command, I shall brave any peril without hesitation. Wuzhou poured a full glass of wine for Ershao as he spoke. Braving peril may be an exaggeration. I am but a minor figure in Lijiago village, lacking the opportunity to create such turmoil. Haha. I believe I may have inadvertently offended someone named Tang in the county town. As Ershao began to jest about Wuzhou's grandiose claims, he suddenly recalled his encounter with Tang. If a confrontation with Tang were to arise, Wuzhou's willingness to brave danger might indeed be necessary, considering the multitude of Tang's followers. You have offended Tang? Wuzhou's eyes widened in astonishment, pressing for details. Indeed. What is so surprising about that? Ershao, taken aback by Wuzhou's excessive shock, inquired hastily. Brother, very few who offend Tang return unscathed. In fact, nearly none do. Let me tell you, in the county town, Tang's word is law. No one dares to disregard him. Those who cross Tang often find themselves in dire straits. Wuzhou warned urgently. Is this fellow truly so formidable? I had not perceived him as such. Ershao scoffed, curling his lip. Had it not been for the presence of Juice Young, he would have taught that so-called Tang a lesson. Not perceived, brother, have you not encountered Tang? Wuzhou asked, bewildered. I have encountered him, and he even brought dozens of men to the police station, Ershao replied dismissively. Gulp. Wuzhou swallowed hard. The fact that Tang had brought dozens of men yet allowed Ershao to return unscathed was inconceivable. It could not have been due to Tang's compassion but rather that he, like Wuzhou, had suffered a setback. Reflecting on his earlier recklessness sent a chill down Wuzhou's spine. Meanwhile, Ershao's attention was drawn to the delectable dishes before him, his eyes widening in delight. They looked utterly irresistible. Chapter 39. Even a fool cannot be deceived. At the dining table, Master Wuzhou stared blankly at Ershao, whose mouth was smeared with grease as he devoured his food as if he had not eaten in months. It seemed this fellow was indeed a glutton. Brother Ershao, if you enjoy eating, feel free to come here every day. You won't have to spend a dime, or it will all be on me, Wuzhou. After a moment of astonishment, Wuzhou exclaimed with delight. If he could win over such a formidable figure with exquisite cuisine, it would be a splendid outcome. Thank you, Master Wuzhou. Now, let us raise our glasses. Ershao lifted his cup and clinked it with Wuzhou's, downing the contents in one gulp. He then picked up a piece of stir-fried lamb kidney and popped it into his mouth. The sensation of sipping wine while savoring a bite of food was immensely pleasurable for Ershao. Brother, I dare not presume to be called Master Wuzhou. Just call me Wuzhou in the future. Allow me to clarify, I am surnamed Wu, and I am the 9th child in my family. My friends on the street, out of respect, address me as Master Wuzhou. However, in your presence, I cannot bear to use such a title, Wuzhou hastily replied. Finally, the bottle of Luzhou Laojiao was emptied, and the table was cleared of all dishes. Satisfied, Ershao patted his belly and let out a hearty belch. Very well, from now on, I shall call you Brother Jiu. Thank you for today. I will treat you another day. I must take my leave now. With that, Ershao rose contentedly and made his way outside. Suddenly, he felt a bit dizzy and lightheaded. Brother, you have been drinking, you cannot drive, allow me to arrange for someone to take you home. Wu Jiao said hurriedly. All right. Ershao did not refuse. He did not possess a driver's license anyway, having someone else drive was indeed preferable. Before long, Wu Jiao arranged for 2 of his companions to drive Ershao back to Lijiogo village. Upon returning home, Ju Xiong rushed out anxiously. Ershao, there are several people at home, measuring everything. They say they want to design the renovation style and the layout of the appliances. What is going on? Ju Xiong asked urgently. It's nothing, Wu Jiao sent them over to help renovate the house. Later, I will buy some appliances and furniture, Ershao replied. Wu Jiao, are you referring to that Master Wu Jiao from the town? He will help you. Ju Xiong exclaimed in surprise. I helped him heal his leg injury, Ershao said with a faint smile. Heaven has bestowed upon you the name Ershao, yet you are an exceptionally clever and handsome young man. Any woman fortunate enough to marry you would be truly blessed. Ju Xiong remarked, feeling a wave of emotion. If she were 10 years younger, she would not have missed the opportunity to be with Ershao. Alas, she was 10 years his senior and a divorced woman. Aunt Ju Xiong, how about I stop calling you aunt from now on? Ershao suggested with a glint in his eye. Humph, are you sincere in your words? Ju Xiong rolled her eyes. She had long wished for Ershao to call her by a different title but had felt too shy to say it directly. Of course, I speak with sincerity. How about I call you Sister Ju Xiong from now on? Ershao suddenly proposed. That sounds wonderful. From now on, you shall call me sister, and I shall call you Ershao, my little brother. Ju Xiong exclaimed joyfully. If she truly could not endure loneliness in the future, being called sister was far preferable to aunt. After all, the notion of incest was rather distasteful. As Ershao and Ju Xiong entered the house, 3 individuals were inside, taking notes with paper and pen. Master you are indeed Master. We are from Master Jiao's team, here to help you design the renovation style. May I inquire about your requirements? One of the 3 approached Ershao eagerly. I have no particular requirements, as long as you design it reasonably according to my house, that will suffice, Ershao replied, shaking his head. He knew nothing about design, and expressing his thoughts would only complicate matters, so he chose to remain silent. The 3 individuals quickly completed their measurements and departed. Suddenly, a small puppy and 3 little sprites emerged from beneath the bed, all leaping onto Ershao. Wow, little puppy. Your speed in drinking blood is astonishing, and at this rate, I might be drained dry. Ershao exclaimed in shock as he noticed that the amount of blood required by the 9 nether ancestor had significantly increased. Young man. My body is gradually recovering, which naturally requires more blood. If you do not wish to be drained into Jackie, you must assist me in finding crystal stones. The voice of the 9 nether ancestor echoed in Ershao's mind. Finding crystal stones. Very well, it seems I have no other choice, Ershao nodded. For now, he could manage supplying blood to the 9 nether ancestor, but in a few days, he feared he would not be able to withstand it. It appeared he truly needed to assist this entity in searching for crystal stones. If the ancestor grew powerful in the future, it would also be a great aid to him. However, we do not know where to find crystal stones. After all, they are items from beyond this world, and their existence might be purely coincidental, Ershao remarked suddenly. We possess the power of crystal stones within us. Within a certain range, we can sense their presence. Of course, until we locate a crystal stone, I must rely on your blood. Nevertheless, I will try to drink less. If you perish, it would not benefit me either, the 9 nether ancestor said before releasing Ershao's finger. All right. Let us go search for crystal stones now, Ershao said, cradling the little puppy as he headed outside. Brother, you just returned, what are you off to do now? Ju Xiong asked anxiously. Sister, I am taking the little puppy to the riverside. I will return soon, Ershao replied before leaving the courtyard. Silly brother, I will cook, be sure to come back early. Ju Xiong called out cheerfully, her heart filled with joy. Today, she was in high spirits and had even bought 2 bottles of wine from the local shop, intending to celebrate with Ershao. All right, Ershao responded. At the riverside, several women were washing clothes. As night fell, they grew disappointed, realizing that Ershao had not yet appeared. It seemed that for some time now, the women in the village had taken to washing their clothes by the river, not for any particular reason, but simply to catch a glimpse of Ershao and admire his well-defined muscles. This sight thrilled them, much like an addictive habit. Hey, Ershao is here. Suddenly, one woman exclaimed in excitement, lowering her voice. The other women immediately looked up. Indeed, Ershao was approaching, cradling a small puppy. Ershao, why aren't you at home entertaining the beautiful village chief? What brings you to the riverside at this hour? One woman teased loudly. They found it hard to believe that Juseong had inexplicably moved into Ershao's home. Moreover, Ershao had invested so much to help Juseong become the village chief, taking on the treacherous Black Bear Ridge. The two must have been quite intimate. Ha ha ha. The other women burst into laughter. They were all married, and their laughter echoed with a knowing tone. Haha, what do you mean by intimate? Sister, why don't you teach me how it's done? Ershao quipped, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Cut it out, go home and let Juseong teach you. I wouldn't dare to teach you for fear of making the village chief jealous, the woman retorted, a smirk on her face. She had indeed been intrigued but felt it was a lost cause. By the way, Ershao, what brings you here so late? Another woman inquired. To take a bath. Ershao replied. A bath? The women's eyes instantly lit up. They abandoned their laundry, wide-eyed and staring at Ershao. With a swift motion, Ershao removed his shirt and placed it by the riverbank, using a larger stone to weigh it down and prevent it from blowing away in the wind. Oh my, the women stared in astonishment as Ershao's impressive physique came into view. His six-pack abs were mesmerizing, and they could hear the sound of them swallowing in awe. Just as the women were transfixed, waiting for Ershao to continue undressing, one of them called out, Ershao. If you're going to bathe, why not just take off your pants? I can help wash them. By the time you come back up, they'll be nearly done. Yes, Ershao, we can all help you wash, the others chimed in eagerly. Hee. Sisters, I'm afraid you might get into trouble when you go back. Ershao laughed heartily before leaping into the river. Cut it out, when did we become incapable of deceiving even a fool? One woman said with a pout, watching as Ershao splashed away into the distance. Don't underestimate Ershao. Who in our village could possibly come up with 50,000? Even Li Chongwei might not be able to manage that. Besides, who would throw 50,000 away? Another woman chimed in. I say this lad isn't just throwing 50,000 away. I heard Fu Yi and Wang Qing say he scared off a 2 or 3 meter tall giant bear with just a shout. If he isn't afraid of the black bear, perhaps he could actually make a profit from contracting that mountain, another woman added. Indeed. This young man has changed dramatically in less than a year. Not only is he physically fit and able to fight, but he also shows no fear of the black bear and possesses healing abilities. I would say he is destined for greatness. Absolutely, many in the village claim he is a divine being. Chapter 40. The Sword of the Python. King Ershao paid no heed to the murmurs of the women by the riverbank as he swam toward the center of the river, cradling a small puppy in his arms. The water was crystal clear, and both Ershao and the puppy were no ordinary beings. Even while gliding across the surface, they could sense the presence of crystal stones beneath. They had searched the area previously, and it was unlikely that any remained nearby. Thus, the pair ventured further into the depths. The upper reaches of the small river were merely a brook, with water only half a foot deep, its clarity revealing a bed of beautiful pebbles beneath. However, due to the river's separation from the village and its proximity to the Black Bear Ridge, very few had ever visited. After scouring the river, discovering nothing of note, Ershao and the puppy made their way upstream, stepping carefully on the smooth pebbles as they continued their search. The pebbles, polished by years of water flow, felt delightfully soft beneath their feet. Ah, this stone is quite exquisite. It has a lovely, rich red hue, Ershao exclaimed suddenly, spotting a fist-sized red pebble. Under the gaze of his celestial sight, he could discern that the stone was uniformly red and almost translucent, an undeniably beautiful find. He eagerly bent down to pick it up, admiring its allure. Alas! It is merely an ordinary jade stone. Of no use to me, the puppy pouted indignantly. Jade is quite valuable, you know. Just because it is of no use to you does not mean it holds no worth for me. Ha ha! Ershao chuckled heartily as he tucked the jade away. Bah, what good is money? It cannot buy a life, the puppy retorted, appearing despondent. If it relied on consuming Ershao's blood, it would only sustain its diminutive existence. It longed to reclaim its formidable power, a force capable of cataclysmic destruction. How could it resign itself to living like a mere puppy, scraping by in this world? While money may not purchase one's own life, it can certainly take another's. It is indeed a valuable commodity. Ershao remarked with a slight smile. Good heavens, could this brook be connected to a jade mine? Look, there is another jade stone, he exclaimed, dashing ahead. Indeed, not far ahead lay another beautiful jade stone, yellow and translucent, about the size of an egg, polished smooth by the river. It was particularly stunning. He recalled witnessing a wealthy man in the county's automotive district purchasing several 4 jade bracelets for a flamboyant woman, who seemed utterly enchanted. If he were to craft a jade bracelet for Sister Juice Young, would she not be overjoyed and perhaps offer herself in return? He chuckled to himself, lost in pleasant thoughts. Brother, must you think of women all day long? A man should stand tall, aspire to be the most formidable person in the world, the puppy scoffed. Were you not once the most formidable bear? And yet now, you find yourself reduced to a dog, a little puppy at that, haha. Ershao burst into laughter again. Fine, conversing with you is like playing a lute to a donkey. I shan't speak with you any longer. The puppy huffed, turning away in a fit of indignation and trotting ahead. Ershao paid no mind to the puppy's antics, activating his celestial sight to further explore the brook. Unable to locate any crystal stones, he hoped to find more jade. However, it seemed that jade was not so easily found. After walking quite a distance, he encountered nothing further. Young one, come here quickly. Suddenly, the urgent voice of the puppy echoed in his mind. Ershao quickly looked up and dashed forward, finding the puppy baring its teeth in a feigned ferocity, staring intently ahead. Before the puppy lay a large stone, with nothing else in sight. With a swift motion, Ershao activated his celestial sight. What the? He jumped back in shock. To his astonishment, within the stone coiled a massive python. It was truly bizarre. The python appeared to be 2 yards long and as thick as a barrel, yet it was nestled within a stone no larger than half a meter square. Beneath this stone, there seemed to be a sword, its silver scabbard adorned with several small, verdant flowers. The hilt, also silver, bore several grooves for reasons unknown. Puppy, you are well versed in many matters, do you comprehend what this signifies? Ershao inquired, a look of bewilderment on his face. I am known as the ancestor of the 9 nether. If you continue to refer to me as puppy, I shall make you regret it, the puppy retorted, its tone fierce. Just tell me if you understand what this means. Ershao rolled his eyes. This is an exceptionally powerful treasure sword. Not only is it incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through gold and jade, but it can also enhance a person's attack and defense capabilities. In essence, this is not an artifact of this world. Its wonders can only be understood by those who possess it. However, acquiring it is no simple feat, for it appears to be sealed here. Do you see that giant python? It is not merely a serpent. It is the sword's soul. To obtain the sword, you must earn the sword soul's recognition, otherwise, it shall remain beyond your reach. Yet, I am perplexed as to how such a thing appeared in this world, the ancestor of the 9 nether expressed, somewhat astonished. Sword soul, Ershao paused in contemplation, realizing that even swords could possess souls. This sword must be immensely formidable. What must I do to break the seal? Ershao inquired eagerly. Breaking the seal is easy. In my prime, I could have done so with a mere sneeze. Spare me the details, tell me what to do now. Very well, it will depend on your own abilities. The puppy retreated a few steps, adopting a spectator's posture. With a deep breath, Ershao unleashed a powerful punch. However, just as his fist was about to collide with the stone, it abruptly halted. Was he truly so foolish as to engage the stone directly? Just then, a drop of blood fell upon it. Suddenly, the massive python within the stone reared its head and let out a thunderous cry. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered into dust, and the python soared into the air. It twisted and turned before diving headlong into the sword embedded in the ground, vanishing from sight. Young one, you managed to do it like this. The puppy's expression drooped, its earlier excitement replaced by disappointment. It had anticipated a grand spectacle, only to witness this trivial resolution. Humph, you thought you could deceive me so easily, little puppy. Ershao grinned triumphantly as he reached for the hilt of the sword, yanking it from the ground with a forceful pull. Remarkably, despite being buried for who knows how many years, the sword emerged unscathed. As he drew the sword, a brilliant blue light erupted forth, sending a chilling wave radiating outward. Ershao felt a shiver run down his spine. The Python King sword, strangely, he felt an innate familiarity with this treasure. Puppy, we have stumbled upon another treasure. Ershao exclaimed, sheathing the sword with delight. Alas! All the good fortune falls to you while I find no crystals. Until I regain my strength, I remain but your little puppy. Humph. The puppy huffed, its demeanor sulky, before leaping into Ershao's embrace, feigning heartbreak. For heaven's sake, if you merely wished for me to hold you, there was no need for such theatrics. As the day began to wane, Ershao stored the sword within his special ring, cradling the puppy as they made their way back. Chapter 41. The elixir is a marvelous thing. When Ershao returned home, cradling a small puppy in his arms, Juxiong had already prepared dinner and was eagerly awaiting his arrival. Ershao, the villagers are all abuzz with rumors that you've become a great immortal. Today, many came to inquire, hoping you could cure their ailments. If you truly possess such healing abilities, it would be a splendid opportunity to earn some money, Juxiong remarked as she poured a cup of wine for him. Aside from Li Chongwei, who in our village is wealthy. If it's the villagers seeking treatment, I shall not charge them, but if it's the affluent, then perhaps a profit could indeed be made, Ershao pondered aloud. Ershao, you have such a kind heart. Your compassion is admirable. Come, let us toast. I must thank you today, Juxiong said, raising her glass towards him. Juxiong, you need not be so formal with me. Apart from my adoptive father, I have no other kin. From now on, you shall be my family. Ershao replied, clinking his glass with hers. Indeed, from this day forth, you shall be my dear little brother. Juxiong's eyes momentarily glistened, and she took a hearty swig of the liquor. Suddenly, 3 little spirits leapt onto the table, peering curiously at the two as they drank. To their astonishment, the trio suddenly sprayed a few droplets of liquid into their cups. Juxiong gasped in surprise. What was the meaning of this, spitting into someone else's drink, such rudeness? Juxiong, they are the ginseng babies, Hishowu babies, and blood mushroom babies. Ershao exclaimed excitedly. Without hesitation, he seized his glass and downed its contents in one go. A warm sensation coursed through him. He swiftly discarded his outer garment, revealing his bare arms, as if intent on continuing to drink. Juxiong instantly understood the 1,000-year-old ginseng, Hishowu, and blood mushroom, treasures that others could only dream of acquiring, and yet she had hesitated. Truly foolish of her. With determination, Juxiong raised her glass and drank it all in one gulp. Instantly, she felt warmth envelop her, a sensation that made her break into a light sweat. She began to unbutton her blouse. Sister, please don't. Ershao exclaimed, waving his hands in alarm. While he felt comfortable drinking in such a state, it seemed inappropriate for a woman. Oh. I almost lost my composure thanks to you, Juxiong blushed, hastily rebuttoning her blouse. But I'm feeling rather warm. Ershao recognized that Juxiong was an ordinary person, unaware of how to properly absorb such potent elixirs. He rushed to her side, placing his hands on her back, channeling his energy into her. After half an hour, Juxiong no longer felt the unbearable heat. However, upon turning to face Ershao, his bare torso made her cheeks flash once more. You 3 little rascals, how could you not share such precious gifts with me? Once I regain my strength, I shall ascend the mountain and feast upon you, the little puppy barked indignantly. For years, those spirits had never bestowed such treatment upon her. It was infuriating. Had they treated her like this, perhaps she wouldn't have shrunk to her current size, now lacking even the ability to protect herself. Mama, Mama, the 3 spirits immediately scurried into Ershao's embrace, calling out, Mama. Ha! Little puppy, you mustn't frighten my little ones. Ershao laughed heartily, utterly surprised that the spirits were calling him Mama. Wait, shouldn't they be calling him Papa? Well, Mama was quite endearing too. Kid, I want, the little puppy rolled on the ground in a fit of excitement. Very well, I shall pour you a cup as well. Ershao found a cup, filled it halfway with wine, and had the 3 spirits spray a little liquid into it before handing it to the rolling puppy. With a clatter, the puppy sprung up and gulped down the entire cup. Then it staggered a few steps before collapsing onto the bed, motionless. Goodness, has it drunk too much and fallen asleep? Ershao wondered, lifting the little puppy and tossing it onto the bed. Ershao. I think I've had too much to drink as well, Juxiong said. Her face flushed. She attempted to stand but wobbled slightly. Ershao quickly rose to support her. As they moved into the inner room, Juxiong suddenly leaned and fell onto the bed. Ershao reached out to catch her, but instead, Juxiong pulled him down with her. Brother, let us sleep here. That room has that knowledgeable little puppy. It's not convenient. Juxiong whispered, biting her lip coyly. The next morning, as Ershao emerged from under the covers, he found Juxiong already preparing breakfast. Upon seeing him, her cheeks flashed crimson. Silly brother, last night I drank too much. Let us pretend nothing happened. I'll introduce you to a beautiful, gentle, and virtuous wife later, Juxiong said, feigning nonchalance. Sister, I call you sister, and you shall be my sister for life. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I will not hesitate to take action, Ershao declared earnestly. Silly brother. You mustn't act rashly because of me, your future is bright, even if I face hardships, you must remain level-headed, seize every opportunity, I believe you will surely soar to great heights, Juxiong urged. Achieving great heights is a must, but those around me shall not suffer even the slightest injustice. If anyone dares to wrong my loved ones, I will make them wish they were never born, sister. Anyone who dares to bully you shall face tenfold retribution. I want everyone to know that I, Ershao, have my limits. No one shall cross them, Ershao said with a subtle smile, filled with confidence for his future. Silly brother, I feel different today. I am brimming with energy and vitality, Juxiong suddenly exclaimed. He. That's right, the elixir from the three spirits is priceless, it cannot be mistaken, Ershao chuckled. Perhaps we should. Juxiong's cheeks flashed again. Chapter 42. A treasure hunt begins. Beep, beep. The sound of car horns echoed outside as several vehicles came to a halt at Ershao's doorstep. A few individuals disembarked and began to unload various materials into the yard: cement, gravel, wall tiles, and floor tiles. Ershao and Juxiong emerged from within, and Juxiong hurriedly retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes, saying, "Masters, thank you for your hard work, please have a smoke." Thank you, we don't smoke, please don't trouble yourself," one of the workers exclaimed hastily. The group busily unloaded the vehicles, then commenced a systematic renovation of the house, demolishing walls and breaking through barriers. Ershao's room was scarcely furnished, with only a few tattered items hastily moved outside to the yard. He said nothing, fully aware that these were all arrangements made by Master Wu Jiu. It was not out of courtesy towards him, rather, they all feared Wu Jiu. He instructed Juxiong to continue her work at the village committee, while he took a piece of clothing and strolled towards the village entrance, cradling a small puppy. 3 little sprites peeked out from his garment, their curious little heads bobbing in an endearing manner. "Ershao, are you renovating your home?" "Ershao, impressive, you just bought a car, contracted the mountain, and now you're renovating your house. You're the most remarkable person in the village. Ershao, now that you have money, you've even got a pet dog." Many villagers had heard the commotion and gathered to witness the spectacle, secretly giving Ershao a thumbs up. Who could have anticipated that a fool would suddenly become so wealthy? Ershao merely chuckled and nodded, continuing his walk towards the riverbank outside the village with the puppy in his arms. It was uncertain whether the women who soon arrived at the riverside genuinely intended to wash clothes or merely sought to catch a glimpse of Ershao. In no time, 4 or 5 women joined him by the river. "Ershao, come here. I have a favor to ask," Wang Ershao called out. Her face flushed. The robust woman, weighing over 200 pounds, trembled slightly as she spoke. "Ershao, do you need something?" Ershao approached her with curiosity. "Ershao, I'd like your help. I have not been feeling quite right these past 2 months." Wang Ershao said, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. After all, Ershao was a young man, and discussing women's ailments with him, did he even understand? Yet they all claimed he was a wise one. "Ershao, are you saying your menstrual cycle has been irregular these past 2 months? Let me check your pulse." Ershao chuckled, extending his hand. Wang Ershao's heart leapt with delight as she offered her wrist. The moment Ershao's fingers made contact with her wrist, it was as if an electric shock coursed through her, causing her to shudder. Her eyes glazed over, brimming with maternal affection as she gazed dreamily at Ershao. It seemed she hadn't felt such a sensation in ages. "Ershao, you do have a slight issue. But fret not, I shall prescribe you some medicine, and you'll be well in a few days. However, your weight truly requires some reduction. If you continue like this, it will adversely affect your health over time." Ershao released her wrist, advising her. "I want to lose weight too. Even your second brother finds me unattractive now, but how can I achieve that? Ershao, do you have a solution?" Wang Ershao asked eagerly. "I can assist you in losing weight, but you must also commit to daily exercise. Otherwise, even if you do shed some pounds, you will likely regain them. Of course, you don't need to run excessively like in the legends, simply walking for half an hour to an hour at 3 different times a day will suffice." While speaking, Ershao took out his phone, added Wang Ershao on WeChat, and sent her 2 prescriptions. Wang Ershao beamed with joy, as if she had discovered treasure. The prescriptions themselves were inconsequential. What mattered was that she had connected with Ershao on WeChat. Ershao, could you also take a look at me? I haven't been sleeping well lately. I often find myself awake half the night." A nearby young woman named Chen Ershao chimed in urgently. "All right. I'll check your pulse," Ershao replied with a smile, moving over to assist Chen Ershao. After examining her, he said, "Sister, it seems you're missing your husband. Since you've only recently married, don't let him work too hard, or at least call him and ask him to come back often. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, but prolonged separation can be detrimental. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The other women erupted in laughter, their amusement evident as they doubled over, surprised at how much Ershao comprehended. Chen Hua, however, blushed fiercely, realizing that his observation struck a chord. Ershao, have you been sleeping with Ju Xiong? How does a young man know so much? Suddenly inquired another young woman named Chuizhen, her eyes glinting mischievously as she sought some gossip from Ershao's response. I consider myself a doctor. I've read numerous medical texts, so naturally, I know a thing or two. If I didn't understand, how could I help you with your ailments? Ershao deftly sidestepped the main issue, responding nonchalantly. Chuizhen pouted, realizing he was not falling into her trap. Her eyes twinkled, and she persisted, are you truly that skilled? Then tell me what's wrong with me. Ershao approached and placed his hand on Chuizhen's wrist, immediately furrowing his brow slightly. His eyes scrutinized her closely, and a look of surprise flickered across his face. Sister Chuizhen, did you have an unpleasant encounter last night? Perhaps you need to find a suitable partner. A prickly cucumber cannot replace the company of a young man. You, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll hit you if you keep talking like that. Chuizhen's face flashed crimson, resembling a ripe peach, as she raised her tiny fist to strike Ershao. Yet, her heart raced with astonishment. How could this little rascal discern such matters? Ershao turned and fled, laughing as he shouted, Sister, you asked me to look, I only speak the truth. You little rascal, I didn't tell you to say it out loud. Oh no, wait, Chuizhen suddenly realized she had misspoken, feeling an overwhelming urge to vanish into thin air. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the other women were momentarily stunned before comprehension dawned upon them, leading to raucous laughter. Amidst their mirth, Ershao dashed away, untying the bamboo raft as he paddled towards the distant Haixayazi ridge. Since this mountain now belonged to him, he was determined to contemplate how to transform it into his personal treasure trove. After securing the bamboo raft, he ventured into the mountains with the puppy. However, he had not wandered far into the woods before he overheard voices ahead. Hey, Shangu, who told you there's treasure in these mountains? I heard that just a few days ago, the folks from Lijiagu encountered a black bear and some nearly lost their lives here. Ershao's brow furrowed instantly. Had someone come to his mountain in search of treasure? Chapter 43. The people from the neighboring village. Ershao, drawn by the sound, turned his gaze in the direction of three men in their 30s ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realized he recognized them. They were Zhu Shuiren, Zhu Shan, and Zhu Hon from the nearby Zhujiao YZ village, an uncle and his two nephews. Zhu Shuiren, the uncle, was accompanied by his two nephews, Zhu Shan and Zhu Hon, who were brothers. These three were quite notorious in Zhujiao YZ for their propensity for violence. They relished brawls and were formidable fighters, bolstered by the numerous brothers in the Zhu family, which made them untouchable in the village. Rest assured, I heard it from Li Chongwei, the village chief of Lijiago. There's no mistake. He said that Chen Ershao from their village went to Haixayazi Ridge and returned suddenly wealthy, having even purchased a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. We used to fear Haixayazi and wouldn't dare venture up the mountain, but now we all have this, Zhu Shan boasted, brandishing a weapon in his hand. Ershao's lips twitched involuntarily as he caught sight of the hunting rifle Zhu Shan was holding. Where on earth did he acquire such a dangerous item? It was not something one could simply obtain. Hey, you cannot enter the mountain, Ershao shouted at the trio from the Zhu family as he boldly approached them. Startled by the voice, the three men turned around and burst into laughter upon recognizing Chen Ershao, the impoverished and dim-witted boy from Lijiago. How audacious of him to attempt to block their entrance to the mountain. It was utterly ridiculous. What did you say? You dare stop us from entering the mountain? Do you believe I want to kick you down the slope? Zhu Hon sneered derisively at Ershao. This mountain is under my contract now. It belongs to me. I want to allow you to enter, Ershao replied with an air of calm. You want to allow us? Ha ha ha, you think a fool like you can say such things? Have you never received a beating? Zhu Hon charged towards Ershao, throwing a punch at his chest. Ershao smiled coldly and suddenly raised his hand. With a swift motion, Zhu Hon's fist seemed to be caught in a vice, sending a sharp pain coursing through him as if it might shatter. Let go of me. You bastard, let go. Zhu Hon cried out, trembling from the pain, nearly jumping up and down on the ground. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Ershao flung Zhu Hon several meters away, who landed with a thud on the ground. Ershao! How dare you hit my brother? Damn it, I'll kill you. Zhu Shan shouted angrily as he swung the rifle towards Ershao's head. Indeed, the Zhu brothers were notorious for their ruthlessness in fights. A blow from that rifle could either kill or severely injure. However, the three of them were unfazed, even eager to witness Ershao crumple to the ground, clutching his head. Suddenly, Ershao raised his hand and caught the incoming rifle stock. The force behind it was considerable, but to Ershao, it posed no threat at all. With a swift kick, he sent Zhu Shan stumbling back, landing on the ground beside Zhu Hon. The rifle fell into Ershao's grasp. "You brat, you are tougher than I expected. Hand the rifle back to me, and we'll leave the mountain immediately," Zhu Shuren said, his eyes darting with a hint of respect. "Give it back to you?" "Very well," Ershao replied, and with a flick of his wrist, the rifle flew towards Zhu Shuren. Delighted, Zhu Shuren hurried to catch it, but the rifle struck him with such force that he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Suddenly, unease crept into his mind. He had initially intended to intimidate the fool with the rifle, but now he hesitated to raise it. "Zhu Shan, Zhu Hon, let us go," Zhu Shuren called out to the two who were still sitting on the ground. In a flash, the two sprang to their feet, following Zhu Shuren. Suddenly, a small sprite popped out from Ershao's clothing and leaped to the ground, chasing after the trio. Ershao continued his ascent into the mountains, surveying the environment and contemplating where to plant medicinal herbs. The sprite soon returned, bouncing into Ershao's embrace. "They said they would come at night," it chapped. "Good. You've done well, little one. Here's a drop of my blood as a reward," Ershao said, biting his fingertip and squeezing out a drop for the sprite, who delightedly lapped it up. The other two sprites, seeing this, jumped out eagerly, clamoring for their share of Ershao's blood. "Hey, give me a taste too," yipped the little dog, leaping up and biting Ershao's finger. "Seriously, are you all trying to drain me dry?" Ershao exclaimed in exasperation. "Why do other people's kids drink milk, while mine drink blood? Don't worry, kid. If those guys dare to come tonight, we'll make them tremble in fear." Awuk, the little dog howled into the depths of the mountains. A resounding roar echoed back from the deep woods, and soon a large brown bear came charging toward them. Ershao rode atop the brown bear, traversing the mountain several times, gaining a thorough understanding of the terrain and forming plans for what herbs to cultivate. When Ershao finally emerged from the mountain, he found a throng of women gathered by the river bank, all of whom brightened at his arrival. As Ershao's small boat drifted to the river's center, he suddenly struck the water with his bamboo pole, spearing a large fish that soared into the air. With a swift motion, he caught the fish securely in his grasp, displaying remarkable speed and precision. "Ershao, I want to buy your fish." "Ershao, me too," a chorus of voices erupted from the riverbank as a swarm of women clamored for his catch. With deft strokes, Ershao continued to haul in fish after fish, soon capturing 5 large carp. As he approached the riverbank, he was immediately surrounded by eager buyers. Without hesitation, he sold the 5 fish for 20 yuan each, drawing cheers from the crowd. "Ershao, now that you've contracted this vast mountain, what do you intend to do with it?" someone nearby inquired. "I plan to cultivate medicinal herbs. Once I procure the seeds, I will invite everyone to assist with the planting. In return, I will pay you 100 yuan a day," Ershao declared. "But Ershao, there are black bears in the mountain. We dare not go up there." "Haha, fear not, with me here, they will not harm you," Ershao reassured them with a smile. "Then you'd better keep your word." 100 yuan a day, ha? Someone asked excitedly. "Absolutely. Work during the day, and I'll provide payment at night." Chapter 44. A river water stood fish. Ershao returned to the village, cradling a small puppy in his arms. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed a vehicle parked out front, Wuzhou's car. This was the same car Wuzhou had driven during his previous visit. Indeed, upon entering the courtyard, Ershao spotted Wuzhou seated leisurely in a bamboo chair at the center of the yard, holding a small teapot and sipping tea with a relaxed demeanor. 2 of his younger brothers stood nearby. "Brother, you're back," Wuzhou exclaimed, quickly rising to greet Ershao as he entered the courtyard. "Second master." "Second master," the 2 younger brothers eagerly called out as they approached. "Jiogu, what brings you here?" Ershao inquired, extending his hand for a shake. "My brother, I understand that you lack expertise in renovations, so I came personally to oversee the work. I'll ensure these fellows put in a good effort. Anyone who dares to deceive you will face my wrath," Wuzhou declared, his voice booming intentionally for the workers to hear. "Thank you for your efforts, Jiogu," Ershao replied with a nod. "Brother, let them work. Let's head to the town for a drink," Wuzhou suggested, wearing a flattering expression. "Thanks, Jiogu, however, I have contracted Haixiazi Ridge and cannot neglect it. I plan to go to the county to purchase some traditional herb seeds or seedlings." Ershao promptly shook his head. "It's quite late already. Best to go tomorrow. How about this? I know a supplier who specializes in wholesale traditional herbs. I'll contact him to see if he can procure seedlings for you, Wujio said hastily. Wujio's suggestion sparked a thought in Ershao's mind. The owner of Jisha Hall, Luo Fuzong, from whom he had previously sold ginseng, was also in the traditional herb business. Perhaps he had a way to obtain the herb seedlings. They had exchanged contact information back then. With this in mind, Ershao took out his phone and dialed Luo Shao's number. Hello, Ershao, I was just about to reach out to you. What a coincidence, came Luo Shao's excited voice as soon as the call connected. Hello, Luo Shao, did you need something? Ershao asked eagerly. Ershao, the few century-old herbs you sold me last time worked wonders. They saved a wealthy man's life. He asked me to thank you on his behalf. I hadn't found the time to call, and here you are. By the way, what can I do for you? Luo Shao replied promptly. Oh. I've contracted a mountain and want to buy a batch of herb seeds or seedlings to plant there. I wanted to see if you had any leads, Ershao explained quickly. You've contracted a mountain and wish to grow herbs? That's fantastic. The herbs you cultivate can be sold directly to me at the best prices. Leave the matter of seeds and seedlings to me. Just send me the quantities, and I'll deliver them to you within 3 days, Luo Shao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Most traditional herbs today are cultivated artificially, which diminishes their potency significantly, impacting their pharmacological effects. If Ershao could cultivate them on the mountain, he might mitigate these issues. Moreover, with enough area, many herbs could be harvested after several years, as many require aging to reach their full medicinal potential. He believed that if Ershao could produce century-old ginseng, lingji, and hishowu, he would surely be able to cultivate herbs of considerable age without resorting to deceit for profit. Excellent. Thank you, Luo Shao. Ershao expressed gratefully. After ending the call, Wujio looked at Ershao in astonishment, clearly impressed that a single phone call had resolved the matter. This lad has connections. Jogu, why don't we drink at my place today? I can catch a few fish by the river and prepare a stew in an iron pot. Ershao proposed. The last meal he had at Wujio's was delicious, and it wouldn't do to always eat from his table. It was time to return the favor. Iron pot fish stew sounds great. If we can catch and cook them fresh by the river, it will be even more delectable. Wujio responded eagerly. Stew by the river? But I don't have a pot. Ershao shrugged, realizing he had never cooked fish by the river before. Ha ha ha, you two, go fetch the iron pot from Ershao's house. We are going to stew fish by the river. Wujio laughed heartily, directing the two younger brothers. The two obediently went into Ershao's house and soon emerged with a large iron pot. Ershao gaped, swallowing hard. Were they really dismantling his home? Brother, once your kitchen renovation is complete, this large pot will be unnecessary. I'll have them set up a stove in the courtyard so that whenever we stew fish, we can do it outside, Wujio reassured him with a grin, noticing Ershao's expression. Before long, the large iron pot was set up by the riverbank. Wujio sent the two younger brothers back to the town to buy some provisions and even brought back a large tent to shield against the wind. Ershao paddled a bamboo raft, guiding Wujio to the center of the river. At the right moment, he let the bamboo pole drop and a large fish soared into the air. Wujio was left dumbfounded. He had never seen such a method of fishing before. Each fish weighed over 5 pounds, while Ershao ignored the smaller ones. Brother, you're impressive. You caught that fish beautifully. Wujio marveled, admiring the large fish cradled in Ershao's arms. After catching 3 sizable fish, the two returned to the shore. Ershao fetched a bucket of water from upstream, while the firewood for the pot was already lit. A small table was set aside, adorned with some cooked dishes and 2 bottles of bouillon. A few women from the riverside saw Ershao and rushed over to help with preparing the fish and stew. 3 large fish, combined with some other ingredients, filled an entire pot, and when the lid was lifted, the aroma wafted enticingly through the air. The nearby women, accustomed to eating fish, were left salivating. Ershao quickly called for Jusyong to join him and the women for dinner, knowing that even this large pot would be too much for just a few people to finish, especially with all the additional food Wujio had brought. As Ershao and Wujio enjoyed the fish and drank merrily, they found their spirits lifted by the riverside atmosphere. Sipping freely brought an exhilarating sense of joy. At the village entrance, Li Chongwei peered enviously at the riverbank, his heart filled with resentment. How had Ershao managed to ingratiate himself with Wujio? Because of this lad, he had lost his position as village chief, and now even his wife had left him for Ershao. Now, with his romantic interests gone, he truly felt like a pariah. After 2 days on a hard bed, he realized that his situation was rather pathetic. He needed to settle the score. This feud must be avenged, but how could he deal with this fellow? Ershao's contract of Haxiazi Ridge surely wasn't merely for Jusyong to become village chief. There must be something on that mountain that could make him rich overnight. Chapter 45 A night foray into Black Bear Ridge. Brother Chen Er, your house is under renovation, why don't you accompany me to the town? Brother Jio will take you to the karaoke for a night of fun, Wu Jio suddenly proposed, his spirits high from the drinks. At the table, Jusyong immediately lifted her gaze towards Ershao, not wishing for him to venture into such places. This young man was kind-hearted and naive, especially now that he had just begun to experience the allure of mature women. The idea of him going to such a venue filled her with concern. Thank you, Brother Jio, I have matters to attend to tonight, so I shall decline, Ershao politely responded, aware that the Zhu family from the neighboring village would be entering the mountains that night, and thus he could not leave the village. Jusyong let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not acquiesced. Wu Jio glanced at the women surrounding them, particularly at the most beautiful among them, Jusyong. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly found her more enchanting than before. Could it be that this young man and Jusyong truly had a connection? Unwilling to part, Jusyong had once been the wife of Li Chongwei, with whom Wu Jio had some dealings, hence he was familiar with her. He had even encountered her a few days prior when he had come to confront Ershao, yet today, she appeared to possess a beauty that surpassed her previous allure. Unbeknownst to him, Jusyong had been influenced by the essence of a fairy, making her seem like an entirely different person. Ha ha ha, then it is as you wish. I will urge the workers to expedite the renovation so that my brother can move back in soon. Come, let us drink. Wu Jio lifted his glass to drinking, Ershao echoed, raising his own cup. They feasted heartily, consuming 2 bottles of Wuliongye, their appetites satiated. A large pot of stewed fish remained untouched, which Ershao instructed to be taken back for the workers. As the fire was extinguished, Wu Jio and his companions departed, while Ershao and the others returned home. Foolish brother, why not spend the night at the village committee with me? Jusyong quietly suggested to Ershao. Once the others had left, the ongoing renovations had left their home in disarray, compelling them to seek alternative lodging. While Jusyong could indeed stay at the village committee, it would be prudent to avoid drawing attention from the others. Sister, I need to head into the mountains tonight, Ershao replied. Why on earth would you venture into the mountains at such an hour? Jusyong expressed a hint of disappointment. Sister, it is nothing of great concern. I just feel uneasy and wish to take a look. After all, it is a substantial sum of money at stake, Ershao explained hastily. The mountain top was rich with herbs, many of which were centuries or even millennia old, their worth incalculable. Although a large brown bear guarded the area, he still felt a sense of unease, especially knowing that the Zhu family possessed hunting rifles. As night fell, Ershao sat in the courtyard, practicing his long huju. He gazed up at the full moon, casting a silvery glow upon the ground, before rising and making his way to the riverbank. Where is my bamboo raft? Upon reaching the river, Ershao discovered that his raft was missing. Looking across the water, he spotted it resting on the opposite shore. What on earth? Has someone taken my raft to cross the river? Could it be the Zhu family? Splashing into the water, Ershao swam towards the other side. Upon arrival, he found a flat spot and sat cross-legged, channeling his energy through the long huju. Moments later, steam began to rise from his body. Once his clothes were dry, he stood and ventured deeper into the mountains. At that time, 4 individuals were stealthily making their way into the heart of the mountains. Although the moon shone brightly, the dense foliage rendered the area quite dark. 4 flashlights flickered as they searched the surroundings. The group comprised Li Chongwei, Zhu Shuaron, Zhu Shan, and Zhu Hon. Zhu Shan clutched a hunting rifle, his demeanor cautious. Li Chongwei, you claim there is treasure in these mountains, but what kind? We cannot simply wander aimlessly in the dark without a clue. Zhu Shan's voice trembled with fear. While he felt somewhat brave during the day, the night instilled a sense of dread that made his legs feel weak. I know not what the treasure is. All I know is that this fellow ventured into the mountains and returned with enough confidence to drive to the county for breakfast. Now he has invested 500,000 to lease this mountain. However, knowing Mayor Su Song, Ershao must have provided more than just 500,000. He likely took at least half of it, amounting to 1 million. Tell me, if this young man did not acquire treasure, where did he find such wealth? Li Chongwei analyzed. Damn, you are just guessing. That is utterly unreliable. You don't even know what he obtained. How can we search for it? Not to mention there are black bears in these mountains, Zhu Hon interjected, voicing his frustration. What else there to fear from black bears? We have rifles, don't we? Li Chongwei scoffed, dismissing the memory of their last encounter with fear. True, we have guns, there is no need to be afraid. But the most crucial point is that we have no idea what fool heir acquired. Is it stones, herbs, or relics from an ancient tomb? Without a goal, we cannot search, Zhu Shan chimed in. Then it must be herbs, Li Chongwei pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, I heard this young man intends to cultivate herbs in these mountains. He must have tasted the benefits of herbs, which is why he has this idea. Today, he had also heard that Ershao planned to enlist the village women to assist in planting herbs, leading him to this conclusion. With Zhu Hon pressing him for clarity, he could only respond in such a manner. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed through the forest, reverberating in a way that made it difficult to discern its direction. With a start, Li Chongwei's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Zhu Hon, equally frightened, dashed behind a large tree. However, Zhu Xueron and Zhu Shan, braver than their companions, immediately shone their flashlights into the darkness. With a rustle, Zhu Shan raised his rifle, preparing to fire. Meanwhile, Ershao, who was ascending the mountain, heard the beast's roar and sprinted towards the sound, anxious that the brown bear might be harmed, knowing the Zhu family possessed firearms. Crack! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, followed by the sound of a tree, as thick as a bowl, being uprooted and crashing down a few dozen meters away from Li Chongwei and the Zhu family. Damn it! Zhu Hon, terrified, turned to flee. The sound was utterly petrifying. Which of his bones could withstand the might of that tree? As Zhu Hon ran, Zhu Xueron and Zhu Shan exchanged alarmed looks and also began to retreat down the mountain. Wait for me! Oh my goodness, don't leave me behind! Li Chongwei scrambled to his feet, crying out as he chased after them. However, just as they had run less than 50 meters, another crack resounded ahead, and a small tree was toppled once more. Zhu Hon, running in front, was so startled that he dropped to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Bang! Zhu Shan lifted his hand and fired a shot. Chapter 46. Another life saved. Upon hearing the gunshot, Ershao was instantly startled and rushed towards the source of the sound. However, he had barely sprinted a short distance when he encountered a massive shadow charging towards him. Despite its considerable size, the creature moved with surprising agility. It was none other than the great brown bear. The bear, spotting Ershao, came to an abrupt halt. After assessing the bear and finding no visible injuries, Ershao felt a wave of relief wash over him and gently patted the bear's head. The bear then sought refuge behind a small tree, about the thickness of a bowl, and concealed itself. Ershao seemed to grasp the bear's intentions and similarly took cover beside it. Suddenly, Zhu Xueron and his companions came rushing down in a panic. A loud crash echoed as another tree fell right in front of them. My goodness, the three of them exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground in fright. How could yet another tree have fallen? With a swift motion, Zhu Shan raised his hunting rifle once more. However, much like before, he failed to spot any target. After firing a shot blindly, he scrambled to his feet, dragging his brother Zhu Hon and their uncle Zhu Xueron along as they fled. At this moment, all three were overwhelmed with fear, their only thought being to escape the mountain as quickly as possible, completely oblivious to the fact that one of their own was missing. Li Chongwei had vanished. Suddenly, 3 stones whizzed through the air, striking each of them on their calves. Thud, all 3 collapsed onto the ground. Zhu Shan's rifle flew from his hands, but he could not afford to retrieve it. He simply got up and ran. Zhu Xueron and Zhu Hon followed suit, crying and howling in utter disarray. Emerging from behind a large tree, Ershao shook his head at the fleeing trio, hoping these 3 would learn their lesson and never dare to return. Moreover, he wished for this terrifying experience to be shared widely. Meanwhile, the great brown bear nudged Ershao with its head, gazing up the mountain as if to say that another person had yet to descend. Are you saying there is still someone else? Ershao furrowed his brow immediately. He picked up the rifle that had been discarded on the ground and began searching up the mountain. At that moment, Li Chongwei was desperately climbing upward, startled by the fallen tree and particularly by Zhu Shan's gunshot. He had seen the bear's enormous figure running down the mountain, prompting him to flee upward in a panic. Completely disoriented, he had no idea whether to ascend or descend. He merely wanted to escape the bear and distance himself from that colossal creature. At last, he came upon a rocky wall. Exhausted from his frantic run, he leaned against it to catch his breath, noticing no signs of pursuit behind him, and prepared to rest. Suddenly, he felt as though he had leaned into emptiness and, with a tumble, rolled into a cave. When he managed to get up and attempt to exit the cave, he realized it was impossible. Both frightened and bewildered, Li Chongwei ventured deeper into the cave, eventually arriving at the lair of the ancient ancestor, Jiuyu. Ershao searched tirelessly but found no sign of the fourth person. After scouring the vicinity around the great brown bear, he finally reached the mountain summit just as dawn broke. Suddenly, several small spirits appeared, leaping onto Ershao's shoulders and tugging at him towards the cave entrance. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, Ershao looked down to see Li Chongwei curled up tightly on a stone bed, shivering uncontrollably, his body covered in frost. "Goodness, is that you?" Ershao was immediately infuriated, ready to leap down and give him a good thrashing. Yet, upon seeing Li Chongwei's condition, he felt a pang of concern. This fellow seemed to be in dire straits. With a swift motion, Ershao jumped down from the cave entrance, grasping Li Chongwei and lifting him from the icy jade bed. Li Chongwei lay there with his eyes shut tight, trembling violently, his forehead burning with fever. How could you be so reckless? Don't you know the dangers of temperature extremes? How can an ordinary person withstand the chilling power of the jade bed? Lying anywhere else would be better than lying here. Ershao, disregarding the urge to chastise him, dragged him outside. Bursting out of the mountain, Ershao promptly tossed Li Chongwei onto a bamboo raft and paddled to the center of the river. Plop! He unceremoniously dumped Li Chongwei into the water. When Li Chongwei opened his eyes, he found himself submerged in the river. Nearby, on the bamboo raft, Ershao held his head with one hand, glaring at him with intensity. Ershao, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to drown me? Please, don't drown me. Li Chongwei cried out in terror, his voice trembling. If I wanted to drown you, I wouldn't have rescued you. You scoundrel, I just want to give you a thorough beating. With that, Ershao hoisted Li Chongwei out of the water and placed him back onto the raft before paddling towards the riverbank. Soaked to the skin, Li Chongwei huddled on the raft. Suddenly, memories of last night flooded back. It seemed he had lost consciousness while lying on a great stone bed. Ershao, was it you who saved me? Li Chongwei looked at Ershao incredulously, unable to believe it. This brat had a grudge against him, or how could he possibly have saved him? Li Chongwei, you scoundrel, I really didn't want to save you. However, I also didn't want you to die on my territory. That would be quite unlucky for me, considering I just took over this mountain. But remember this, I may save you once, but I will never save you a second time. If you dare to mess with me again, I'll break your legs and make you crawl for the rest of your life. Now, get lost. Ershao shouted as he brought the raft to a stop at the riverbank. Li Chongwei scrambled ashore in a panic and fled. Once Ershao saw him retreating towards the village, he secured the bamboo raft and slowly made his way back. Silly brother, come here quickly. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Jusyong standing at the door, her face alight with joy as she called for him. Jusyong, why are you up so early? Ershao asked in surprise. I couldn't sleep, so I got up early. Come, let us go check the medicinal herbs in the garden. Jusyong tugged Ershao towards the back of the house. In the garden behind the house, some newly planted herbs had already sprouted tender shoots. However, what truly astonished Jusyong were the century-old ginseng and Hishou, which had developed lush leaves overnight, a remarkable growth, especially since these leaves were noticeably absent just yesterday. Mother, suddenly, 3 little spirits appeared, bouncing and calling out to Ershao with their innocent voices, referring to him as mother. Puff! Out of nowhere, a spirit ginseng sprayed a stream of spiritual essence onto one of the century-old ginseng plants. Instantly, the ginseng seemed to be infused with steroids, its leaves growing at a visible rate. Chapter 47 Breakfast in Town. Little one, is it you who enables them to grow so swiftly? Ershao and Jusyong suddenly understood that it was the elixir emitted by the little spirits that facilitated the rapid growth of these herbs, lush and flourishing. However, one must ponder whether such a precious resource is being squandered. The elixir, when applied to a person, could undoubtedly transform and enhance one's physical constitution, promoting better health, yet, it is not something that just anyone can utilize. Jusyong required Ershao's assistance in refining it during its application. Ordinary individuals could not withstand such a potent supplement. Ershao, activating his celestial vision, was astonished to discover that this ginseng, having absorbed the elixir, possessed 2 additional years of medicinal potency compared to its counterparts. What a waste, a grievous waste, youngster, quickly request them to provide me with some of that elixir. I can afford to drink a bit less of your blood, came the indignant voice of the little pup in Ershao's mind. Almost immediately, the little pup dashed over, filled with urgency. It was infuriating to realize that such a remarkable substance existed without his knowledge, otherwise, he would have made sure the little spirits on Hexayazi Ridge supplied him with elixirs daily, sparing him from his current predicament of being a little pup. How utterly vexing! With a puff, Shueji baby sprayed a mouthful of elixir into the little pup's mouth. All right, I'm off to take a nap. The little pup hastily declared before scampering away. If the elixir from the little spirits could be applied to all the herbs, would it not enhance their medicinal age by several years? No, such a precious elixir, the spirits can only provide a limited amount, Ershao pondered thoughtfully. The sound of a vehicle approached from the front yard, signaling the arrival of the renovation crew. Ershao acknowledged their hard work, rising early to toil for him. Inside the room, a table was set with a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of water, prepared by Ju Seong, who felt sympathy for the laborers. Although Master Woo-jo wielded considerable power, instilling respect among the workers, Ershao and Ju Seong were not the type to be stingy. Gentlemen, there are cigarettes and water here. Please take a break if you're tired, enjoy a smoke and hydrate. Ju Seong addressed the renovation workers. Thank you, thank you. The workers eagerly nodded in response, yet none approached to take the offerings. Master, how long will it take to complete the renovation of our house? Ju Seong inquired, stepping forward. Master Woo-jo has instructed that it must be finished within a week. A few more individuals will arrive shortly to work simultaneously across different trades, so it should be swift, replied one of the workers hastily. A week? Ju Seong glanced at Ershao, realizing they would not be able to share a bed for that duration. Alas, she found herself struggling with insomnia, a first for her, feeling rather pathetic. Sister Ju Seong, a week will pass in no time, there is no need to fret, Ershao chimed in cheerfully. You little rascal, heartless, you are not worried at all, while I can't sleep a wink. Humph, Ju Seong inwardly chastised him. Silly brother, let us head to town for breakfast. She suddenly suggested, her mind turning. Since cooking was no longer an option, it was the perfect opportunity to drive out for a meal. All right, Ershao nodded in agreement. The two set off in the car, heading straight for the town. Several breakfast establishments lined the central street, pancake shops, soup dumpling stalls, noodle houses, and fried dough shops. Silly brother, what would you like to eat? Ju Seong slowed the vehicle. Let us go for soup dumplings, Ershao replied. The car halted before the soup dumpling shop, and they both exited, entering the establishment. 2 baskets of beef soup dumplings, 2 bowls of millet porridge, and 2 boiled eggs. Ju Seong called out to the staff inside. Certainly, please take a seat, it will be ready shortly. A beautiful young woman, around 18 or 19, responded, soon bringing 2 baskets of soup dumplings. Ah, Ershao, is that you? Suddenly, a figure rose from the side, anger flickering across his face. It was Chen Ershao. Chen Ershao, what a coincidence. Ershao merely glanced at Chen Ershao before reaching for the soup dumplings, entirely dismissive of him. Ershao, you've come to town for soup dumplings, have you prepared my money? Chen Ershao exclaimed, fuming. Those few measly coins of yours, is there any need to prepare them? I'll hand them to you when the time comes, Ershao replied, devouring the dumplings voraciously. Those measly coins of mine, damn, you speak as though you are wealthy. If you're so rich, hand me the money now, Chen Ershao retorted, his tone aggressive. If I give it to you in advance, will you not shortchange me? Ershao suddenly inquired. No, it must be 50,000, Chen Ershao asserted firmly. Then why should I give it to you in advance? Ershao countered. Chen Ershao was momentarily rendered speechless, realizing that they had agreed on a month. Why should he receive it early? Brother, how is it that you owe this fellow money? Just then, Woo-jo strode in, eyeing Ershao as he entered, accompanied by 2 companions. Of course, I was swindled by this guy. I wouldn't borrow money from him, Ershao replied, pulling over a small stool for Woo-jo. Brother Jo, are you here for breakfast as well? Please join us, Chen Ershao, you've got some nerve, you dare swindle my brother. Woo-jo approached Chen Ershao without haste. Chen Ershao felt his calves tighten with fear. Who in the town was unaware of Master Woo-jo? To disregard his authority meant he could forget about surviving in the town. What puzzled him most was how Woo-jo had aligned himself with Ershao. Master Jo, I had no idea you were brothers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared. Let us forget about the money, Chen Ershao stammered, nearly collapsing in fright. Brother, how much did he swindle you for? Woo-jo suddenly turned to Ershao. 5,000 principal, 45,000 interest. To be repaid within a month, Ershao replied nonchalantly. 45,000 in interest, damn, are you lending at usury rates? Woo-jo glared fiercely at Chen Ershao, his voice booming. Third. Chen Ershao found himself sitting on the ground, his face ashen. Brother Jo, come over for breakfast, don't let this ruin your day, Ershao called to Woo-jo. Humph, for the sake of my brother, I'll let you off this time. Next time you see my brother, steer clear of him, Woo-jo warned, shooting a glare at Chen Ershao before returning to sit beside Ershao. Let us have 3 more sets of the same, Ershao instructed the waitress. Chen Ershao scrambled to his feet, terrified, and hurried to settle the bill, covering Ershao's table as well, before fleeing the scene in haste. Chapter 48. The development direction of Lijiago village. Woo-jo also emerged to partake in breakfast and, upon spotting Ershao's vehicle, decided to join him. After a modest meal, the two returned to their respective homes. Ershao and Ju Seong ventured to a nearby pharmacy to purchase a few boxes of silver needles and 2 sets of cupping jars before driving back to the village. In recent days, having treated others, Ershao gained a modicum of confidence in his medical skills. Although lacking a medical qualification certificate, he felt compelled to attend to those seeking his help. It was prudent to acquire some basic equipment in case he found himself in need. Having witnessed Ershao's medical prowess, Ju Seong was neither surprised nor inquisitive, recognizing that certain matters concerning Ershao were beyond her comprehension. Ershao, are you truly considering cultivating medicinal herbs in the mountains? Upon alighting from the vehicle, Ju Seong suddenly inquired. Yesterday, numerous women had heard that Ershao intended to hire workers to plant herbs on the mountain for 100 yuan a day. They promptly sought out Ju Seong to express their desire to enlist for the opportunity to earn money, as 100 yuan was no small sum in their small mountain village. Indeed, I plan to enlist villagers to assist me in cultivating herbs, thereby dispelling the rumors propagated by Li Chongwei about treasures hidden in the mountains, Ershao replied. How did you ascertain that it was Li Chongwei who spread those rumors? Ju Seong asked, her curiosity piqued. Ershao promptly recounted the events of the previous night. That scoundrel Li Chongwei, why do you bother saving him? Let him perish in the mountains. Ju Seong exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Though I would prefer his demise, I cannot stand idly by while a life is at stake. Nonetheless, I hope this experience serves as a lesson to him, dissuading him from opposing me in the future. Sister Ju Seong, let us not dwell on that fellow. Instead, we must focus on how to earn money and achieve prosperity. You are now the village chief, after all. Haha. Ershao chuckled. I am uncertain how to lead the villagers to wealth, Ju Seong admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. The river at the village entrance is a valuable resource. If managed properly, it could yield a substantial income each year, Ershao suggested. In the past, someone sought to lease this river, but Li Chongwei and his associates demanded exorbitant fees. When the potential lessee calculated the costs, it was deemed unprofitable, leading to the abandonment of the deal. Consequently, Li Chongwei has been gifting fish from the river during festivals to village leaders and officials, ensuring his own prosperity. Ju Seong expressed, her indignation evident. This year, we shall refrain from gifting. Instead, we will sell the fish to improve the living conditions of the villagers, Ju Seong suddenly declared after a moment's contemplation. Our river may not be large, and the fish yield might not be substantial annually. Perhaps we could establish a fish breeding base to cultivate fry, Ershao suggested, the spark of inspiration igniting within him. You have such a plan, please elaborate on how we might accomplish this. Ju Seong's eyes brightened with excitement. The annual fry production in this river is considerable, but during the rainy season, they are often washed away. We could construct several large ponds along the riverbank as spawning and hatching pools, and recruit 2 young individuals to learn the techniques of artificial spawning. With the advantage of our river's wild fish, we could indeed establish a fry production base. In due time, we could sell both large and small fish, providing wages to some of the villagers as well, Ershao articulated thoughtfully. Brother Ershao, your idea is excellent, let us proceed as you suggest. I will seek out a few knowledgeable young individuals to learn fish farming techniques, Ju Seong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ershao, Ju Seong. Suddenly, a voice called out, then both turned to see Yu Xiaohong approaching with a cheerful demeanor. Xiaohong. Oh, I almost forgot, you must have completed your exams, how did it go? Ershao remarked, slapping his forehead as he realized he had neglected to inquire about her tests. Brother Ershao. Aunt Ju Seong, I believe I performed quite well, however, I am uncertain about what major to choose. I overheard you discussing learning some skills. Yu Xiaohong replied, her face alight with joy. We are considering learning fish farming techniques. Xiaohong, why not take this opportunity to study this skill while your scores are still pending? It would be a valuable experience, and the village will cover the costs, Ju Seong suggested, her heart swelling with hope. If Xiaohong could gain admission to university and pursue a degree in aquaculture, it would greatly benefit her future prospects in the village, provided she was inclined to return. That sounds great. I would love to learn. Yu Xiaohong responded eagerly. After returning home from her exams yesterday, her father, Yu Chenglong, had pressured her to marry, claiming that Ershao was now wealthy and willing to spend on her, implying that he must have an interest in her. He urged her to pursue him before it was too late, fearing that by the time she finished university, Ershao might marry someone else. Thus, Yu Xiaohong was eager to escape the confines of her home. Now that Ju Seong offered her a chance to learn a skill without any expense, she was overjoyed. Brother Ershao, I will repay you for the money you lent me once I am able, Yu Xiaohong said suddenly, her cheeks flashing. Xiaohong. When you graduate from university and decide to marry, please consider Brother Ershao. As for the money, there is no need to return it, Ju Seong interjected with a playful smile, adding, by the way, Xiaohong, please refrain from calling me aunt in the future. Like Ershao, you may call me sister. Oh. Yu Xiaohong's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Xiaohong, do not feel burdened, you need not repay that money, Ershao quickly reassured her, having never intended for her to return the favor. He simply wished to help others, as he had been nurtured with kindness throughout his childhood, which had shaped who he was today. Mem. Yu Xiaohong blushed and nodded, taking Ju Seong's hand. She felt a flutter in her heart, realizing she might harbor feelings for Ershao, yet at just 17, she felt it was too early for romantic considerations. If it were merely a relationship. Ju Seong could discern from Yu Xiaohong's expression what was brewing beneath the surface. Though she felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or concern, she smiled and said, Xiaohong, you and Ershao are of similar age, having grown up together. You make quite the pair. During your free time, do keep in touch via WeChat, and perhaps arrange outings to stroll or watch a movie together. Gulp. Ershao swallowed hard, pondering the implications of Ju Seong's words. Was she suggesting something serious? While Yu Xiaohong was undeniably beautiful, he felt no romantic inclination. Ju Seong led Yu Xiaohong into the house to inspect the renovations Ershao was undertaking, while he retreated to the garden behind the house. The little puppy was frolicking joyfully among 3 small sprites amidst the vegetable patches. Having tasted the sweetness of the essence, the ancient ancestor of Joyo had set aside his former pride and was playing merrily with the sprites, eager to forge a closer bond for a regular supply of their essence. Observing the little puppy and the sprites in their joyful play, Ershao smiled, reflecting on how his own childhood seemed less vibrant by comparison. A truck drove into Lijiago village, honking its horn several times as it approached the village entrance. The loud honking echoed, drawing the attention of half the village. Dingling, Ershao's phone rang. He quickly fished it out to find it was a call from Luo Shao. Brother, come out to receive the goods. The truck has arrived at your village entrance. Chapter 49. Becoming the boss. A large truckload of apple seedlings arrived at Ershao's home, causing quite a stir throughout the village. Many villagers, both men and women, flocked to witness the commotion. The herbs were not unloaded at Ershao's residence, but rather by the riverside, where a crowd of villagers gathered. Before long, Wu Jiu arrived in a vehicle accompanied by several brothers. Ershao had specifically requested him to bring some inflatable rafts, as his bamboo raft was rather dilapidated. Wu Jiu delivered, promptly providing 5 inflatable rafts. Villagers, for those willing to earn some money, I need help planting herbs on the opposite hillside. Men will receive 120 a day, and women 100. Work during the day, and will settle payments in the evening. A hearty pork-filled bun will be provided for lunch. Those interested, let us get started. Ershao announced to the onlookers. I'll do it. Me too. Count me in. Instantly, the dozen individuals stepped forward, with someone taking the lead. Others followed, as earning money is never a bad thing. Seeing this, a few hesitant souls also decided to join. The brothers Wu Jiu began transporting the herbs across the river to the hillside. Upon the arrival of several varieties of herbs, Ershao directed the placement of each type accordingly. Soon, villagers were busy fetching water from the river, digging holes, and planting seedlings. At the village entrance, Li Chongwei watched the lively scene on the hillside from a distance, unsure of how to react. This young man dared to lead so many up the mountain. Could it be that there were truly no treasures to be found? Yet that cave was peculiar. It was an entrance but not an exit. And the stone bed was unusual, nearly causing him to freeze to death. Ershao had jeopardized his future but had also saved his life. Yet now, what did he have left? What remained? Once strutting proudly down the road, he now found villagers turning away from him as if he were invisible. Even those who once held affection for him regarded him as a stranger. Sighing deeply, Li Chongwei returned home dejectedly. That evening, all the workers returned from the hillside. Ershao's courtyard was adorned with 4 large tables. Although he could have chosen not to provide this meal, having initially promised only pork-filled buns for lunch, he called upon Wang Erso and Chan Hua to prepare an early dinner, cooking several large fish. He also contacted Juxiang to purchase a variety of cooked delicacies, along with some white wine and beer from the town. Once everyone returned, Wu Jiu, along with Ershao and Juxiang, sat at one table, while the other 20-odd individuals and the renovation workers seated themselves at separate tables. Ershao placed 2 bottles of premium liquor and a case of beer on each table. The villagers were thrilled. This liquor was sold for over 100 in town, and they would never normally purchase such expensive drinks. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, thank you all for your hard work today. I am immensely grateful for your support of Ershao. Although we did not finish today's tasks, we will continue tomorrow. For those willing to return, the pay will double due to the increasing difficulty of the work. Women will receive 200 and men 240. Furthermore, I wish to acknowledge Brother Yongwotao, who tirelessly carried water from the river to the mountain today. I will pay him double, amounting to 240. I will distribute everyone's wages in red envelopes right away. Now, let us enjoy our drinks and feast. Ershao proclaimed. Tomorrow, double pay, I'll be back. I will too. A wave of enthusiasm erupted, with many expressing their intent to return, with payment issued upon completion of work, along with food and drink provided. Earning money felt rewarding, and the prospect of doubled wages was even more enticing. Brother, well done, those remarks were quite impressive, ha ha ha. Come, let me toast to you. Wu Jio poured a drink for Ershao. Brother Jio, I appreciate all your help today. I raise this glass to you and the brothers you brought. You have all worked hard, Ershao responded, lifting his glass towards Wu Jio and his companions. Brother, you are too kind, let us drink. Wu Jio raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. The gathering indulged in lively toasts, particularly the villagers, who reveled in their newfound wealth while enjoying drinks. They all approached Ershao to raise their glasses, and at that moment, Ershao had transformed in their eyes. He had become the boss, and none dared to look down upon him. Even the women wished to share a drink with him. After several rounds of toasting, Ershao began to feel lightheaded, as if he had overindulged. With a thought, he activated a surge of internal energy, instantly dissipating much of the effects of the alcohol. He felt rejuvenated. Ershao, let me share a drink with you. I am grateful for the medicine you provided. It truly works wonders. Wang Ershao approached with a glass, casting a flirtatious glance at Ershao. After taking the medicine given by Ershao, she felt significantly better. Furthermore, while she usually had a bowel movement only every 3 days, she had surprising relief yesterday, going twice. The discomfort in her abdomen had eased considerably. It seemed Ershao's claim of aiding her weight loss was indeed true, prompting Wang Ershao to desire several more toasts with him. What medicine did you give her, Ershao? Indeed, Ershao, you didn't prescribe her something like Viagra, did you? Look how happy Wang Ershao is, ha ha ha. The surrounding individuals burst into laughter. Pfft. Ershao, don't mind them, come, let us share a drink. Wang Ershao ignored the teasing crowd, pulling Ershao closer for a toast, and promptly downed a glass of beer. Ershao chuckled and followed suit, though he felt a tad shy amidst the playful banter of married women, simply laughing along without daring to interject. With her leading the way, other women soon joined in to toast Ershao. Jixiong watched with some apprehension. This young man had drunk quite a bit today. However, seeing Ershao seemingly unfazed, she chose to refrain from commenting. The festivities continued late into the night. Once the villagers dispersed, Wu Jio and his brothers departed as well. Only then did Jixiong cautiously approach Ershao, asking, Ershao, are you all right? How could you drink so much? Hihi, Sister Jixiong, I'm perfectly fine, Ershao replied with a chuckle. It turned out his inner strength allowed him to metabolize the alcohol, suggesting he could indulge endlessly without consequence. Seeing that Ershao was unharmed, Jixiong reluctantly returned to the village committee. Ershao sat cross-legged in his room, practicing his cultivation. As night passed, the following morning saw over 30 villagers arrive at the village. Hearing of Ershao's generosity, providing food, drink, then money, many were intrigued. Ershao made no objections, he welcomed all who came. The pay remained as previously stated, and the lively crowd ascended the mountain. Meanwhile, Jixiong selected 2 clever girls from the village, together with Yu Xiaohong, to learn fish farming techniques. Remarkably, a call from Ershao to town chief Sutsong resulted in a prompt agreement to help connect them with a large-scale fish breeding and cultivation base for their training. Chapter 50. It's you. Atop the Black Bear Ridge, Ershao proudly perched upon the back of a great brown bear, surveying the entire slope below. This side of the mountain was entirely cultivated with various traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Despite the multitude of seedlings, Luo Shao demanded no payment. His only condition was that the matured herbs be sold to the Jisha Hall pharmacy at the highest market price. Such a fortuitous arrangement was rare indeed. The brown bear, reigning as the king of this mountain, allowed Ershao to rest easy even amidst the presence of numerous high-value herbs. Though the icy jade bed within the cave was a treasure of immense worth, it was unsuitable for ordinary individuals, and at present, Ershao had yet to utilize its capabilities. Although the ancient ancestor of Joyo claimed that this item greatly aided cultivation, it required a certain level of mastery to endure its power, hence Ershao did not contemplate using it. The small spirits residing on the mountain actually belonged to the ancient ancestor of Joyo, yet he had lost the ability to control them. Nevertheless, Ershao had no intention of seizing them for himself. One day, when the little pup regained its formidable stature, these spirits would naturally belong to him. With a swift leap from the bear's back, he dashed down the mountain, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Ershao could sense his strength surging rapidly each day as he consumed the spiritual essence expelled by the little spirits, significantly enhancing both his power and speed. Ershao, dear brother. Please catch me a fish, we have guests at home and need a dish. Upon seeing Ershao emerge from the mountains, a voice called out from the riverbank. It was Sister Chanhua. Without hesitation, he steadied his bamboo raft and paddled towards the center of the river. Once there, he scanned the water, and after a brief moment, he spotted a large fish. With a swift motion, the bamboo pole plunged into the water, and in the next instant, the fish soared above the surface. With a deft hand, Ershao grasped the fish by its gills, lifting it triumphantly. As he guided the raft back to shore, he handed the fish over to Sister Chanhua. Thank you so much, dear brother Ershao, allow me to give you 20 yuan. Sister Chanhua expressed her gratitude as she spoke. Sister, take it home to enjoy. No need for payment, Ershao replied, waving his hand as he headed towards the village. Then thank you, dear brother Ershao. Sister Chanhua said, carrying the fish back while grumbling, my husband just returned from working outside, and now he brings a friend home. How infuriating, I have to treat them well, yet he contributes nothing. Ershao couldn't help but chuckle at her plight, understanding that this young wife longed for her husband to stay home rather than constantly be away. Sister. If you wish for my brother not to work outside, simply don't let him go again. I have filled the mountain with herbs and will need help often. Sister Juxiang is even planning to establish a fish breeding base, so there will be plenty of work in the village soon. Really? Then I'll go back and discuss this with your brother, Sister Chanhua exclaimed with newfound joy. Upon entering the village, Ershao returned home, while Sister Chanhua took the fish back. Brother Ershao. The house renovation is complete, but it's best to leave it empty for a few days before moving in. Although the materials used are of the highest quality, some may still contain harmful substances. Open the windows and ventilate for a couple of days, it will be good for your health, one of the workers informed Ershao. Thank you, Master. I appreciate your hard work these days. How much is the payment? I can transfer it to you now, Ershao replied eagerly. Brother Ershao, the payment has already been settled with Master Wu, so you needn't worry about it. He has also ordered the furniture and appliances, which will arrive tomorrow. Let us know if there is anything you are dissatisfied with, we can make adjustments. If not, we'll be on our way. Hold on. Here, take this pack of cigarettes. Ershao quickly handed the worker a pack he had not touched since the day he bought it. Brother Ershao, thank you, we really can't accept this, the workers said hurriedly as they left, refusing the gift. Ershao understood that this was due to Master Wu's influence. They dared not take it. Shaking his head slightly, he tossed the pack onto the bed. He himself did not smoke, and it seemed it would have to be given to Wu. Looking around at the newly renovated house, it was beautiful, spacious, clean, and exuded a sense of class. Compared to the dilapidated old place, it was akin to a mansion. After expressing his gratitude to Wu over the phone, he called Sister Juxiang to inform her that she could return to sleep there tonight. However, as soon as the call connected, he was met with a cacophony of shouting on the other end. Sister Juxiang, what is going on? Ershao asked, furrowing his brows. Sai, Chanhua was beaten, and her head is bleeding. I am dealing with it right now. Sister Juxiang replied urgently. What on earth? How did this happen in such a short time? Ershao was baffled. He had just entered the village with Chanhua, and now she had been assaulted. Setting down his phone, he rushed towards Chanhua's home. Upon arriving, he found a crowd gathered around. Chanhua was huddled in Sister Juxiang's embrace, clutching her head and sobbing. Across from them stood her husband, Zhao Qiusheng, seething with rage and berating her. Beside him sat a cold-faced stranger in his 30s, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. As Ershao pushed his way through the crowd, he heard Zhao Qiusheng yelling, "You wasteful woman, why are you crying? Get in the kitchen and cook, make more dishes." Terrified, Chanhua seemed ready to comply, but Sister Juxiang firmly held her back, exclaiming, "Zhao Qiusheng, you've beaten Chanhua until she is bleeding, and you still expect her to cook for you? Are you even her husband?" "Juxiang, whether I'm her husband or you are her husband is none of your business. I'll discipline my own wife as I see fit. Just mind your own business and don't interfere in my home," Zhao Qiusheng shot back, glaring at Sister Juxiang. How much money have you earned outside to act so arrogantly?" Ershao scoffed, eyeing Zhao Qiusheng with disdain. "You Ershao." Zhao Qiusheng glanced at him, almost failing to recognize him. "Ershao. Don't you think you can come here all dressed up and forget who you are? A fool dares to lecture me, get out of my way." Upon recognizing Ershao, Zhao Qiusheng became even more aggressive, pointing at him and cursing. He truly hadn't expected Ershao to be dressed so well, sporting all branded clothing. Without warning, Ershao swung a slap at Zhao Qiusheng. This strike was in defense of Sister Juxiang. He had already tolerated enough of Zhao Qiusheng's insults towards her. Zhao Qiusheng spun around, feeling a sharp sting on his face as he glared at Ershao. How dare you hit me? I'm hitting you. With that, Ershao raised his hand and delivered another slap to the other side of Zhao Qiusheng's face. Chapter 51 Fair weather friends. Zhao Qiusheng could hardly fathom that Ershao dared to strike him, and with such unrestrained vigor, delivering 2 resounding slaps. He was instantly taken aback. Not only was he bewildered, but the onlookers were equally astonished. Ershao, known for his cheerful demeanor and amiable interactions with the villagers, had never resorted to violence, not even against Li Chongguo, who had wronged him so grievously, and had even saved that scoundrel's life. What had prompted him to lash out today? Chen Ershao was not even a relative of his. You insolent brat, how dare you strike my friend? Do you have a death wish? A stranger, standing beside Zhao Qiusheng, abruptly rose, seizing Ershao by the collar and bellowing with arrogance. The crowd's eyes lit up with intrigue. At last, there was some excitement. The villagers knew well that Ershao was formidable in a fight, having subdued the formidable Wu Jiu. This towering figure before them seemed daunting, yet they wondered if he could withstand a beating. Are you his friend? Ershao replied with a faint smile, his expression dripping with disdain. We are comrades, bound by loyalty. To strike him is to insult me, Yang Yu. Yang Yu proclaimed, his face brimming with pride. You speak truly. I do indeed look down upon you, to visit someone's home and flaunt such arrogance while witnessing a couple's quarrel, and instead of intervening, you wish to drink. If I don't thrash you, I would be remiss to my fists. Upon finishing his words, Ershao unleashed a powerful punch, striking Yang Yu squarely in the abdomen, causing him to double over, gasping for breath. The onlookers exchanged glances of astonishment. Ershao was indeed impressive. This was more thrilling than any martial arts film on television. How dare you come to our village and act so smug? Many who had contemplated intervening but had hesitated now silently cheered him on. What a mere fair weather friend, acting as though he is part of some brotherhood. I'll count to 3. If you have the guts, don't run. Let me show you how to break your arms and legs. Ershao sneered at Yang Yu, beginning to count 1, 2, 3. Before he could finish, Yang Yu suddenly dashed away from the crowd, fleeing in terror. Zhao Qiusheng. Come, tell me how much money you've made in the past few months to become so arrogant. Ershao ignored the fleeing Yang Yu and turned his attention to Zhao Qiusheng. However, Zhao Qiusheng was a bit dazed, never expecting Ershao to be so formidable. He felt as though he was in the presence of a big boss he had encountered outside, momentarily at a loss for words. I don't know how much he has earned, but he hasn't brought back a single penny. When it comes to buying groceries, he makes me pay. I brought back just 1 fish, and he got furious, claiming that with friends visiting, there must be 4 hearty dishes and a good bottle of wine. When I didn't comply, he hit me. Boohoo. Perhaps emboldened by Ersha's presence, Chen Ershao began to cry, feeling unjustly treated. Making no money yet still clinging to pride. 4 hearty dishes, you say? Would a stir-fried stone suffice? Do you realize that Sister Chen Ershao scrimps and saves at home, often unwilling to buy even a single fish? Ershao scolded sharply, then suddenly added, I'm giving you a chance to treat Sister Chen Ershao well. If you dare to lay a hand on her again, I'll call the town police to take you away. Let us see if I can make that happen. Domestic violence is a crime, you know. Ershao's righteous words garnered admiration from the surrounding crowd. This lad was impressive. Not only could he fight, but he also had a sense of justice. Ershao glanced at the small cut on Chen Ershau's head, barely a centimeter long and oozing a bit of blood, with slight swelling around it. It wasn't a serious injury. Juxiang fetched some disinfectant and gauze from the village office to clean and dress the wound. After attending to her, Ershao took his leave. Juxiang comforted Chen Ershao for a moment before following him out. The villagers, seeing that there was no more excitement to behold, gradually dispersed. Juxiang hurried a few steps to catch up with Ershao. Brother, you are quite impressive. You managed to put Zhao Qiusheng in his place with just a few words. When you weren't here, the more we tried to persuade him, the more stubborn he became, even threatening to hit me. Sister Juxiang, if that scoundrel dares to insult you, I must teach him a lesson. Some people simply cannot be coddled. If you indulge them, they will forget their place. This fellow must have been unable to earn any money these past few months, harboring a bellyful of frustration, and now he is venting it on Sister Chen Ershao. However, on another note, you truly should learn some self-defense. As village chief, you may inadvertently offend someone at any moment. You need the ability to protect yourself. How about this? I'll teach you some self-defense techniques tonight, Ershao suggested. Really? Then I'll practice with you tonight, hehe. Jixiong exclaimed, her spirit soaring. She relished the time spent with Ershao. Suddenly, a shadow darted behind them, and a brick came crashing down toward Ershao's head. With a swift motion, Ershao raised his hand and caught the brick without a moment's hesitation, immediately retaliating with a kick. Third, the assailant, none other than Yongyu, was sent flying 2 meters away, landing hard on the ground. Ah! Jixiong gasped in horror, realizing the potential danger of that brick had it struck Ershao's head. Her exclamation drew the attention of others, and several villagers who hadn't strayed too far returned to witness Yongyu clutching his abdomen on the ground, while Ershao stood beside him, a brick discarded at his feet. They quickly understood what had transpired. You bastard, still daring to launch a sneak attack. Since you relish violence, I'll gather a few friends to entertain you. Ershao pulled out his phone and dialed Wuzhou's number. In less than 10 minutes, a car sped into the village, screeching to a halt before the crowd. Wuzhou and several others jumped out. Who the hell dares to mess with my brother? Wuzhou thundered upon exiting, exuding a fierce aura. The surrounding villagers instinctively recoiled, fearing the wrath of this formidable figure. This scoundrel tried to hit me with a brick, trouble him, Brother Zhou, and teach him a lesson about respect. Ershao indicated Yongyu, who was still groaning on the ground. Who is this bastard? How dare you touch my brother? Without hesitation, Wuzhou charged over and delivered a kick to Yongyu, sending him tumbling. His underlings immediately joined in, raining down punches and kicks. Ershao! Ershao, stop, don't hit him anymore, he is my friend. Zhao Qiusheng rushed over, seeing Yongyu being pummeled and desperately pulling at Ershao's shirt. Someone who shows no respect for your family is considered a friend. You've wasted your time outside. You're becoming more foolish by the day. You know nothing and understand less. If it weren't for the fact that we live in the same village, I would have taught you a lesson long ago, Ershao coldly retorted, fixing his gaze on Zhao Qiusheng. Chapter 52. Encountering Wang Ruihan again. Ershao, please stop, Zhao Qiusheng pleaded incessantly, fully aware of the ferocity of Master Wuzhou, the notorious bully of the town. He was astonished at how Ershao managed to summon them with merely a word. Zhou, enough, don't strike anymore, Ershao called out upon seeing Yongyu groaning on the ground. Only then did Master Wuzhou and his entourage cease their assault. Scram, don't let me see you again, Ershao declared coldly. You brat, my brother has spoken, why aren't you scurrying away? If you dare provoke my brother again, I'll make sure you crawl back, Master Wuzhou shouted from the sidelines. Yongyu staggered to his feet, not daring to utter a word, limping away towards the outskirts of the village. The surrounding villagers were left dumbfounded. The intensity of Ershao's actions was indeed remarkable. With just a phone call, Master Wuzhou personally arrived, and the manner in which he carried himself resembled that of a subordinate. As the crowd dispersed, Master Wuzhou and his men departed, allowing Ershao and Jixiong to return home. Silly brother! This house is exquisitely decorated, Jixiong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the tidy and well-furnished interior, already considering it her own home. As evening fell, the moonlight was enchanting. The mountain breeze gently blew, bringing a refreshing chill. Under the moonlight, Ershao practiced the Dragon Tiger Fist, while Jixiong watched him with admiration, captivated by his powerful and graceful movements. Jixiong Jie, this Dragon Tiger Fist is too formidable, it is more suited for men. However, I have extracted a few techniques and modified them according to my own thoughts. I will teach them to you. Although they lack a grand name, they can serve as self-defense, Ershao proclaimed as he came to a halt. Wonderful! Jixiong gazed at Ershao with stars in her eyes, her heart already soaring. At that moment, she would have agreed to anything he said. In the past few days, Jixiong had shared a drink of the ethereal spirit liquor produced by the little sprites with Ershao daily, and he aided her in refining it. Not only had her beauty blossomed, but her physique had improved significantly as well. After practicing the techniques Ershao taught her a couple of times, she had mastered them all. Silly brother! From now on, I shall name this set of techniques Zhengyu, proof of the moon. How does that sound? Jixiong suddenly suggested while gazing at the moon above. As long as you like it, sister. Ershao nodded in agreement. Zhengyu, with the moon as its witness. Alas, once again, it is the moon that brings forth trouble. As Jixiong practiced her punches, Ershao went through the Dragon Tiger Fist, the Great Smash Tablet Hand, and the Dragon Tiger Secret Art before retrieving the Python King sword from his storage ring. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, emanating a gleaming azure light. Ershao waved it a couple of times, feeling as though the air itself was cleaved by the sword's edge, creating ripples all around. Indeed, a fine sword. It appears I am still in need of a suitable swordsmanship technique, Ershao mused, observing the sword in his hand. Juxiang Jie, tomorrow I plan to visit the county town, Ershao suddenly announced. A few days prior, he had acquired 2 pieces of jade and initially intended to craft a bracelet for Juxiang from the larger piece. Great, I shall accompany you. Juxiang replied, her eyes sparkling with infatuation as she looked at Ershao. Early the next morning, Juxiang drove with Ershao to the county town. Upon arrival, they sought out a breakfast shop, indulging in baked pastries and tofu pudding. After their meal, the two strolled towards the morning market. Since it was not far, they parked the car in front of the breakfast shop and chose to walk. Just as they ventured a short distance, 2 figures suddenly sprinted towards them, with a slender silhouette hot on their heels. The long legs of that figure matched the pace of the 2 men ahead. That is the police flower, Wang Ruihan. Ershao recognized the figure chasing behind as the captain from the county bureau who had once escorted them back to the police station. Given that she was pursuing them, it was evident they were up to no good. Stop them, stop them. Wang Ruihan shouted upon noticing the 2 men ahead. The fleeing duo, seeing someone in their path who appeared ready to intervene, swiftly drew daggers from their waists, charging towards Ershao without losing momentum. To block their path was tantamount to inviting death. They had long since experienced that anyone who brandished a blade would clear the way, for no one dared to stop them. However, this time, things were evidently unexpected. Ershao stood his ground, coldly observing as the 2 men approached. Get lost, or I'll kill you, one of them threatened, pointing his dagger at Ershao. In a flash, Ershao surged forward, launching a sweeping kick that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. The other man, witnessing this, lunged a dagger towards Ershao's side. Be careful, Juxiang cried out in alarm. Before her warning could fully resonate, Ershao had already landed a punch squarely on the attacker's face, sending him sprawling backward. In less than 3 seconds, both assailants lay incapacitated, seemingly unable to rise again. Wang Ruihan rushed forward, swiftly producing handcuffs to secure the 2 men together. She then looked up, her gaze landing on Ershao. It's you. She recognized the individuals before her. Let us go. Ershao told Juxiang, turning to leave. Wait a moment, you've captured 2 fugitives. That is a commendable feat, Wang Ruihan called out urgently. The credit belongs to you. Ershao retorted, dragging Juxiang away without a backward glance. His previous encounter with the police station left him with a strong discontent, and even though Wang Ruihan was a stunning beauty, he harbored no favorable impressions. He had merely acted upon what he deemed necessary. What else with this person? Wang Ruihan pouted, observing Ershao and Juxiang, a complex expression flashing across her eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure and dialed her colleagues, requesting assistance to apprehend the culprits. After wandering through the morning market, Ershao and Juxiang purchased some delectable snacks, then, noting the time, made their way towards the central mall. In the mall, the first floor housed several jewelry stores. The two slowed their pace, perusing each establishment. Ershao was taken aback. Even the simplest jade bangles were priced in the thousands, with finer pieces reaching tens of thousands. This was a far cry from the 5-yuan jade found at the morning market. However, after scrutinizing the displays, he found nothing that matched the beauty of his 2 jade pieces. His jade was smooth, translucent, and radiated a soft, lustrous glow in both red and yellow hues, exuding a sense of warmth and charm. Silly brother, are you looking to buy jade? Juxiang asked, bewildered by his lingering presence in the shops. I possess jade. I wish to know how much it might cost to have a bangle crafted from it, hence, I am looking around, Ershao replied. Chapter 53 Selling Jade. Do you possess jade? Juxiang inquired in astonishment. She was genuinely unaware that Ershao had jade in his possession. However, jade is a precious and rare commodity. How did this young man acquire it? Never mind, this fellow has so many intriguing qualities about him. It is only natural not to know. Boss, do you process jade here? Ershao surveyed the surroundings, gaining some understanding, and then addressed a rather attractive female manager behind the counter. We do not process jade, but if you have any, we can certainly purchase it, Manager Chen promptly replied with a smile. Purchase jade? Well then, could you appraise this piece of jade for me? Ershao flipped his palm over, revealing a yellow piece of jade. Indeed, you really do have jade. Manager Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached out to take the jade from him. After a careful examination, a look of exhilaration crossed her face. She quickly produced her mobile phone. Boss, we have a client here wishing to sell jade, and the quality appears quite good. Could you come take a look? Clearly, manager Chen did not dare to make a decision on her own and called for her boss. Ershao intently observed manager Chen's expression. From her demeanor, it was evident that the jade was of good quality and likely a valuable piece. However, he was uncertain of its worth. After all, he had little knowledge of jade, and prices could range from a few dozen to tens of thousands. Given the small size of the piece, how much could it possibly be worth? Please, both of you wait a moment. Our boss not only runs a jewelry store but also has a great passion for collecting jade, jewelry, cultural artifacts, and antiques. Zhou Zhongshan's name is quite well known in the industry, manager Chen politely informed Ershao and Juxiang. Before long, a well-dressed middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, hurried over. It was Zhou Zhongshan, the owner of the jewelry store. Manager Chen. Zhou Zhongshan called out as he approached. Boss. Please take a look at this. Manager Chen promptly handed the jade over to him. Wow, this is indeed a fine piece of jade. What a pity, it is just a bit small, Zhou Zhongshan remarked after scrutinizing the jade for a while, a hint of regret in his voice. Ershao and Juxiang stared wide-eyed at Zhou Zhongshan, their hearts racing at his comment. What did he mean by a bit small? Did he not find it satisfactory? Young man, I will purchase this piece of jade from you. Although it is somewhat small, its quality is commendable. The price for icy yellow dragon jade is also quite favorable. How does 500,000 sound? Zhou Zhongshan suddenly addressed Ershao and Juxiang. 500,000. Juxiang nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. How could such a small stone, barely the size of an egg, be worth 500,000? Why does everything in Ershao's hands seem to appreciate in value? Ershao could not help but wipe his nose. When Zhou Zhongshan mentioned it being a bit small, he thought the man might not want to buy it. To his surprise, he offered 500,000 right off the bat. Boss, I do not wish to sell this piece of jade. I would like to make a jade bracelet. Ershao hesitated momentarily before expressing. I mentioned that the jade was a bit small, which is a pity because it cannot be fashioned into a bracelet. It can only be made into a finger stole or a few pendants. If it were larger, it could yield a bracelet, and its price would exceed 150,000. My offer of 500,000 is already the highest I can go. Young man, I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Zhou Zhongshan promptly replied. Oh, well then, I suppose I will sell it. After a moment of contemplation, Ershao nodded. He still had another piece of red jade, roughly the size of a fist, which should be sufficient to make a bracelet. Boss Zhou, could you tell me where I might find a place that processes jade? Ershao suddenly inquired. The individual in front of him, a professional in the jade business, should have some knowledge of where to find jade processing services, which would be far more efficient than his aimless searching. Young man. You wish to process a bracelet. Zhou Zhongshan, being astute, immediately deduced that Ershao likely had more jade. Yes, I primarily wish to have a bracelet made, Ershao affirmed. However, Zhou Zhongshan's earlier comment about the piece being suitable for a finger stole and several pendants implied that this jade was more than just a simple ornament. He truly wished to study it further, as its value was exceedingly high. Young man, to be frank, most of the jade jewelry in my store is crafted by us. However, I have little interest in common jade. May I take a look at your jade? If it is of sufficient quality, I could assist you with this. Zhou Zhongshan stated promptly. The previous piece of icy yellow dragon jade was of excellent quality, and he was genuinely curious if Ershao possessed more fine jade. Ershao hesitated a moment before producing another piece of red jade. Is this sun red? Zhou Zhongshan exclaimed as he took the jade, his eyes widening in astonishment, and swiftly tucked the jade into his pocket. What are you doing? Are you trying to steal it? Ershao and Juxiang were taken aback. Young man, please follow me, Zhou Zhongshan urged, almost furtively, as he beckoned Ershao and Juxiang to follow him. They arrived at an office where Zhou Zhongshan immediately invited them to sit and poured them some tea. Young man, please enjoy your tea while I examine this stone in detail. Zhou Zhongshan appeared quite excited as he retrieved a magnifying glass from his drawer and began to inspect the jade meticulously. Sun red is an exceedingly rare and precious type of jade, seldom encountered even in large cities. Its presence in such a small place was nothing short of miraculous. Despite having dealt in jade for decades, Zhou Zhongshan felt a surge of excitement upon seeing this icy sun red jade. Young man. This stone is extraordinarily valuable. Do you truly wish to craft it into a bracelet? Perhaps I could suggest that you sell this jade to me, and then you could purchase a bracelet. My counter has options ranging from a few thousand to over 10,000, and I could offer you a discounted price. What do you think? Zhou Zhongshan gently placed the jade down, suddenly proposing. What is the value of this jade? Ju Xiong urgently asked from the side. If the previous piece was worth 500,000, and this piece was valued at 1 million, she could not allow Ershao to craft it into a bracelet. After all, it was far too expensive. Wearing it would make her uneasy. This piece of jade is not very heavy, yet its quality is exceptional. I am willing to offer 800,000 to purchase it, Zhou Zhongshan stated immediately. I won't sell it. I want to make a bracelet for my sister. Whatever remains can be fashioned into something else. Ershao suddenly declared. Foolish brother, don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly wear such an expensive bracelet? Sell it, that is 800,000, just think of how many bracelets that could buy. Ju Xiong exclaimed urgently. 800,000, that was indeed 800,000, what good would wearing it do? This foolish brother. Then I will not sell it. Ershao stubbornly replied. Very well, I shall increase my offer by 50,000. Zhou Zhongshan suddenly added, biting his lip in determination. Chapter 54, The Roar of the Grizzly Bear, an additional 500,000. Ju Xiong felt her heart leap. Selling a stone for 8,500,000 was simply astonishing. Sell it, Boss Zhou, sell it. Ju Xiong urged anxiously from the side. Boss Zhou, I can't sell it. I want to make a jade bracelet for my sister, and it must be exquisite. I refuse to settle for anything less. Ershao interjected stubbornly. Ershao, if you use it to craft a bracelet for me, I will be furious and ignore you from now on. Ju Xiong pretended to scold him, feigning anger. Ha ha ha. Young brother, it is clear you hold genuine affection for your sister. She is indeed a remarkable woman, unlike those gold diggers. Here's the deal, sell me these 2 stones, and later, you can choose the finest bracelet from the counter as a gift for this lovely sister. Zhou Zhongshan said with a grin. All right. Thank you, Boss Zhou. Before Ershao could respond, Ju Xiong eagerly accepted the offer. Ershao could only look on helplessly, unsure of what to say. Before long, Boss Zhou transferred 9 million to Ershao and then took the 2 of them back to the store, where he selected a jade bracelet worth 18,000 for Ju Xiong. She was utterly delighted. Little brother Chen Ershao, if you come across any more fine jade, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall ensure you receive the best price. Zhou Zhongshan said, patting Ershao on the shoulder as they parted ways. After seeing the 2 out of the mall, Zhou Zhongshan murmured to himself, these 2 pieces of jade are clearly not mined from the rocks, they have been naturally polished by the river's flow over countless years. Which river could possibly yield such exquisite jade? Ershao and Ju Xiong strolled around the city, and Ershao stopped at a pharmacy to purchase some Yunnan Baiyao, disinfectant, gauze, and bandages. After the incidents involving Fu Yi and Chan Hua, he realized that having these supplies on hand was prudent to avoid any emergencies. Ershao, where did you acquire those 2 pieces of jade? Ju Xiong could not contain her curiosity on the way back. I found them among the river stones at the upper stream of a small creek by the village. Ershao candidly recounted the story of how he stumbled upon the jade. Foolish brother. You are truly fortunate to take me there tomorrow. Ju Xiong exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. Sure, let us go tomorrow. Ershao readily agreed, nodding enthusiastically. The villagers were largely ignorant of jade and its value. If they knew Ershao had found a piece and sold it for millions, they would surely strip the river bare. By the way, foolish brother. You mustn't let Xiaohong know about the jade bracelet you bought for me, Ju Xiong suddenly said, her cheeks flushed. Why not? Ershao asked, puzzled. Are you so naive? Xiaohong has feelings for you and wishes to pursue a relationship. If she discovers how close we are, it could ruin everything. Ju Xiong's face grew redder as she spoke, feeling a twinge of guilt. Pfft, you live in my house, even a fool knows what is going on. Besides, I like you too. Although Xiaohong is beautiful, I am not the type to be swayed by mere looks. I might glance twice, but rest assured, sister, my affections are solely for you, Ershao said with a playful smile. We are not suited for each other. I am much older and a married woman, I wouldn't want to hold you back, Ju Xiong said, her voice thickening with emotion. Despite their brief time together, she was certain she had developed feelings for this foolish boy. Yet, it was precisely because of her feelings that she did not want to burden him with societal judgment. I just turned 18 and am not yet interested in marriage. Let us not discuss that for now. I want to fall for another woman, my focus is solely on how to help you lead our village to prosperity, Ershao interjected, eager to shift the topic. Foolish brother. You have been incredibly kind to the villagers. You used to sell fish at a very low price, and when Fu Yi was injured, you treated him for free, while others merely watched as Chan Hua was bullied. You stepped in to help her. Your generosity in contracting the mountain has brought 50,000 in wealth to each household, Juxiang remarked. I was raised by a godfather and have dined at many villagers' homes. I have no relatives, so I consider the villagers my family. Naturally, I will stand up for family when needed. However, my sister is my bottom line. No one shall bully her, Ershao said earnestly. Upon returning home, it was just noon. To his surprise, not only had the furniture and appliances been delivered, but they had also been set up. He immediately called Wu Jiu to express his gratitude. Juxiang used the new rice cooker to prepare a pot of rice and a light stir-fry. After they finished their meal, Juxiang headed to the village committee, leaving Ershao alone at home with nothing to do but study the record of 1,000 insects and 10,000 herbs. It wasn't until around 3 o'clock, feeling a bit fatigued, that Ershao stepped outside for a leisurely stroll to the riverbank. He intended to cross the river to Black Bear Ridge to examine the herbs on the mountain. Foolish brother, why haven't you come out all day? We've been waiting for you. A group of women by the river called out, causing a wave of laughter. Why are you waiting here? Why not come to my house? Ershao asked, fully aware of their teasing but responding with a smile. We wouldn't dare. Who knows what you and Sister Juxiang are up to at home? What if we interrupt your romantic endeavors? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Another round of laughter erupted. What are you afraid of? If it's a good thing, then let us all join in. Ershao joked, grinning. Wow, this cheeky boy has some nerve. You want to include us too? Ha 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 ha. The women burst into fits of laughter, not knowing whether they were being playful or revealing their own thoughts. Ershao had transformed into a muscular man and a wealthy figure, handsome and affluent. Who wouldn't be drawn to him? While they might not dare to openly compete with Juxiang, they could certainly jest about it. After all, who knew if he might be like Li Chongwei, attracted to any woman? Suddenly, a deep roar of a grizzly bear echoed from Black Bear Ridge. Ershao furrowed his brow. A grizzly would only roar if disturbed. Had someone ventured up the mountain? With swift agility, he dashed towards the bamboo raft, untied it, and began to paddle across the river. Wow, his movements are so impressive. The group of women gazed at him, wide-eyed in admiration. Chapter 55. An unexpected visit. Ershao, bracing himself on the bamboo raft, arrived at the foot of Haxiazi Ridge and secured the raft before dashing into the depths of the mountain. Now he traversed the rugged terrain with the ease of walking on flat ground, swiftly making his way toward the summit. Meanwhile, on the opposite slope, a dozen individuals were slowly climbing up the mountain, and among them were 3 armed with hunting rifles, Zhu Shuren, Zhu Shan, and Zhu Hon. After their hasty retreat last time, the trio discovered that Li Chongwei was missing, which sent them into a panic, fearing they would be held accountable should he have perished in the mountains. However, after a couple of days without any news, they were astonished to find Li Chongwei answering his phone. Much to their relief, he was alive. Angered by the previous loss of a hunting rifle on the mountain, they berated Li Chongwei for deceiving them, claiming he had found nothing and lost a gun in the process. In a fit of frustration, Li Chongwei revealed the discovery of a cave. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuren and his companions were intrigued. They had never known of a cave atop the mountain, let alone one containing a frigid stone bed. Could there truly be treasures hidden within? Even if there were no riches, they were determined to hunt the great brown bear that roamed the mountains. Surely its pelt would fetch a handsome price, enough to cover the cost of their rifles. Yet, they knew that venturing up the mountain alone would be perilous, so they enlisted 10 strong young men from their clan and procured 3 additional rifles through connections. Thus, the group, armed with blades and firearms, ascended the mountain, taking care to avoid drawing the attention of the villagers from Lijiago by approaching from the opposite slope. The mighty brown bear, king of the mountain, sensed danger as they reached the halfway point and let out a resounding roar. Instinctively, the trio of rifles were raised, scanning the terrain above. The others, gripped by tension, brandished their knives, continuing their search. Another furious roar echoed through the woods. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Zhu Cheng, did you spot the bear? Zhu Shuren turned abruptly to inquire. And no, I just wanted to scare it off, Zhu Cheng stammered, trembling. Scare it off? What good is that if we can't see it? Now it's gone, Zhu Shuren shouted in exasperation. It's broad daylight, and visibility is good. There's no need to panic. We have 3 rifles. If anyone spots it, alert the others and we'll fire together. We must ensure a clean shot. We cannot let it escape, Zhu Shuren commanded once more. The group resumed their cautious ascent. Meanwhile, Ershao, panting heavily, arrived beside the great brown bear. He had rushed in haste, worried by the gunfire, and found himself slightly breathless. The bear nudged Ershao's shoulder with its head, glancing toward the mountain's base. Understanding the bear's signal that intruders were approaching, Ershao patted its head reassuringly. With his enhanced perception, he noticed several figures in the woods below, climbing upward. Those wretches named Zhu again, how audacious, clearly, they've learned nothing from their last encounter, Ershao scoffed, and soon he gathered several fist-sized stones. While it was easy to throw stones from above, achieving distance and accuracy was a different challenge altogether. After weighing a stone in his hand and gauging the distance, he launched it into the air. Third, the stone struck a tree trunk near Zhu Hon, startling him into a cry of alarm as he fell backward, sliding several meters down the slope. The others around him jumped in fright, some even contemplating a hasty retreat. Listen here, those below, this mountain is under my control, Chen Ershao, depart immediately, or I shall not be merciful. Ershao bellowed from his perch. Its Chen Ershao, what is he doing up here? Zhu Shan exchanged glances with his uncle, Zhu Shuiren. Damn it, if he dares to obstruct us, teach him a lesson. Zhu Shuiren cursed, remembering the last encounter where that boy had bested him, leaving him terrified by the bear that night. Now, with a dozen men and 3 rifles at his side, he was determined to exact revenge. Encouraged by Zhu Shuiren's words, the group hesitated but then continued their cautious ascent, now more alert, gathering closely as they searched for Ershao and the bear. Fools, they refused to heed my warning. Let us see how they fare now, Ershao thought, lifting another stone and launching it down. Third, the stone landed squarely at Zhu Shan's feet, causing him to leap in fright. Had it struck him, it would have been disastrous. Ershao continued to rain stones upon them, each landing perilously close. One stone struck a man's leg, and he howled in agony, collapsing to the ground with a broken bone. Uncle, this kid won't stop throwing stones. We can't get up the mountain. Let us retreat and find that little brat in Lijiago village instead, Zhu Shan suggested urgently. Damn it, we are going to hunt him down. That little brat is in for a lesson today, Zhu Shuiren fumed. As they carried the injured man down the mountain, Ershao mocked them, a pack of fools. It seems I must devise a way to extinguish their ambition to ascend these heights. With the Zhu family members retreating, Ershao pondered his next move. He could not remain vigilant over them indefinitely, especially with the plethora of century-old herbs atop the mountain that were impossible to carry all at once. Ershao leisurely descended the mountain and, upon securing the bamboo raft by the riverside, was met by several women rushing from the village. Ershao, don't go home just yet. Neighbors from the nearby village have come, and they're in a furious mood, some even brandishing rifles, Chen Hua exclaimed, breathlessly tugging at his arm. The Shu family has come looking for trouble. How fortuitous, this will allow me to settle things once and for all, Ershao mused, a sly grin creeping across his face as a plan began to form. Chapter 56. The foolish monk within the courtyard of the home belonging to the simpleton. At this moment, Zhu stood resolutely at the entrance, preventing Zhu Shuiren and a dozen others from barging in. This was a house that the simpleton had just renovated, pristine and exquisite, with some of the furniture and appliances yet to be used. The thought of this group of ruffians damaging it was truly disheartening. Little girl, you are quite beautiful. What is the point of being with that foolish lad? Why not come with me? I guarantee you'll want for nothing, no work required, Zhu Hon said with a lewd smile, nearly drooling at the sight of Zhu beauty. Get lost. I am the village chief of Lijiago, try to lay a finger on me and see what happens. Zhu shouted, her heart racing with fear in the presence of a dozen burly men, but she feigned calmness. The simpleton was not home, and she had to protect their abode. You are the village chief of Lijiago, ha ha ha, have all the men in the village vanished, a woman as the chief, pathetic. Zhu Hon laughed heartily, joined by the chuckles of several men around him. What did it matter if she was a village chief? In Zhu's territory, even a village chief wouldn't dare to confront them, and if she didn't stand by her brothers, she wouldn't last long, especially as a woman. Come with me, little girl. I promise you'll eat well and live lavishly, and no one will dare to bully you, Zhu Hon continued, reaching out to caress Zhu delicate face, which appeared almost too tender, igniting within him an uncontrollable impulse. If you dare to touch her even with a fingertip, I will break your fingers. If you lay a hand on her, I will chop off your hand. Go ahead, try it, a sudden voice boomed. Zhu Hon immediately withdrew his hand, and all eyes turned towards the courtyard entrance, where the simpleton strode in with purpose. Ershao, you dare to break our legs? If you don't give us an explanation today, I will make you pay. Zhu Shan bellowed upon seeing the simpleton, brandishing his hunting rifle towards him. Ershao. Zhu gasped, surprised at the timing of his return. Hadn't they sent Chen Hua and the others to prevent him from coming back? Outside the courtyard, several villagers were startled, wondering if this fool would truly dare to fire his gun. Humph. Let us not even discuss whether you have the guts to pull the trigger. Even if you did, I won't give you the chance. The simpleton scoffed, suddenly moving with lightning speed. Zhu Shan blinked, and in an instant, the simpleton was right before him. With a swift motion, the simpleton seized the rifle barrel with one hand and delivered a resounding slap with the other. Zhu Shan felt as if he had been struck by a heavy object, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The simpleton was genuinely furious at the sight of a gun aimed at him. He had put all his strength into that slap, and Zhu Shan was likely to suffer at least a concussion upon waking. Before the others could comprehend the situation, the simpleton swung the rifle stock towards Zhu Hon's calf. Crack! Zhu Hon screamed in agony, clutching his leg as he fell to the ground, rolling and howling. His leg was undoubtedly broken. Daring to lay a hand on Zhu Xiang, they were courting death. Zhu Shuiren and the others were momentarily stunned, forgetting to raise their rifles. The speed and ferocity of the simpleton were overwhelming. To trespass into a private residence with weapons and intimidate innocent women, who gave you the audacity? The simpleton glared at Zhu Shuiren, ignoring the two fallen men. Why you broke one of our legs before, and now you've injured two more. This matter is far from over. Zhu Shuiren stammered, his legs trembling in fear, yet, having been a tough guy in Zhu's territory for years, he gritted his teeth and raised his rifle. Bang! The moment Zhu Shuiren lifted his rifle, he felt a buzzing in his head, stars danced before his eyes, and he collapsed to the ground. On the road leading from the county town to Lejagu village, 3 police cars sped towards the scene. Upon entering the village, they activated their sirens, the wailing sounds causing the villagers to tense up and turn their gazes. The 3 police cars came to a halt directly at the entrance of the simpleton's home. A tall, striking policewoman with a serious expression stepped out, followed by 6 or 7 officers who rushed into the courtyard. The simpleton, fearing the implications of firearms, had already called Wang Ruihan upon entering the village. Previously, she had worried about him and had left her number for emergencies, which he now utilized. However, upon storming in, the officers were momentarily taken aback. They saw a dozen individuals groaning on the ground, 3 hunting rifles scattered among them. Nearby, the simpleton and Zhu Xiang stood as if watching a spectacle, surrounded by several villagers. Officer Wang, they trespassed with weapons and harassed a woman. I was merely defending myself. The villagers can vouch for me, the simpleton stated, shrugging as he addressed the incoming Wang Ruihan. Gulp! Several officers swallowed hard. This guy was ruthless. Self-defense that resulted in breaking the legs of a dozen men. Wang Ruihan took a deep breath, waving her hand to the other officers. Take them all away. Confiscate the firearms. Chen Ershao, you also need to come with us. Wang Ruihan suddenly called out to the simpleton. Why, I was acting entirely in self-defense, the simpleton replied, blinking innocently. You need to clarify what happened. We need to understand the situation. No more nonsense, just come with us. Wang Ruihan insisted, pulling him towards the police car without waiting for his response. Ershao, Zhu Xiang called out worriedly. Zhu Xiang, I'm fine. Don't you worry, the simpleton shouted back as he got into the car. The vehicle sped away, leaving the villagers still reeling from the shock, who soon began to gossip among themselves. Inside the police car, Wang Ruihan suddenly turned to the simpleton and asked, is that woman really your sister? Yes, what is the matter? The simpleton replied, puzzled. Humph, even a fool can see that there is something more between you two, Wang Ruihan scoffed, rolling her eyes. The police officer driving couldn't help but burst into laughter. What, how could you tell? The simpleton was taken aback, wondering if their behavior had been that obvious. Wang Ruihan shot him an incredulous look, disdainfully stating, it's clear from your own words. Are you messing with me? TCH. The simpleton finally understood that the policewoman was teasing him. How old are you, just so naughty? Wang Ruihan glared at him, bemused. What have I done that is so bad? The simpleton found himself utterly bewildered. Chapter 57. Your character is questionable. Within the county bureau, Ershao sat alone nearby, fiddling with his phone, sending several messages to Zhu Xiang to reassure her that everything was fine and that she need not worry. The group of over 10 individuals from the Zhu family had already divulged all the details, including how they had procured the firearms. Ershao merely stood by, ensuring their words were truthful. However, now that everything had been settled, Wang Ruihan seemed to have no intention of letting him leave. Chen Ershao, Wang Ruihan suddenly approached. Is it done? May I leave now? Ershao inquired, lifting his head. It is too late, it's already dark outside. Why don't you stay for the night? Wang Ruihan said, her eyes flickering unexpectedly. Surely not, I am not someone who can be trifled with. Ershao instinctively shifted back, a look of trepidation on his face as if fearing an impending confrontation. Calm down, you're overthinking it. I merely found you a hotel, come on, let us go eat fast. Wang Ruihan rolled her eyes and turned to walk out. Finding a hotel and still saying I'm overthinking it, Ershao shrugged, standing up to follow her out. Behind them, several police officers cast envious and jealous glances. Wang Ruihan, a recently appointed captain, was not only beautiful but also backed by a formidable family. Anyone who could align themselves with her would surely ascend to great heights, yet her perpetually cold demeanor made her an intimidating figure, deterring most from approaching her. Typically, when someone tried to curry favor by offering her coffee or a drink, she would refuse outright. However, today, this girl had taken the initiative to book a hotel for this fool and even offered to treat him to a meal, a gesture that would undoubtedly incite envy in others. Next to the county bureau stood a rather appealing restaurant, clean and bright, with a menu displayed on the walls that appeared quite appetizing. Several large aquariums nearby housed an array of aquatic delicacies. Chen Ershao, what would you like to eat? It's on me. Wang Ruihan glanced back at Ershao, her tone casual. Although she intended to treat him, her demeanor suggested a sense of obligation. Ershao, however, paid little heed to her tone, turning to inspect the aquariums. Suddenly, he spotted a few sizable eels swimming in one of them, his eyes lighting up. He often caught these creatures himself and was surprised to find them available in a restaurant. Excuse me, how much are those eels? Ershao immediately inquired of a nearby waitress. Those are our restaurant's signature dish, stir-fried eel.its, quite nourishing. The waitress replied, throwing him a knowing glance before continuing, and it's reasonably priced, 100 yuan per jin, and this one weighs about a jin. 100 yuan per jin, that's rather steep, Ershao exclaimed, his eyes widening. He was aware of their nutritional value, but that price seemed excessive. The eels he caught were sold to villagers for merely 10 or 20 yuan. You're so young and already trying to nourish yourself, Tisk. Wang Ruihan rolled her eyes beside him, muttering under her breath. The waitress nearly burst out laughing. If you like it, just order one. Wang Ruihan shot a disdainful glance at Ershao, yet still made the suggestion. No, I can catch that anytime I want. Paying 100 yuan feels like a loss. I'd prefer some spare ribs instead. Ershao pouted, glancing at the sweet and sour spare ribs, which looked quite appetizing. You can catch it anytime, TSK, you must be boasting. Wang Ruihan rolled her eyes again. She herself didn't know why, but after discovering that this fool had an affair with his so-called sister, she felt compelled to retort against him. Sometimes, she even wanted to scold him, as if a pent-up frustration drove her to unleash her irritation upon him. That's no boast, my fishing skills. Never mind, why am I even telling you this? I'll have a braised pig's trotter as well, Ershao began, only to abruptly stop. After all, she was a policewoman, and they were two entirely different people. It was pointless to waste words. He'd rather enjoy more dishes. I'll have a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes, Wang Ruihan said, glancing at the menu. Now it was Ershao's turn to roll his eyes. Why was she ordering something too? Were they to eat separately? Would she not eat what he ordered, or was he not allowed to eat what she ordered? Looking at Wang Ruihan's slender figure, he wondered if that was how she maintained her physique. After they placed their orders, they chose a corner table to sit and wait. Suddenly, Wang Ruihan, her cheeks slightly flushed, looked at Ershao. Hesitating for a moment, she seemed to muster great resolve before saying, Chen Ershao, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Ershao asked, bewildered. A police officer seeking a favor from him, that seemed quite unbelievable. I want to learn martial arts from you, Wang Ruihan finally gathered her courage to express. You seem quite skilled yourself, why would you want to learn from me? Ershao was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Wang Ruihan would seek his guidance. Of course, it's because your skills surpass mine. Do you know who those two men we caught last time were? They were wanted criminals, notorious for murder and robbery, responsible for many deaths, yet you took them down without even breaking a sweat. And those men from Tang Yi's gang, you dispatched them effortlessly. I know you are a master, which is why I wish to learn from you, Wang Ruihan said earnestly. Learning martial arts is simple. Just kneel and pay your respects. Ershao's eyes twinkled mischievously as he chuckled. I only wish to learn martial arts, I don't want to call you master. How about you tell me how much it costs? I can pay you, Wang Ruihan pouted suddenly. Why? Ershao was momentarily stunned. Even if she were to pay, wouldn't she still need to acknowledge him as a master? At the very least, she should address him as such verbally, right? Your character is questionable. Wang Ruihan suddenly lowered her voice. Your character is questionable. Your whole family has questionable character. Ershao felt an urge to flip the table in frustration. With that mouth of hers, she still wanted to learn martial arts. TSK, you are only 18, yet you are involved with a woman 10 years your senior. Did I speak incorrectly? Wang Ruihan glared at him, her eyes wide. Had they not been in a restaurant, she would have slapped this guy across the face. That's my personal life, it's none of your business. I'm done eating. Ershao stood up, ready to leave. This was too infuriating. With that attitude, how could she possibly want to learn martial arts? What a joke. Don't go, Chen Ershao, don't leave. Wang Ruihan's face flashed as she hurriedly stood in front of him, grabbing his arm. The dishes they're about to be served. Chapter 58, A Change of Martial Arts. Why are this lovely couple quarreling before even having their meal? Boys ought to be more magnanimous, especially with such a beautiful girlfriend, remarked a slightly older waitress, who approached with a plate of sweet and sour ribs and immediately understood the situation, smiling as she spoke. Just as Ershao was about to explain, Wang Ruihan pressed him back into his seat and then pulled up a chair to sit beside him, blocking his escape. That's more like it. Beautiful, gentle, and considerate. Where else could you find such a wonderful girl? The waitress added with a grin as she placed the dish on the table. What does this have to do with anything? Ershao thought to himself, wishing to clarify that she was not his girlfriend. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Ruihan picked up a rib and placed it in his bowl, blushing as she said, Chen Ershao, please don't be angry. I tend to speak too bluntly, I meant no harm. My affairs do not require interference from others, especially from someone I barely know, Ershao replied coldly. How can we not know each other? You helped me catch 2 fugitives last time, and I even received an accolade for that. By the way, I invited you to dinner to express my gratitude. Wang Ruihan said suddenly, feeling a hint of guilt. Unbeknownst to her, she had been preoccupied with Ershao and Juxiong's situation, nearly forgetting the purpose of the meal, almost driving him away in the process. What a mess. What was wrong with her? This time I recovered 3 hunting rifles. I should receive further commendation for that. All of it is thanks to you, I appreciate it. Wang Ruihan said as she again placed a piece of rib onto Ershao's plate. Is that all the thanks I get? Ershao rolled his eyes, finding her gratitude rather simplistic. Then how else should I thank you? Should I offer my body in return for such a minor favor? Are you even a man? I merely misspoke. Why is this such a big deal? Wang Ruihan retorted, rolling her eyes back at him. What are you thinking? Clearly, we are not on the same wavelength. Our conversation seems to be on entirely different channels. Wine, you can't invite someone to dinner without offering wine. Ershao said with a look of disdain directed at Wang Ruihan, you are quite pretty, but your intellect seems somewhat lacking. Oh, wine. Waiter, please bring us a bottle of fine wine. Wang Ruihan suddenly regained her senses and hurriedly requested a bottle. Ershao felt a headache coming on. What exactly constituted fine wine? In a short while, all the dishes were served, and a bottle of aged liquor was placed before Ershao. He drank heartily, devouring the meat, while Wang Ruihan delicately enjoyed her half bowl of rice and a plate of shredded potatoes, appearing quite bashful. Is that how you maintain your figure? Ershao suddenly asked, lifting his gaze to Wang Ruihan. Not entirely. I do eat meat occasionally, but I avoid greasy foods, Wang Ruihan replied hastily. Without any strength, how can you hope to cultivate any martial arts? Ershao remarked dismissively. I believe my strength is quite adequate. Many of my colleagues cannot match me. Wang Ruihan said, somewhat smugly. If you are already that capable, why do you want to learn martial arts from me? I aim to fight criminals, not colleagues. Surely you are aware that there are many formidable villains in the world. Numerous fugitives are beyond the capacity of ordinary police to handle, Wang Ruihan explained. What martial arts do you practice? Ershao inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had little contact with knowledgeable martial artists and was eager to learn about the world of martial arts. I practice a style called Little Soft Palm, a technique my father specifically sought out for me, suitable for girls to train in, Wang Ruihan explained immediately. Oh. Ershao's eyes brightened. He also wished to find a suitable style for Juxiong. Chen Ershao, just tell me, how much do I need to pay for you to teach me martial arts? I want to hire you. Wang Ruihan said, her expression one of determination. Her family had several skilled fighters who taught her a few moves now and then, not for any other reason but to prove their capabilities and win her favor, hoping her father would reward them with higher pay. Thus, Wang Ruihan had grown up under the impression that money could compel others to serve her, as long as it wasn't for nefarious deeds. Money, how much can you offer? Ershao swallowed hard. Would 50,000 be acceptable? Wang Ruihan asked uncertainly. 50,000. Ershao gulped, surprised to learn Wang Ruihan was indeed affluent. Wealthy individuals were often quite generous, but profound martial arts could not simply be bought. If someone was willing to teach, one had to offer something substantial in return. Never mind, equating martial arts with money completely undermines its true essence. Instead, let us make a trade. You teach me little soft poem, and I will help you elevate your level. This way, you won't need to call me master, and I won't have to call you master either, Ershao suggested suddenly. Really? That would be fantastic. Wang Ruihan exclaimed, nearly leaping for joy after their meal. The moon hung high in the sky. Wang Ruihan did not leave. Instead, she accompanied Ershao to the inn. She booked a large room once more. Inside, Wang Ruihan practiced a set of little soft poem, explaining each move as she went. After completing the sequence, she eagerly turned to Ershao and said, "Now it's your turn. Please help me improve." Ershao flipped his wrist and produced a small porcelain vial. He poured a cup of water and then added a few drops from the vial. This was the spiritual liquid extracted from the ginseng spirit that he had preserved, as he believed the spirit could only produce a limited amount each day, and he did not wish to waste it. "Drink this," Ershao instructed, pointing at the cup. "Huh? What is that?" Wang Ruihan asked tentatively. She had a slight obsession with cleanliness and was reluctant to consume anything ambiguous. "It's a miraculous elixir to enhance your abilities," Ershao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruihan promptly lifted the cup and drank it in one gulp, only to feel a wave of warmth surge within her. "Sit down and circulate your energy," Ershao urged. Wang Ruihan quickly complied, beginning to refine the spiritual energy within her body. "Remember, I'm helping you improve to catch criminals, so you must not use it for evil deeds, nor can you disclose this to anyone," Ershao said, noticing Wang Ruihan was struggling a bit. He gently placed his hand on her delicate shoulder, allowing a surge of internal energy to flow into her. The following morning, as Ershao and Wang Ruihan exited the inn, Wang Ruihan wore a radiant smile, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Captain. You too." A police officer passing by the inn was taken aback as he spotted Wang Ruihan and Ershao emerging together, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. "And no, it's not what you think." Wang Ruihan panicked, realizing she had forgotten to avoid familiar faces. Oh no, how could she show her face again? Chapter 59. Someone seeks medical attention. Ershao did not rush home. After parting ways with Wang Ruihan, he proceeded to the morning market. After enjoying breakfast, he wandered around the market a couple of times and finally located a vendor selling eels. However, the vendor had only a few pounds of eels of varying sizes. Upon inquiring about the price, he was taken aback to learn it was 50 yuan per pound. It was no wonder the eel served in restaurants were so exorbitantly priced. As he strolled through the market, Ershao noticed someone following him. The individual appeared somewhat familiar, and after pondering, he concluded that they were likely among the subordinates of Master Tang. With dozens of Tang's men present last time, it was impossible for him to remember each one distinctly. Nevertheless, Ershao paid them little mind. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no desire to create trouble. Observing the scarcity of eels in the market, an idea struck Ershao. If he could cultivate eels in large quantities, it could indeed be a lucrative venture. Without delay, he hailed a cab and returned home. Upon his arrival, Jusyong had already left for the village committee. Ershao made his way to the backyard garden to check on the little spirit and the puppy. This puppy was truly a darling, playing joyfully with the little spirit, undoubtedly hoping to extract some spiritual essence for sustenance. Ershao took out a small porcelain vial and allowed the spirit babies to spray out some essence, which he then carefully stored away. After spending some time playing with the little spirit, he heard sounds coming from the front yard, suggesting that someone had arrived. Ershao promptly returned to the front yard, where he saw Jusyong leading a man in his 40s into the courtyard. A few villagers followed behind, likely drawn by curiosity. "Ershao, this is Boss Cheng, a local from our town. He seeks your assistance." Jusyong hurriedly introduced him upon seeing Ershao. "Hello, I am Cheng Jie." The man immediately extended his hand. Ershao quickly shook Cheng Jie's hand and asked, "So what is the matter, Master Chen? I would like to request your help for my mother. She is 70 years old and has recently been quite incoherent. Sometimes she just mutters to herself without making sense. We took her to the hospital and spent tens of thousands, but they were unable to help. They suggested it might be a surgical issue, and I heard that Master Chen is quite exceptional, so I came to implore your assistance. I understand the customary practice in your profession is to avoid discussing fees, relying instead on rewards. I have prepared a substantial red envelope for you, 5,000. Please don't think it's too little. If you successfully treat my mother's ailment, I will offer you more. Chen Jie pulled out a large red envelope from his pocket and stuffed it directly into Ershao's arms. Ershao was momentarily taken aback, surprised that someone had come to seek his medical expertise, particularly for a surgical issue. He understood what Chen Jie meant by surgical, but what did he know about such spirits and ghosts? The villagers behind them immediately lit up. Someone was seeking Ershao's services, and starting with 5,000, such easy money was truly enviable. Ershao, why don't you accompany him? Zhu Xiong was also tempted by the sight of the large red envelope. Moreover, since this person was a wealthy local boss who had specifically sought his help, it would be quite embarrassing not to go. Should I go? Ershao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Go, you should see Boss Cheng. He drove here to pick you up, Zhu Xiong insisted, taking the envelope. Ershao gulped. It seemed he truly had to go, or else Zhu Xiong would keep the envelope for herself. Chen Jie's vehicle was an Audi, parked right at the entrance, and Ershao followed him into the car. The sedan sped off. The 10-mile journey to Guangfa town took only a few minutes. Chen Jie's home was a standalone villa with 2 stories. Chen Jie's wife was a poised and elegant woman, mature and attractive, clad in a beautifully embroidered qipao that was both stylish and appropriate. Chen Jie's mother appeared frail, with a pale complexion and dim eyes. She wandered back and forth in the room, seemingly lost in her thoughts. As Ershao entered with Chen Jie, the elderly woman glanced up at the two of them but soon returned to her aimless pacing, as though she had not noticed their arrival. Master Chen, please take a look. This is how my mother has been. Chen Jie sighed softly while observing her. Ershao furrowed his brow slightly as he observed the elderly woman. Through his clairvoyance, he detected a trace of malevolent energy encircling her head. Stepping forward, he gently grasped her arm and discreetly placed one hand on her wrist. Elderly lady, may I ask you to sit down, please? The elderly woman seemed to want to say something but faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts, and continued to pace back and forth. Boss Cheng, has your mother experienced anything unusual recently? Ershao released the elderly woman and turned to inquire. She was fine until a few days ago when she returned from shopping and has been like this ever since. Ivy asked the neighbors, but no one noticed anything amiss. Chen Jie shook his head. If I am not mistaken, your mother is burdened with worries and has been startled. The term lost soul aptly describes her condition, Ershao explained. Burdened with worries, we lack for nothing at home. She spends money freely. What could possibly trouble her? Chen Jie suddenly furrowed his brow. I cannot say, however, I can treat this ailment, though it may be somewhat complicated. It will require acupuncture and some calming herbs. Once your mother recovers, you might consider asking her, Ershao replied, taking out paper and pen to write a prescription for Chen Jie. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Boss Cheng, do you have matches? Yes, I'll get them right away. Chen Jie nodded. Indeed, they had matches at home. Although such items had largely been replaced by lighters, his mother still had a habitual fondness for using matches, so they remained in the household. With a swift gesture, Ershao suddenly pressed a finger on the elderly woman, causing her to freeze instantly. He caught her as she became motionless. Acupressure is a skill in martial arts, but those lacking sufficient power cannot execute it. Ershao pressed on a point on the elderly woman's body and then laid her gently on the bed. He then retrieved silver needles and arranged the matches beside him. After sterilizing the needles, he began the acupuncture process on the elderly woman's head. As the first needle pierced, a surge of vital energy flowed through it, causing the dark malevolent energy surrounding her head to stir restlessly, as if resisting. Ershao possessed the gift of clairvoyance, enabling him to see the black malevolent energy, which was invisible to ordinary individuals. This was his first encounter with such a situation, and he did not dare to be careless. He continuously forced the malevolent energy out with his vital energy, causing the needles in his hands to vibrate. Chen Jie and his wife watched in silence, hardly daring to breathe. It was said that master healers often chant and dance while treating ailments. Why was this not the case here? Could it be that more formidable masters did not resort to such theatrics? With a swift motion, Ershao inserted the second silver needle, following which another surge of vital energy flowed through. The black malevolent energy struggled more vigorously. The two needles continued to vibrate, causing Chen Jie to feel apprehensive. Why were the needles trembling on their own? He had experienced acupuncture during a stroke and had never seen needles vibrate within the body like this. With the insertion of the third needle, the dark energy finally erupted from the elderly woman, shooting out towards the window. With a flick of his finger, Ershao struck a match, igniting it with a spark. Boom! The black malevolent energy vanished in an instant with a flash. Chen Jie and his wife were startled, bewildered by the sudden explosion. How could such a thing occur out of thin air? It was utterly extraordinary. Chapter 60 The Corruption of Innocence. Ershao let out a sigh of relief as he gently removed the 3 silver needles. He then closed his eyes, entering a state of profound enlightenment. Chen Jie, observing this, dared not to intrude and stood guard nearby, anxious for his mother to awaken, while also concerned about any instructions Ershao might have. At this moment, Ershao's mind was flooded with the third chapter of The Record of Thousands of Insects and Grasses, the acupuncture and massage section. A comprehensive array of acupuncture techniques and methods unfolded before him. Previously, Ershao had only perused the first chapter, Thousands of Insects and Grasses, and the second chapter, Miscellaneous Diseases, gaining insight into various herbs, their pharmacology, properties, and the diagnosis of diverse ailments. To his surprise, upon delving into acupuncture, the third chapter manifested naturally in his consciousness. The 7 needles used for expelling evil were merely one of many methods. Typically, 3 needles could eliminate ordinary malevolent forces, while 7 could vanquish stronger adversaries, and for the most formidable, the golden needle would suffice. Ershao meticulously reviewed the various acupuncture techniques, gradually opening his eyes. After all, he was attending to a patient, not merely studying. "Master Chen, how is my mother?" Chen Jie inquired anxiously. "She is out of danger. She simply needs to rest and recuperate her spirit. I will prepare the prescription for you, which should be brewed into a medicinal soup to be taken for 7 consecutive days. However, the resolution of her inner turmoil requires your attentive care," Ershao stated before lightly tapping a finger on the elderly woman's body, releasing her from her slumbering state. The old woman stirred slightly but did not awaken. Instead, her complexion became increasingly rosy in her deep sleep. "What Master Chen says is true," Chen Jie nodded eagerly. "Master Chen, please have some tea. I have arranged a banquet at the nearby restaurant to express my gratitude," he said, leading Ershao to the living room and brewing a pot of tea. After enduring a prolonged period in a large hospital without improvement, Chen Jie was thoroughly impressed by Ershao's swift remedy. As long as his mother awoke unharmed, a celebratory drink was imperative. At that moment, Chen Jie's wife returned with the herbal medicine and immediately began brewing it. Within half an hour, the elderly lady indeed awoke, her complexion vibrant and her spirit buoyant. "Mother, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Upon seeing her mother awake, Chen Jie hurried over to inquire. "Jie, mother. Mother apologizes to you all." The old lady suddenly burst into tears. Chen Jie and his wife were momentarily taken aback. Why would the old woman say such things when she seemed fine? After a pause, the elderly woman calmed her emotions and recounted the events. 18 years prior, Chen Jie's wife had given birth to a girl. The old lady, favoring sons over daughters, had conspired with the midwife to declare the child stillborn, secretly giving the baby away. On that very day, while shopping at the market, she spotted a young girl selling fish who bore a striking resemblance to her daughter-in-law. The old lady was instantly reminded of the past incident. Under the pretense of purchasing fish, she engaged the girl in conversation, discovering that she was also 18 years old. Overcome with emotion, the old lady lamented that her granddaughter, had she not been given away, would also be 18. Troubled and uncertain whether to share this with her son and daughter-in-law, she was suddenly startled by an aggressive dog that charged at her, causing her to fall ill from the shock. "Mother, how could you do such a thing?" Chen Jie was left in a daze. I have another daughter." Chen Jie's wife was equally astonished and elated, unsure of how to proceed. "My dear children, it is all my fault," the old lady wept anew. "Boss Chen. Sister Chen, this is not the time to blame the elderly. Shouldn't you confirm whether that girl is indeed your biological child? If so, shouldn't you take some action?" Ershao interjected from the side. "Indeed, Master Chen. We must seek out my daughter immediately," Chen Jie's wife declared, rising to her feet. "As for me, I shall refrain from further involvement. Since the elder's condition has improved, I will take my leave," Ershao announced, preparing to depart. "Master Chen. Here is a token of gratitude, 20,000 yuan. Please do not think it insufficient," Chen Jie said, presenting a red envelope he had prepared in advance, pressing it into Ershao's hands. Ershao accepted the money without hesitation. After all, Chen Jie was a man of means, and 20,000 yuan was but a trifling sum. He took his leave from the Chen household and hailed a ride back to the village. As soon as he entered his home, Ju Xiong rushed over. "Silly brother, how did it go? Did you cure the Chen family matriarch?" "I did, and Chen Jie even gave me a generous red envelope," Ershao replied, pulling out the envelope filled with 2,000 yuan. "Wow! So much money. Chen Jie truly is a generous man," Ju Xiong exclaimed upon seeing the bulging envelope. "By the way, why are you giving me the money? You should keep it," she suddenly recalled, hastily offering the envelope back to Ershao. "Sister, please hold on to it for me." You can manage the household expenses moving forward, he replied, not accepting the envelope but glancing toward the bed where a small puppy lay sprawled lazily. 3 little sprite-like children were joyfully playing nearby. Ju Seong felt a surge of delight, suddenly embracing the role of the household manager. Whoosh, 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 the 3 little sprites jumped onto Ershao. Little puppy, I want to see how many eels are at the bottom of the river. Are you coming with me? Ershao called out to the little puppy. Don't disturb me, I still want to sleep. The puppy rolled over, signaling for Ershao to leave him be. Ershao, why do you want to look for eels? They live in the mud at the river bottom, making them hard to find, Ju Seong interjected eagerly. I noticed that eels are selling for a high price in the city, so I wanted to check it out. If possible, we could breed them artificially and release them into the river, thus creating a supply of wild eels. Wouldn't that be splendid? Ershao explained. Alright then, just be careful. I'll prepare a few dishes for you, and when you return, I'll join you for a drink, Ju Seong said, pleased with Ershao's ingenuity. Ershao let the little sprites continue their play, turned, and left the house. Upon reaching the riverside, he was taken aback to find a considerable number of women gathered there. Ershao, when are you going to have more work for us? We are all waiting to earn money. As soon as Ershao arrived, he was encircled by a throng of women, each clamoring for his attention. Aunties, sisters, so you are all waiting to work and earn money. I thought you were here for me. Ershao replied with a grin. Hey, this kid must be sleeping with Ju Seong, learning to be cheeky. Alright, we all missed you today, come give us a hug. Yes, this kid has learned bad habits from Ju Seong. Let us strip him and see if he has been sleeping around. 2 women exclaimed in unison, and suddenly the crowd lunged at Ershao, tugging at his clothes. Within moments, they had pulled off his shirt. What the? Are you really going to strip me? Ershao exclaimed in shock, quickly clutching his pants and bolting away. Chapter 61. An inopportune moment. Ershao, in a fit of exuberance, dashed to the riverbank and leapt into the water with a resounding splash, eliciting a chorus of laughter from behind him. A group of women, their laughter ringing like the chime of flowers in bloom, seemed to have not experienced such joy in many years. It appeared that teasing the young men was indeed a delightful pastime. As Ershao gasped for air beneath the surface, he realized that the women were relentless. Just moments ago, he had felt a playful tug, as someone had seized the opportunity to pinch his backside. He vowed that in the future, he would refrain from jesting with this boisterous bunch of women. With a swift motion, he submerged himself into the depths of the water. Eels thrived in the muddy riverbed, lurking within the silt, frequently ambushing small fish and shrimp. Utilizing his keen observational skills, Ershao scanned the underwater realm, ensuring that not a single eel or loach escaped his notice. My goodness, there are indeed a considerable number of eels at the riverbed. If they are provided with a predator-free environment, given their prolific breeding capabilities, they will soon flourish in abundance. The sight of so many eels filled Ershao with uncontainable delight. After swimming several meters, he resurfaced to catch his breath before making his way back towards the river's center. Upon closer inspection, Ershao discerned that, apart from the deepest parts of the river where eels were scarce, the shallower areas were teeming with them. He noted that many of the larger eels weighed a pound or more. After regaining his composure, Ershao secured his pant legs and proceeded to catch a dozen sizable eels from the riverbed before swimming back to shore. On the riverbank, a throng of women watched